So, I was always a registered independent. I was always Christian, and my values always came from my Christian morality, right? The issue with that is, and I think a lot of Christians relate to this. There was a time, and I think from around 2016 up until about 2021, 22, where a lot of Christians felt their empathy was coerced, right? Because that's one of the things that we talk about in the church. We preach, right? Love your neighbor, do all that stuff. And there are a lot of people that, in essence, were moved to a side of the political spectrum or to empathize with things.
You think Christians were coerced into becoming left?
Not necessarily left, but just to empathize with certain ideas that aren't
Like which?
for. I'd go as far to say it as though accepting gay marriage, for example.
Yeah.
That's not that's not church doctrine.
Too many Christians are accepting gay marriage.
At this point there are so many. I mean, yesterday I was at UCLA debating, and this girl came up to me and she said that she's Catholic and she's pro-choice, and that specifically, I mean, she can have whatever opinion she wants.
Didn't the Pope change?
No,
he didn't give it.
There's still, and we still do in the Catholic
So you
Church,
just to be clear, you are against gay marriage.
So the state has decided it. You know, I follow church doctrine, which is
you don't care. You don't care about law. You care more about church doctrine.
No. I care about law. So that's the whole thing. It's been
Doesn't
decided.
sound like it.
Obergefell and Joe Biden. You know, I forget what the name of the bill is, but it's been enshrined, right?
Yeah.
It's been it's law.
Yeah.
But as far as recognizing what marriage is, I follow that. What God basically said, that marriage is between a man and a woman, and the primary purpose is procreation.
Right. So do you think
Weird.
that it's like
Follow
title.
what God
Is it
basically
sacrilege?
said, that
Well, like,
marriage
what's your
is between a
opinion
man and a
on-
woman, and the primary
like
purpose
just
is
there's no
court
change.
ruling that like
Right. Well,
marriage,
I don't
anyone
think-
can get married?
Well, I
I
don't-
mean, that it's
Consenting
like
adult.
Yeah, I don't think the state
Check the
follows
YouTube
a right to
title.
define what marriage
What God
is.
basically
Sacrilege,
said,
that
well, like,
marriage
what's
is
your
between a
opinion
man
on
and a
it?
woman. It has defined it, but I don't think it has the right to do it. That's ultimately what
Am I
I
hearing
believe.
echoes?
But what about
All right.
separation
Yeah, I
of church
fixed
and
it.
state? That is a thing, right?
Yeah, but so that's how we get to function the way that we're functioning. There's a separation, right? I can have my,
The state says you can get married,
yeah,
and then if you
but I don't have to recognize it. I don't have to personally recognize it. You,
well,
you
legally
can
you
lawfully
do,
get
though.
married.
Like
Yeah,
legally, you do have to recognize it.
exactly.
Yeah.
I mean,
All right.
Like if a gay couple
Done.
comes in, let's say like this guy who's making a cake, like a
Uh-huh.
gay couple comes in, you got to serve them.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, because that's like before. I mean, that case is a little strange because there are religious exemptions for certain things.
Yeah, but
In that case, the guy was targeted. He and there are other businesses that have been targeted as well, so that they can create a legal precedent.
So do you think gay marriage should be illegal?
No, that's not what I'm
Okay,
saying.
okay,
I'm
okay.
saying that the law has been defined already. And
Okay.
for example, as a congressperson, I'd be there to represent the people in my district, not to rewrite
Which
law.
is extraordinarily
blue. Yes.
liberal.
Yes.
So
But there
how-
are a lot of conservatives. You'd be surprised how many conservatives are actually in my district. There's a huge Armenian community in Glendale and in Burbank, and they are very conservative.
The Pope apparently he is in support of civil unions for same-sex couples.
Yeah, civil unions are outside of the scope of the church.
So you're cool with civil unions?
I'm cool with whatever the law has defined. So
No. What are you? No, I don't care about.
I don't
I'm
have to
asking
personally
you.
Well,
Are you cool with civil unions?
if the law defines
No,
that
not
as-
the law. You.
me.
Yeah.
I'm saying I follow the law, basically.
No, but what's your opinion on two gay people teaming up and
Yeah, so that's
making a life together?
if the law has defined that in the
He can't
See what you're
answer it.
saying, though? You're saying you're kind of like copping out from, I feel, sharing your real opinion on it. Because you're saying like, no, the law says this.
I've shared my opinion. My opinion is based on Christian morality, that I recognize marriage as between
So
a man and
do
a
you
woman.
support
But
civil union?
I recognize that there are laws in place that respect that form of union, and I respect it because I follow the law. That's actually
Separately,
a commandment. That's actually a commandment from Christ to follow the law of the land. You know, when he's talking to the Pharisees, he's given a coin, and he says, "Give unto Caesar what is Caesar's, give unto God what is God." Right? So I recognize that, and I may not see it in the same way.
As a citizen, two gay people getting in a union, a union, do you approve of that? If you've got a family member, let's say, or a son.
I mean, I have gay family members. I respect them.
Yeah.
Yeah. If they get married, then that's their thing, right? So,
If you were okay, I feel like you're a little bit copping out. You're saying the law says this.
Yeah, because I respect the law. I follow the law. I functionally see marriage as as part of a procreative act. I see it as part of building a family, right? And I see it as something that's you make a covenant with God.
Gay people can have kids and raise a family
through surrogacy.
Yeah, or adoption.
Well,
and I mean adoption. I think we both agree is much needed.
I agree. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So is it okay for a gay couple to adopt?
If the state allows it, then that's.
See, you're doing it again. You're not giving your true opinion.
What's my opinion? My opinion is
what's your opinion of the law?
My opinion is that there are laws.
What's your opinion on the law?
What law? I mean, that's what law specifically? It's like super broad.
That a gay
You're
couple
a moron.
Can adopt a kid.
That's outside of the scope of what I'm responsible for. If
you're running for Congress.
Do you think the law is bad? Do you think the law is moral?
My opinion doesn't matter. It's just the law.
You're literally running for Congress.
What, are you running for Congress?
Yeah, I'm running for federal office. That means that I'm going to be writing federal law.
But
that means it's in your baby!
But I'm already distrustful because you're not giving your opinion. You're being a very political answer. People are tired of politicians. I don't want to.
You're literally going to be responsible for it.
I was just very transparent. I said that my view of marriage is this godly covenant, right? That's what it is. But I also
so the answer is
no.
I feel like I'm talking to ChatGPT a little bit.
Because you,
right? You know what I mean?
Ethan, you're just being funny.
No, I'm not. I'm being serious.
So you can hold two things at once.
I'm asking you for the other one. You're holding two things at once. That's what you admit. So let's separate them. There's the law, which you agree with because you support the law, and let's talk about the other one, which is your personal opinion.
My personal opinion is that a man is between a marriage is between a man and a woman is a godly covenant.
Can a gay couple adopt a child? Is that in your
opinion?
The law allows it. You already admit there's two different things.
What
What's
if
your opinion?
One of the gays wears a dress?
I mean, it's
really not a conversation. It's not a good conversation.
It's really not that extraordinary.
Will that be acceptable in your worldview?
An opinion.
No, I know what you're saying.
Most people are lawful citizens.
I'm not asking you to break the law.
I know.
I'm asking for your opinion.
So here's a question.
As a Christian man,
what's your opinion on running a red light? You should
answer the fucking question.
I think morally it's bad. I think morally it's bad, and I think legally it's bad.
Okay. So you want me to qualify it morally?
Do you know what an opinion is?
Yes, I know.
So why are you pretending like you don't know what an opinion is?
I'm not pretending I don't know. I gave you my opinion is based on this godly covenant.
Bro is struggling with his media training.
But you say, okay, well, the gay people can get together, they just can't get married. Can a gay couple adopt a child? Is that moral in your opinion? Outside the law, in your opinion, as a human being?
I don't really know what God says as far as two gay people adopting a child because I
fucking hate
there's so many. I mean, you read Paul.
So are you saying
you read Paul, you even read Leviticus. It's not recognized.
So are you claiming now that two gay dudes, let's say, can adopt a child? That's okay?
If that's according to the law, yeah.
Come on, bro. I can't have a conversation like this.
What?
Who wants another politician running for office?
But that's the whole thing. I'm giving you. A lot of politicians wouldn't even have this conversation to begin with. They wouldn't come I'm sure that there are politicians who would come out on the left who would love to talk to you, but there isn't a single politician on the right who would come out to cities of stone, and we're friends, but to a potentially hot.
I don't know. Bernie Sanders doesn't do this kind of shit.
Stand under the towering pinnacles of castles alongside your gallant knights.
I mean, he goes on podcasts.
That is where the story of your people will be written.
They're dodging.
He just answers the fucking question. He's like, this is my opinion, but this is how I'm going to do it in politics. It's not that hard.
So, the thing is, because the reason why Bernie always kills it in interviews is
you
because
are called upon to settle new lands.
He's just a real person.
And honor the land and sea.
He's not carefully choosing his words and stuff.
People. The Maori will guard the world
beauty.
I think that in and of itself is the point there. Is that you can tell when people are picking their words. I don't fucking pick my words. And I can distinguish my opinion from analysis sometimes. Depending on the situation, I can turn my opinion off. That's perfectly fine. That's part of the job. Bro can't even tell his opinion. Who's pulling his strings? That's all I'm thinking. And I'm sure I'm not the only one.
Hostile environment in the sense of it being a program
if you
on the
could
left
change the law, would you
like
change
this.
the law?
Would I change the law?
If you could. If you could draft that law
If
in
I'm
your
like,
perfect
you're
world.
saying like hypothetical, if I'm president of the United States,
You
would I
have-
write an executive order to
No,
do
no.
that?
I'm saying you have a super majority. You're like God Emperor, like Trump during his first term. Or second term, I don't know. He has Senate, he's got the House, he's got the mandate from the people, and you can be like, okay, I can change this law to whatever I want, and I know everyone's gonna get on board. So what do you do with 2 gay dudes adopting a child? Does that stay legal?
If it's the will of the people,
It's not the will of the people.
then I just leave it as is. I'm not there.
So
I'm there to
it is
serve.
okay.
I'm there to serve as a member of Congress or somebody in
Do you
in the
think
body
that-
of government. I'm there to serve the interests of my people, not inflict my will upon them. Does that make sense?
I know what you're saying,
Yeah.
and in theory, that's good.
That's what you're
But do
doing
you
by
think gay people are
this
more-
Christian shit.
Gay men have a higher.
Oh, well,
tendency
Christian.
towards being
Oh, it
pedophiles?
only matters if it's Christian.
Well, that's a good conversation to have.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Because I think statistically, if you look at it, not that there are higher percentage-wise as a group, but this is something that doesn't get discussed as often within the
Well, what's
community,
the
the level of
discussion?
abuse. So there are different statistics, right? There's, and I've actually brought this conversation up with other YouTubers, and they just refuse to address it. So I do appreciate you having this conversation here.
I'm not. What's up?
So there are different statistics that show that men, who, like minors specifically, they end up, there's a higher level of abuse that happens, right? And for example, I think what was there's one statistic specifically that I cited that's kind of escaping my head right now, but as far as arrested and convicted pedophiles who identify as gay, they had, I think, 3 times the amount of victims, right?
And you're willing to give a child to a couple that's more likely to molest them?
I mean, that's kind of a broad generalization that you're making now, and you're like,
said gay-
equating
Isn't that
two
what you're
different
doing about
things.
the
You said
gays?
gay men are more
That's
likely
actually
to be
going with the
pedophiles.
assumption that you just made about gay men being pedophiles. I'm citing I'm citing convicted. I'm citing people who were convicted who had that higher number. I'm not actually saying all gay men are like this.
Oh, I didn't say that.
I mean but that's the implication behind your question.
No, more. You're saying, per capita, gay men are more likely to abuse children. Per capita.
And I think that's as far as the convicted ones.
Right.
Yes.
Well,
Convicted.
why would you analyze? But per capita.
Well, if you look, they're also smaller set of the population, right? And,
per capita, you know what that is?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
So it doesn't matter about subset or convicted. I'm just saying, as a percentage of the population, they're more likely to abuse a child.
You're stating that?
I'm asking you. Statistically, that's what you believe.
That's not what I believe. That's just that's a fact. What you stated is a fact.
So then you believe it.
If it's a fact, yes. It's
Yeah,
something
yeah.
That's a fact.
Yeah. Well, okay. So we're splitting hairs here. So
Yeah.
you think it's okay to give a child to people who are more likely to abuse
I mean,
them?
you're assuming that every gay man is a pedophile.
I'm not. I'm saying it's a percentage game, per capita.
Okay, but in that question, there's an assumption.
What's no?
No, there's not.
Yeah, there is.
It's a
that they'll likely
it's like
be
throwing
placed
the
with
dice.
a pedophile. I mean, look, let's be real for a second. If you have a suspicion that somebody's going to be a pedophile, you're not going to give them a child, right? So that's just period.
Well, obviously.
Now, if you're saying that there's a higher percentage of gay
I
men,
feel like let's just cut through the
Yeah.
bullshit. I feel like in your perfect world, gay men would not be allowed to adopt a child. In your perfect world.
in my perfect world, I mean, like I said, if it's as a politician, if it's the will of the people, then it's the will of the people.
I'm not talking about. I'm saying in your perfect world.
You're saying if I were just inflicting my will on the people, that
In
I
your
would just
perfect
change it.
world, you know what that means?
Yeah. Well, the world is imperfect. It's a fallen world.
Oh,
we live in a fallen world. I mean, I'm trying to have a conversation.
No, you're not.
Creating scenarios and hypotheticals that are unreal. And no, you're also like loading it into like an assumption about what I'm going to say.
I'm trying.
That's really what's happening.
No, but this is, especially in like religious and conservative circles, a very normal conversation. Like I feel like if you were having a private conversation with one of your like-minded individuals, you would not be giving the same political answers. You would be you'd be much more straightforward about, in your perfect world, not considering the will of the people, not considering the law, would it be okay for 2 gay guys to adopt a child? You're not answering.
Wait, but you said 3 different things in there.
In your perfect world.
So you want to go with a hypothetical?
Yeah, I mean, you're not the emperor of the world, right?
I know, I'm not the emperor of the world. Yeah, so it doesn't matter. It's not. There's no perfect world. It's a fallen world.
Bruh.
It's the nature of the world.
This is already exhausting.
What do you mean? I'm being straightforward with you.
I feel like anyone watching knows you're being evasive, but that's okay.
I'm not being evasive. I'm being direct with you. I am. You're creating a hypothetical to try to get me on something that isn't even based on an assumption of what you think.
Bro, he's just asking if you like gay people, and you're the one who can't answer the question.
If you're just
no.
If you're just a surrogate, hold on. If you're just a surrogate of the people you represent, what's the point?
What's the point then of democracy?
Well, are you not looking to enact change?
I'm a representative.
But you don't
change how? What sort? Who defines what change is? I'm there to represent the people in my district.
Here's the data. According to multiple peer-reviewed studies and large surveys, gay and bisexual men report significantly higher rates of childhood sexual abuse than heterosexual men. In the general male population, approximately 5 to 10% of men report experiencing childhood sexual abuse. By contrast, studies of gay and bisexual men consistently report much higher rates. According to a 2009 study of gay and bisexual men, approximately 20% reported a history of severe childhood sexual abuse, defined as contact abuse before the age of 18. Larger survey.
You can't react to your own clip and be like, yo, that guy, that's crazy if it's true.
No, I'm remembering that this clip is from what, 7 months ago, or what is it?
3 weeks ago,
can't remember
brother.
7 months ago?
How can we trust you to represent us when you can't tell the difference between 7 months and 3 weeks?
Well, because the initial video I made was 7 months ago, and then I made a follow-up 3 weeks ago.
What study are they talking about? They haven't even gotten to that point yet. This conversation's been going on for a while, but this data is not shocking. You don't hear this stuff, and you're like, not like, oh my God, this is crazy. You're not.
Well,
really?
There's 2 things. I haven't looked at the study, right? Because obviously a lot of studies are influenced one way or the other. But just operating on the assumption that it's true, that gay children are more likely to be victims. That is very sad. Yeah.
Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah.
And I think
it's probably so. Why do you think that is?
Why do I think it's sad?
No, bro, stop. Why do you think gay children are more likely to be abused?
I don't know. That's a good question, actually.
Let's see if you have an opinion.
Analysis, including data.
Let's see if you have an opinion. He said.
Intimate and sexual violence survey show that childhood sexual abuse rates among gay and bisexual men are roughly 2 to 5 times higher than among heterosexual men.
Well, it's like that Happiness movie.
Terms, folks. Heterosexual men report childhood sexual
he told
abuse
his son
at around
that
5
he
to
wouldn't
10%,
rape him, he'd jack
while
off
gay
instead.
and bisexual men report rates commonly ranging between 20 to 40%. With some studies reaching as high as approximately 46% in specific clinical or community samples. And that raises a question that is almost never allowed to be asked. Who is abusing these boys? And why is this pattern treated as untouchable? According to research...
So you raised the question...
By the way,
as well, because it ties into that, because my whole point with these videos, it's not to indict the gay community. It's actually to say, hey, this is happening in your community, but a lot of your predators are just going around like James Charles, right? People who literally confess to this kind of stuff, and there's zero consequences.
You missed that earlier.
Talking about like statistically.
Ethan's getting a literal billboard, like he's already paid for it. It's going up this weekend. About how James Charles is a predator.
Oh my God.
Look out, faggot!
That's awesome.
Somebody was saying, I don't know who I was watching, but they were saying that like
the best thing to call conservatives, especially like, like ICE agents, is faggot, because like gay people aren't offended by the term anymore. It's only straight people.
They've reclaimed it. Is that what you're telling me?
Mm-hmm.
Gay men are more likely.
Yeah, I'm bringing up the data
to have been abused and also to abuse.
I'm bringing up the data because it's a conversation that, for some reason, is a taboo. You're not allowed to have.
We're having it right now, and you're the one.
He didn't want to have.
You're the one cowardly not telling your opinion, and I'm trying to have that conversation.
My opinion is right there. My opinion is that this is awful. This shouldn't be happening, and we have to bring attention to it.
So your stance is you want to protect gay children.
I want to protect children, period. I want to protect people. I want to protect victims, not just children. They're also, the people who are victims of rape, victims of every sort of crime. I mean, there are people that are being victimized by our county right now. Like today, when I was leaving my office, there were 2 people smoking crack a block away from a school, like right outside the door of my office. Mm-hmm. Those are people that are being first of all, they're probably going to be arrested because you can't do that a block away from a school. And second, these are people that are being victimized.
You can't do that anywhere, technically.
Yeah, but they really only enforce it around a school.
Yeah.
Those are people who have been victimized and just fell through the cracks, right? They've been victimized by the system. So
why do you think that gay men or gay children are more likely to be abused? Because you bring it up like it's something that needs to be analyzed.
Research cited by Psychiatry Online, a study of 377 non-incarcerated pedophiles found that offenders classified as homosexual pedophiles, meaning they preferred male children, young boys, reported abusing an average of 150 children each, compared to an average of 20 victims among heterosexual pedophiles.
That's also awful, by the way. The heterosexual numbers are also awful.
Yeah, but right. But the emphasis is that gay dudes do it more.
Yeah, because there's no conversation around it. That's
Let's have the conversation.
Yeah. Well,
conversation just to cite the statistics. Why do we cite the statistics? What is the overall point that you're driving? What do we extrapolate? You do studies and you get statistics so you can extrapolate meaning from it.
Yeah.
So what's the extrapolation?
The extrapolation is, why is Brian Singer not in prison? Why is James Charles not in prison? Why are these guys who are powerful gay men and influential, in our town specifically?
Gay pedophiles are getting a pass.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. That's the point in that conversation. There's no conversation around it, right? It took 7 months. The first video I made responding to Adam was 7 months ago. This was 3 weeks ago because it took him 7 months to respond, and now we're talking about it here, so it'll force this conversation, even further, which I appreciate again. And by the way, I do want to cite this. This isn't to just say that all gay men are pedophiles. That's not the point in this conversation. It's just to bring light how big the issue is and how it goes unaddressed because there's a concerted effort to protect this class of people.
Why is that?
Because they're very powerful.
The gays?
Yeah, gay men in Hollywood are very powerful. Like Brian Singer's powerful, right?
I mean, no, he's disgraced now. He's definitely disgraced now. He's not powerful now.
James Charles?
James Charles is not powerful. I mean, again, also disgraced.
I mean, you were just talking about Shane Dawson, too, earlier.
Also disgraced.
I mean, but they're still going around. They're not in prison. They're not seeing consequences, and they're being allowed to continue using their platforms and make big videos, make money. So, there obviously, there are several other people who have, not to draw an equivalence here, but there's several. If they were straight, they would have likely lost everything.
I think the
wait.
Probably.
What he's actually saying is that the straight pedophiles are being unfairly prosecuted.
Man's really coming out in favor of pedophiles.
Consistent among men predators. I think the only difference is, for example, gay men who are pedophiles have more access. Right, because they're going to be around.
That's true. They do, because bathrooms. That's a fair point. Because of that access, so that means it's even more dangerous. The fact that we don't talk about it because there's no preventative.
What do you want to do? But I don't understand. You want to talk about it. You don't want to say anything.
What do you mean?
What do you want to do? We're talking about it. What do we do?
We're talking. This is great. We're bringing up now scenarios in the ways. What do we do? I mean, we hold people accountable. We do what you're doing, which is putting your money out there to educate people that this guy is walking around, this guy who confessed to 2 separate cases, right? As young as 14, trying to fly out a 14-year-old. This guy shouldn't be platformed.
Well, I totally agree with that.
Yeah. James Charles, by the way, that's who we're talking about. I just want to make sure.
Oh, I'll make
this guy.
Everybody's gonna know on Friday who I'm talking about. It does feel like you have an agenda. You're citing this all. You're targeting specifically.
The agenda is a conversation.
Gay men.
The agenda is a conversation.
But you won't have the conversation.
Your goal, you say, is to care about victims, children victims.
Yeah.
That's your primary focus. Have you posted any videos about the Epstein files?
I've made posts. Yeah, I've talked about it. I don't know if I've done a full breakdown. Honestly,
why?
Because there's like 3 million files, and I haven't had I was watching a video summary of it, but I've said this before in videos.
What could be more
urgent
than that if you're trying to protect?
I don't think I have the authoritative understanding to really break it down.
So you read one study, you have the authoritarian understanding.
No, I cited several studies there. There are 3 million documents on the Epstein file.
You don't need to read all 3 million.
I mean, I think it would be important to have a good understanding.
If you want people to wait to read all 3 million documents, that essentially is running defense for Epstein.
I'm not saying absolutely
well,
not.
let me explain why, and I'm not saying you are meaning
I'm not running defense for. And I've said, can I just cite
we will
my
look at
Congress
because
nobody would ever talk about it.
Well, no, I get it. I get that, but that's you're generalizing it a bit.
But you can search.
My position on Epstein is anybody who's convicted or who's found of it, I say public execution.
Okay. Why is that good? Why do you not publicly execute people?
Because we have to.
Time to kill Trump.
There's serious. There's deterrence
like how? What public? You want to like hang them?
Public execution people are the weirdest weirdos.
Yeah.
That if bro outing himself as the Christo Taliban. Because that I this is a debate that will never, I'll never be able to break through. Also, I don't know what I had before where I could purchase things with faith like walls and stuff.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it might be a golden age thing.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think it might be.
I'm in the town
square.
I
don't know. Do
a bit medieval, don't you think?
I mean, we do a lot of medieval. You could walk outside in LA. It's pretty medieval. We're not.
I don't see head on pikes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not asking for head on pikes.
Well, what's a public execution?
I don't know, firing squad.
Do you want to do that in public?
With the politicians and the elites that were involved, yeah.
But public means like in a town square where the public can watch.
If they want to, or we televise it. I mean, do you want
televising it?
You have empathy for pedophiles?
No.
What are we doing?
Bro, I'm
convicted pedophiles. You care about them that much?
Is that really what we're getting at? I mean, I've talked at length about the Epstein files. You're Mr. I need to read all 3 million files.
I literally said I want them executed, and you're like, hey, hold on a minute, not the pedophiles.
You think I'm upset about the execution and not the public execution?
Yeah, I mean, just make it public.
You want to televise execution?
It's a form of deterrence. I think our elites have to be held to account.
It's a form of deterrence.
Televise execution.
This is what the Taliban say, too.
of the elites. These people there's so many people that have more money than you can imagine and are getting away with more than you can imagine because they have the lawyers to back them up. They have billions and millions of dollars that they can just throw at this problem and make it disappear.
You want to hold on, but yeah, obviously we all agree the pedophiles are bad and et cetera, et cetera. But you want to, and let's set that aside. You want to publicly broadcast executions? Like on CBS, like Channel 5?
I said of people who are convicted of the Epstein stuff, yes.
And so anyone can tune in, children can watch?
If they want to.
Children
of course not children.
But it's on it's public execution.
Okay. So we'll just.
How do we make sure children don't watch?
Then maybe
we're protecting the children, right?
This is a hypothetical. Obviously.
No, public execution is a spectacle for everyone.
I understand.
Children and.
I love how.
I understand what you're getting at.
I love how the conservative politician brain works because he was so worried about what his constituents would think if he didn't definitively. He can't say I want to get rid of gay marriage because he's in a blue district, right?
Yeah.
But he also can't out the people who are going to vote for him, who are going to be ultra conservative inside that blue district.
Yeah. You make a good point.
So he dodged all that shit, but immediately public executions is something that he has no problem with, and just throwing that out there.
Pretty awesome.
Like this is way more, in my opinion, more controversial than, like, if you are a conservative and you want to, like, outlaw gay marriage, I don't want to say I don't care, you know, but, like, I don't know. I just don't see it the same, because I see it as kind of a pointless conversation with them. It's like trying to debate abortion and stuff. But, like, when it comes to the death penalty, I just think it's irrational. Like, there's no way you should be able to rationalize that with your faith. Like, you can use your faith as a shield for those gender issues. But, like, public executions...
Something else.
Figure out a way to do it where it's kosher.
Tell me.
Okay? I don't know.
Okay,
I don't
but you're in favor of public execution. That's like a really...
pedophiles, convicted pedophiles that have abused children, had a child trafficking ring. Yes. I have zero empathy for pedophiles and rapists.
Well, why
I
public?
Don't care.
Because that's like traumatic for children.
It's a form of deterrence. Don't have children watch it then. It's a form of deterrence.
How?
Our elites shouldn't be allowed to get away with this kind of these kinds of crimes.
Do you think Vitaly should host the executions on Kick?
Now you're just being funny. Now you're just being funny.
Well, how is it public? No, I'm being serious. I need to dig your brain, because I have to say, someone who's genuinely in favor of broadcasting and holding public executions is not someone I would trust to be in office, regardless of how they feel about anything else. That's like insane. That's medieval.
Well, we do have the death penalty in many states.
Yeah, but it's not public execution.
Well, it's a form of how else are you going to get the elites?
Hold on. Are you want to walk back the public part? Because execution's different.
I think here's the thing. You're fixating on one aspect.
No,
of it.
that is a big deal.
Well, people, whenever somebody's executed, Ted Bundy, for example, people went and watched his execution. It is
the
public.
Victims, the prosecutor, the state is invited. That is not public.
Journalists.
That is not public.
I mean, it's public in a manner.
No, it's private. It's literally private.
Amazing.
It's by an invitation for a very small amount of people to witness. That's not public.
You watch the video covering it. There were hundreds of people outside celebrating that Ted Bundy was dead.
Public.
Here's the thing. There have to be consequences for criminals.
Bro, I'm
never going to defend criminals, and I'm not going to stand up for people who are brutal, murderers, child sexual abusers, child traffickers. I empathize with the victims. I'm never going to defend or stand on the side.
When are you going to talk about Epstein files?
I'm never going to stand.
Why are you waiting to talk about Epstein files?
Huh? Well, now you're not even letting me finish. You're changing the subject.
Well, you're acting like I'm pro not punishing pedophiles. I want to dig your brain on public execution. Okay. Are you walking that back?
No, people have to know what the consequences are.
But you understand that execution of Ted Bundy was a private affair. By invitation, it's a small crowd.
Yeah,
you understand public execution is like on the street.
Now you're making a distinction of what public is, but it was public in the sense that there were people there. So it was still public.
Oh my God.
Well, how else are you going to execute them? Drop them in a well?
No.
Is that private? No. So how do you privately execute someone if it's public when there's one person
Every execution has been public.
Okay, so you don't know what public means. You don't know what public means. Open to the broader audience.
Open to the broader audience. So that's the distinction you're making.
No, that's not the distinction I'm making. That's what public.
Okay, we're like just fixating on one detail.
No, that's an extraordinary claim.
You're the one who said public execution.
I don't understand why you're standing with pedophiles. Why are you defending them so much?
That's a crazy deflection.
It's not a crazy deflection. I mean, I've explained why I want them to be public. Number one, I want it to be a deterrence. I want people to know.
Execution's deterrent.
I want people. Let me finish. Let me finish, please.
No, because you're just saying.
Let me finish my point. One second.
Okay.
Let me finish my point.
The point is moot because I'm not arguing.
My point is there's a group of elites in this country.
Let's punish pedophiles and do it and make a deterrent.
Can I just finish it?
You can, but it's not what I'm saying.
I just want to.
You're shadow boxing.
I'm not shadow boxing.
Go ahead.
I'm laying out my position. This is my position, okay? And why I want it to be public. Because there's an elite
there's a global elite and there's an elite in this country that's rich enough and has enough resources that they've been able to get away with every sort of crime imaginable under the sun. And we literally, well, it's like a.
Do you think I disagree with any of this?
I know you don't.
So let's not waste time talking about it. I just want to know
the public aspect. The public aspect.
You want to do a firing squad in public? That's extraordinary. That's an extraordinary thing to want as a politician. In fact, public executions are illegal.
For rapists and
so you
pedophiles.
want to
yeah, no.
Rapists and pedophiles
Pedophilia and rape are not
molested
executions.
Countless dozens of children.
Yeah, anyone.
And gotten away
well,
with it.
because it's not about them. It's about the public.
How
it's
else,
about the.
How else should Epstein be punished?
Then they'd be really short on those chemicals.
How should life in prison? You think that's good enough? The guy molests hundreds of children, destroys their lives.
Okay, let's say execute him, right? But like not publicly, not in a town square with a firing squad, because that goes outside him.
And this affects the network
society.
around him.
I love how this dude
remains the same.
Okay, listen.
In the beginning, he was saying, "Well, it's what the law says. Well, it's what the law says," and now suddenly, it's not about what the law says.
Crazy, right?
You're pro public execution. I think that's crazy. But...
No. You know you're conflating.
That's what you said.
I said in one specific example for the Epstein people. That's it. For
so
people who are
that's still
convicted.
being pro public execution.
So, yeah, feel that strongly. Why are you putting off investigating it? You're an.
I'm not putting off investigating it.
Yes, you are.
Who said that?
You're waiting for You're going to read 3 million documents. What are you going to talk about in 20 years?
It's being investigated by people who are more qualified right now.
So talk about the report here.
Okay. I'll make a video.
But I'm just saying, if you care about the kids, why are you talking about gay couples getting married and you're not talking about Epstein?
That was a specific response to something that he made a video calling me out.
Have you read any documents from
Epstein files? If you got to let me finish one point.
Go ahead.
So he made a video calling me out for helping James Charles get free, right? Because there were a dozen allegations that I shared, and then at the tail end of that, there were 2 that were false that I shared and deleted within minutes of them being posted, right? One kid that shared it as a joke, and another kid that just wanted attention. And certain people, especially Adam included, have been using those 2 allegations to exonerate James Charles, undermine all the 12 that came before, right? So that was my point, that we have to have a conversation because people are exonerating people based on 2 outlier situations. They're exonerating people like James Charles. That was the point with why I was making that video and why I was talking about it. Out of context, sure, it could look the way that you're talking.
It's like
that was the initial
point. It's called mask off, but I feel like you're keeping your mask on.
I'm pretty masked.
It's like with Michael Jackson, right? Like the actual case that came forward, they were able to do a lot of publicity to poke a lot of holes in it, right? But like, Michael himself admitted to sleeping in a bed with children. That's already inappropriate.
Yeah. Just a little.
You know, like why are you sleeping in bed with children? I already have a problem with that.
Sus.
Like, that's not shit we can just excuse.
Seals are only a bonus resource, that's fine.
It's off right now.
So you're posting a lot of videos.
Am I?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's 2 a day, 3, 4. Nothing about the Epstein files. You have a lot of smoke for the Super Bowl halftime show. How's that more important than the Epstein files? I mean, dude, look at all these videos you made. You haven't even mentioned one, but you.
I mean, I was making a video a month for a while, and these are all old videos.
Okay, well, this is a trending story. You've been.
Yeah. So for
the last month, you've been posting videos extremely regularly.
I have another channel as well where I talk more about political.
I have
talk about Epstein files there.
Oh no.
I talk about a whole bunch of.
You talk about Epstein files there.
I may have mentioned it. I know that I had mentioned this before. I've mentioned this before in like debates and stuff when people ask me. This isn't a new position about, you know, the what to do with people who are convicted. I didn't just come up with this in the moment. I've been talking about this.
Donald Trump was mentioned 38,000 times in the Epstein
Yeah, if he's
file.
convicted, he should face the same sentence as everybody else.
Execution.
No politician is above the law. Period.
Apparently they are.
Debating, that's fine. Fact check. Bad Bunny, Super Bowl.
What is he? What about the monkey video? Let's get his opinion on that.
Picture of Gorilla Obama. Do you think this was racist, by the way?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. The meme in and of itself is like bizarre.
You think Trump's racist?
I think it was a mistake. Honestly, I think that
oh my God.
whoever's on his team should get fired
If he posted it himself, then he should watch the clips before he posts it, because I think that's a mistake that the president can't be doing.
So you've posted a lot of videos in the past 3-4 weeks.
Yeah, a lot of them are debates. A lot of them are.
A lot aren't. I just think that if you cared about,
I'm glad he asked him if he thought the video was racist.
Epstein.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His response was fine, but
I'm not dodging
still,
the issue. We're talking about it right now.
What do you expect?
Well, we're not having a substantive conversation about it.
Okay, so let's make it more substantive.
Well, you haven't looked into it at all.
I've been watching. I was watching a video coverage of I think the guy covered like it was a 50-minute video. He covered like half of it. He's doing like a 3-part series. So
do you see that the message from Elon Musk that says, "When's the wildest party on your island?"
So, that was in an email?
Yeah. Elon Musk sent that to Epstein. He says, I want to come to the wildest night on your island. What night should I come?
I mean, that's crazy.
It is.
Yeah. That's the
public
the
execution.
Amount of people who are involved in it.
Redistribute his
every
wealth.
American should be concerned about, and we have to hold everybody accountable. That's my
no
whole point
public
with it.
execution.
I don't have like a taste. I don't say that lightly, by the way. I know it sounded like I was saying it lightly, but I think every single politician, every single person who was involved with this guy should be held to account. Period.
I think just
I agree.
Like,
in the media you're putting out, you should be. I just think you should look into that more.
I will.
Yeah,
and I appreciate you bringing that up like that.
Yeah.
Because this is something that seriously.
So you say you don't hate gay people, but I don't understand why in all your thumbnails you say gay.
Okay,
now called me gay. Why?
Giving this a little speed.
Speed?
Yeah.
Funny.
What's funny
being
about
stupid. I mean,
what's funny?
Just
we all went to middle school together. It's like a middle school type
Are you
thing.
in middle school?
No, obviously not. But it's you know, it's a little like dumb little thing. There really isn't much to think about.
I mean, it's homophobic, isn't it?
Calling somebody gay is homophobic?
Yeah, because you're using it as an insult. You're definitely not using it as a compliment, right? You're not saying this guy's gay and that's awesome about it.
I mean, people say, "Oh, that's gay" all the time. No.
Not in my circle. I know who you hang out with.
I've had.
That's fucking gay.
So here's my question.
Hold on, this is being used as an insult.
So here's my question.
I'm not gay.
Well, no, here's my question then too, because this cuts both ways. This cuts both ways, right? There's that whole meme that people on the left love to say, like, "Oh, the RNC convention is in town. Grindr just crashed," right? So it's used both ways.
How can you?
Homosexuality is used as an insult both ways, even from the left. So
my crash.
You don't say that at all.
Call people gay?
You never called somebody
in middle
school that they were like gay.
In middle school, I'm 40.
But I'm talking about adults, like a lot of people.
In middle school, I'm 40.
Just pause it.
You criticize Trump for showing the gorilla meme, which is juvenile. But if you're making middle school jokes, shouldn't that disqualify you from running for Congress and people taking you seriously?
Is the president disqualified now because he made a mistake then?
Well, I think
he fucking should be.
Long before he became.
Yeah, but he's still president. I think that you can.
Yeah, but he's been elected. You haven't.
You can have juvenile humor. It's totally fine to have a juvenile sense of humor. It's totally okay to have a juvenile sense of humor and still be able to do your job.
Yeah, but you're doing it at the cost of a marginalized group of people.
Well, who have I harmed with that?
Gay people. You're stigmatizing
the
idea.
Stigmatizing?
Yeah, you're using gay as an insult. Are you really that dense?
Gay people do that as well. The left does that as
You're
well.
not gay.
Point it out.
Are you gay?
No, I'm not gay.
Okay, so do you think that anyone should be able to say the N-word?
People make jokes about straight people all the time.
Should you be able to call people the N-word?
I prefer to not say it, but people can say whatever they want. Freedom of speech.
I didn't say you can't say whatever you want. Should you be allowed to use the N-word?
You know, I think if we get to a point where that word is so meaningless that anyone can say it, would probably be good.
The N-word?
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm not dying to say it or anything like that. You know what I mean?
Probably not.
But if that word lost all its power,
that's a good thing. Yes. It just feels. I don't understand. It just feels like a dirty word. I don't get how people can use it knowing.
Like. There's certain things like
the history.
I just don't like, and the other one. I don't even like hearing it.
Which is?
Just, that's one of them.
Oh, the N-word.
Yeah, I don't even want to hear it. That's the only thing I'm gonna give my Protestant morality on, where I'm like, don't say that.
I'm pretty normalized to hear it because most of the music that I listen to is Black American music.
Mm.
So it's I'm fairly conditioned to just sort of ignore it almost, because it's so regularly used, but like in normal life, it's just like, especially in Australia, when it comes out, I'm just like,
happen.
Why the fuck are you using this word?
When so many PewDiePies.
Yeah, it's just like, why are you using this word in Australia? We have our own racial slurs.
Yeah.
Like, it's just more of this bullshit that I keep pointing out, which is that the people who are currently trying to convince everyone in this country that we need the White Australia policy back are the same people who do nothing but derive their politics directly from United States fascists. Rhetoric, action, words, everything. They've even started calling it the Uniparty. And I'm like, shut up! It's not a Uniparty. It's a fucking multi-party democracy. There are literally 7 different parties in Parliament. Labour and Liberals have to work with other people all the time to get shit pushed through. And these idiots want to try and convince me that there are no other parties, that it's just Labour and Liberals. Nationals don't exist. And then they're like, oh, you need to vote a third way. One nation. Okay. That's not weird or not, or anything. Yeah.
Well, it's like that one, Friendly Jordy's video where instantly I was able to figure out and be like, oh, so he's actually saying that the Greens being there improved this policy. Like,
yeah, pretty much.
They literally made the policy better. But the thing is that when people talk about uniparty, it's an authoritarian thing. So anything that's a compromise is like too far away from the values that they have.
Yeah.
So consensus isn't something that they want.
No, it's not. I mean, you can just look at this video that we made. Right, and most people aren't aware of how policies of each party intertwine. Like, just to sort of reinforce this, right? Like, we have more than 2. This is an entire video I made going over all of the parties in the election, right? So, this party is a funny one, because this is the party that Drew spoke to us about, the Australian Citizens Party, and is essentially just a surrogate for the Chinese government. But, like, you can just see here, I'll just scroll through it. I did put them up. Animal justice. Like, there's so many niche little things, like Family First. That's their Christian fash thing. This is the Fusion Party. You know, like, there's so many different parties that you can vote for little niche options if you want. Like, and your vote actually matters. Like, you can get third parties, like, alternate parties into the government by minority vote. Like, this is a real thing that happens. And it's like, I should rewatch One Nation part and see what I say about it. Oh, I did do.
Like Trump just announced a pay-to-win visa.
Well, look, even better. There's a whole thing here that I put. Look at how good this video is that I put together. I even put time codes for the parties. So, like, here, Citizens Party, Australian Animal Justice, Family First, Fusion Heart, Catter's Australia Party, Legalise Cannabis, Libertarians, One Nation, Shooter Fishers Farmers, Socialist Alliance, Sustainable Australia, Trumpet for Patriots, major parties, which are
Labour, Liberals, Nationals, and the Greens. I'm not going.
Hey, that was pretty good. Did I edit those pictures on there, or was that you, John?
Me.
It was you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I'm like, I can't do that. But, like, there. Like, the major parties, there's 4 of them. Labour, Liberals, right? Progressive, centre left, centre right. You've got the Nationals, which are the like a rural party, and then the Greens are like the inner city libs. So like there's that, and then the Senate as well, and then I also did the whole this is how voting works in this video. So like, yeah, I think this video is pretty alright for like explaining base policies of all the parties and how Australia government works and all voting, more or less. It was very interesting to learn the policies of the smaller parties and how little they have, like, good energy policies. Most of the policies are dog shit. They're, like, half thought and written like it's written by AI. It's crazy. And then, of all the parties to have a really good energy policy, the Animal Justice Party has actually given thought to their energy policy, and by the looks of it, the majority of their policies. So people will be like, oh, well, I don't like the Animal Justice Party because they're like the militant vegans. But it's like, if you're looking for energy policy, then the energy policy of the Animals Australia Party a pretty fucking good option. The Fusion Party is another one that has really, really good energy policies. But again, nobody knows who the fuck this party is. So, like, how are we supposed to advocate for democracy and voting for the people and conscious voting when people don't even know the policies of the fucking parties that they're voting for? And on top of that, if you like a party, they might not have a candidate in your area. Great. Guess I'll vote for One Nation. Just because they shotgun blast their candidates across the country. Like, fucking hell. Are you still dead?
I didn't realize it dropped me. No.
Oh, I got it.
Nobody get mad.
Visuals are freaking out.
Obviously, that's outside of the realm of reality. People are
because
going
you're
to
doing
get
the same
mad.
thing. You're saying, well, gay people say it, so why can't I say it? You say gay people use it as an
That's
insult.
not. I didn't make that equivalence. I said that.
Crash.
I said that it happens on the left as well. I'm showing how it happens on both sides.
I don't believe so. I don't believe it does.
The Grinder meme of saying the RNC crashed the Grinder yesterday, Amfest crashed Grinder yesterday. That literally all over the internet.
Hey, bro.
And by the way, whenever
conservative who smoke like meth and
I'm getting confused between him and
but here's the thing.
Joey.
I've been doing
face?
Debates at colleges
because they're both fuckheads who ran for
whenever somebody on the left
politics.
or like somebody who's a little woke comes up, they immediately go to calling me gay. So it's always like that.
So you're saying it's okay for everybody to use a marginalized group as
Stop being gay.
So where does that stop? Should everyone say the N-word? Because black people say the N-word.
See, I crashed too, actually.
People have freedom of speech to say whatever they want.
That's not what I'm saying, of course. I'm saying, of course, people can say whatever they want.
Yeah.
So if people are allowed to call everyone gay, they should also be allowed to.
Maybe the
be
mods
allowed
freaked
to
out.
use slurs against any group.
Because
this is like.
Well, I've been having those.
You're also using a word that historically means something.
Yeah, I was just getting him as well.
Should you be able to reappropriated by the black community?
Should you be able to call a Jewish people like Jew, just be like you're a Jew, like as an insult?
As an insult? Do you take being called a Jew as an insult?
Do you not think it's impossible to use that word as an insult?
I mean, do you take it as an insult? That's my question.
Obviously, it depends on the context, right?
Okay, you probably know that better than I do. So I'm not going to argue with it, whatever your opinion.
I mean, this is like I can't remember what it was.
So
Pause it.
So if people are just.
So this is kind of like when I can't remember what movie it is, but there's a scene in a movie where they're like, "I'll promise you won't get offended," and they're like, "I can't promise that I won't get offended. Like, that's literally impossible to do. Like, I don't know what you're about to say. I could take offense to it." It's the same thing. It's so subjective and dependent on the person. Like, I'm sure that, like, in the gay community, they're calling themselves faggots all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But if someone walks up, they don't know, and was like, "You're a bunch of faggots," I guarantee they're going to take offense. Like, this is just... Like, it's objectively moronic to assert that someone can't be offended. Like...
I'd probably say takes one to know one, and then call them a faggot.
And honestly, the funniest part is probably the most accurate way that you could say that. Like, who better to suss out if someone's gay than a gay guy?
Exactly.
Surely it's easier. Certain tells, maybe. Body language, I'm not sure. I'm not gay. But, like, I don't know. It's just... It just seems so short-sighted to just be like, "Oh, you can't use a descriptor as an insult." When, like, isn't every insult technically a description? Like, it's just so silly to assert that someone can't be offended by something because you don't think it's offensive.
He big runner today.
That's fine.
Because he didn't come out to play.
He
only just
and he's
jumped
not a
out.
Jew?
Yeah, or well, I mean, Jews. If you're a Jew, still bad.
They're appealing. You mean that
change gay with Jew? Change gay with Jew. Is that okay?
Honestly, it wouldn't be as funny.
Why? What's funny about gay people?
It's just it's not that there's something funny about gay people. It's just there's something funny about just doing that on a thumbnail because it causes this kind of overreaction. It causes this kind of tone policing.
I'm not policing your.
You're 100% tone policing.
All his thumbnails literally just say gay.
No, that is. You have a problem with me just putting an arrow. You have a problem with me putting an arrow and having the word gay next to somebody. You're clearly offended by that.
Yeah, as I think people should be.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
just calling somebody gay should be offensive?
If you're using it as an insult, as you're using it as a
yeah, you're literally using it as a pejorative to try and diminish them.
You clearly do, because you're using it as an insult. If you call me gay, you're like, "Yo, this guy's gay." What do you mean?
It's just you were in middle school.
So you don't believe in words?
I do believe that's an extreme example.
This is so funny. He's literally doing the meaning of words.
The mask is still on, eh?
Is it on? We're talking, like having a pretty open conversation.
The mask is on, my friend.
Is it?
Why would I want someone doing middle school jokes about gay people in Congress?
In what sense? I mean, people talk about a lot of stuff.
Don't you think someone who represents their people in Congress should be mature and take things seriously?
Do you reasonably believe that
everybody... Do you think gay people are marginalized?
Can I ask you a question? Now you're changing subjects. Do you reasonably believe that people in Congress don't have a sense of humor, that they don't make jokes, like edgy jokes behind the scenes or anything like that?
Is that what I said?
No, I'm asking a question.
Objectively, politicians are not funny.
I don't think anymore, no.
Trump is only funny because his actions are stupid.
Well, gay marriage just became legal pretty recently.
Yeah, but they were already pretty much fine compared to the 90s where they were getting
Jasmine Crockett is funny.
Are black people being marginalized in America today?
There's always exceptions.
So we can call them N-word?
If you want to, that's your freedom. I choose to not do that.
Okay. Why? What's the difference between gay and N-word?
You keep bringing back the N-word, Ethan.
Well, I'm using an extreme example to try to showcase your hypocrisy.
Well, how are you showcasing it? I told you that I choose to not use it. People have the freedom.
Why?
Even before.
Why don't you use the N-word?
Because historically it means something different.
Okay. So say
historically you could call somebody gay today and it still reads the same as in
you don't think
years ago when we were growing up.
That gay was used as a
that's objectively not true.
You got it.
Where's the thing? The lever. Oh, here.
Until the 1960s, gay meant happy.
It's going down. I feel it like slowly going down.
We have a button in back.
You do?
Just saying.
Yeah, to bring your Riz down. Yeah, but the Riz is down already.
The mask
is on. The mask is on.
All right, Ethan.
Well, let's move on. Who cares about gay people, right?
Well, that you said that. I didn't.
Well, you're a Brazilian, right?
Am I?
What do you mean, am I? Mask on or off?
It depends. I don't have like the usual like story.
Is your heritage from Brazil? Were you raised?
Yes, I was raised in Brazil. So you want me to just say? I'll just explain the story. That way it makes sense.
No, I just want to say like what do you call like a Brazilian?
You have built great cities of stone and seen early empires rise and fall.
So?
Soon you will stand under the towering pinnacles of
you do realize that I've done like roast battles. I know I get roasted for roast battles as them being bad. I've done plenty of roast battles, and people say, "Oh, you're like a..."
will be written.
Roast?
Just as the young apprentice learns to carry a sword, so shall you grow to understand your place in this world. Coupe the Navigator. You named the land.
This is like the worst part about
now you are called upon to
the
settle
sudden
new
hostility
lands.
towards Ethan
Protect
is because
and honor the land and sea,
it's made him do less of these funny ass interview debates with people.
The world's natural beauty for all the ages after.
Like nobody I've seen interview Pearl is as funny as Ethan's interview with her.
With Pearl, yeah. Like these
also,
interviews are.
You know who I found out her ex actually
great.
was? Do you know the Angry Reacts guys?
My game crashed again.
Do you know that guy?
No.
Angry
I'm gonna
Reacts.
restart my computer.
That doesn't like the Dragon Ball Z mods. Let me see if this is true. Pearl. Oh my god, he's got a video. Bruh. He's got a video about dating her. I was like, wait, her ex is a public figure. I didn't know he was a public figure. So I just looked it up to see if he's talked about it. And here he is on No Jumper.
Tell everybody, because everybody always say like, oh, she had to be a certain way when y'all was together. But at the time that I was with her, like, as far as what I'm seeing on social media about her, like, it was never none of this. It was never no weird shit like this, bro. Like, she was cool. If I'm being honest, she like the best girlfriend I ever had, bro. Really? Like, she helped me a lot. She helped me a lot, bro. Like she helped me get in the gym more, start prioritizing my health. Like she gave me a place to stay. She helped me move in. She helped me manage my money. Like even her parents was like helping me and shit. So it's like, as far as who she is today and what the she got going on, I don't know, bro. I think London changed her.
Yeah.
She became a whole different person when she went out there.
I think that the incentives of the internet really changed her, because like that dating conversation thing was like a real thing in like 2020, 2021. And then it kind of turns into more like, oh, people want to talk about red pill shit.
Yeah.
Andrew Tate's blowing up. So she starts going more and more into that. And I don't even know what the f she's doing now, honestly, but it just kind of like gotten more and more extreme. But she's felt that pressure to change her content up over and over to like appeal to an audience, when from my perspective, she is not a thought leader. She's not like a brilliant mind. She's just kind of like watching what's going on in the space, and she's able to kind of like provide her version of it.
This is what I tell.
Something's causing me to crash as well. I blame Dragon Ball Z. Because, like, what else was added besides Dragon Ball Z?
Well, there was the error that I got was some access error. It's probably just a temporary thing.
I was crashing last time. I just didn't click them, so it didn't quit the game. If it crashes again, I'll tell you what it says.
Okay.
A Brazilian rapist. Oh, you look like a Brazilian, blah, blah, blah. Like, there are a lot of stereotypes around Latinos and Brazilians, so I don't really care.
You don't?
Yeah, because I'm not
Brazilians aren't marginalized.
I don't even know how you would qualify marginalized. I mean, we were just talking about how, you know.
You know who's gay?
Who's gay?
If you're calling everyone gay, I'm going to do a little at home. Okay?
Oh, you're going to do
this at home warning.
Okay. At home warning.
This guy's gay.
Oh my God, no, dude. Oh, that's so embarrassing.
No, but no, it is kind of.
No,
like,
it is very embarrassing.
This guy's gay.
And that's gay. That guy's gay.
So who's gay?
What? I missed that.
Sorry, it's a soundbite. He said, who's gay?
Who's gay? He's gay.
But like, weren't you kind of pretending to be someone else here?
Yeah, I was playing a character.
You were?
Yeah.
So how do I know you're not playing a character now?
I'm not. I'm being myself.
How do I know? Because you came to our show.
Because I did.
This was a very.
I did an interview with the New Yorker, New York Magazine. No, this was in 2020, and I explained all of it before it even popped off. They like asked me. There's a 2-hour podcast where I explained that this was a satirical character, and for a while people refused to accept it as satire.
I think you think that, but you came to the office.
I think that.
Well, so you say. I think what you meant is you're just being silly and making jokes. This guy came to the office. This guy presented himself this way for years to make money.
I wasn't wearing the cat ears, or
you were always in the cat ears.
It's a bit quiet.
Yeah, not here, but that was the thing. So I mean, like, why should I believe that you're this guy and you're not just grifting?
Because there was.
In fact, I would rather believe you're grifting than that you're actually like this.
So if I am grifting, I'm not making anything. You can go back to my videos. I'm like the worst grifter in the world because I'm literally not getting any views, and it's been like this for the last 3.5 years since I've been, kind of becoming more comfortable expressing my political, point of view and my cultural point of view and my faith online. I make basically no money online. I get almost no views. I'm as irrelevant as it is
now.
No, this has been for the last 3 years consistently.
Well, your Kitty Boy fell off, and that's when.
No, it actually, I started breaking with that before he fell off.
So maybe you just didn't do the interview yet. But like, if you have a history of pretending to be someone else.
No, I was playing a character, and I there's a history of me saying this is satire, and people refusing to accept. There was also an aspect.
It's a little cynical to pretend to be like this.
To pretend to be that? I mean, I wasn't like. It's not like
Do you think
your
audience knew you were pretending?
I think once they found out, they were actually part of the reason why it's called Mask Off. People used to write in my comments, "Oh, the mask dropped. He can't lie anymore," and because they realized that I wasn't that person. And when that happened, there was a break, right? It's part of the reason why I lost so much of my audience because people were like, "Oh, you're not the same person."
You did that after your fall off. You did the transition after.
So the fall off really happened June. It started increasing like July 2022. I started breaking with that. I think it was like January or December 21, January 22. So when I came here, I was already at odds with it. And I was already starting to move away. In fact, I did a debate where I debated Papa Gut about the comedy around it. And that debate actually, it was a pretty bad debate for me because I didn't come out looking good, honestly, but I uploaded it anyway because I was like, you know what? Like, if there's a misunderstanding about what I'm doing and it being comedy or not, I just have to tear it out like a Band-Aid. I have to like let people see that it's at odds with who I am. And I have to just start peeling back and pulling into who I am.
Was lying about your age part of the act? Because you told people you were in your 20s,
but that's also that whole story.
40.
I didn't tell you my age. No, I'm turning 41. Yeah, I'm 85. So.
Me too.
Oh yeah. You want to shake my hand? Come on, dude.
I'll bag you up for 85.
Yeah. Well, you worried my hand? You're like, look at you.
No, I was just kidding.
Okay.
I was just doing a little hesitation for a joke.
We'll see that on Twitter later for sure.
We'll see that on Twitter. Okay. Anyway.
I think I just got gay.
You just got gay. Oh, I'm sorry. I gave Ethan the gay.
Yeah, but people were pretty surprised when they found out you were not in your 20s.
So this is the thing that started out as a rumor, and I think it was Tommy. What's the whole thing? Tommy.
Tom?
No, it was Tommy SFDP or whatever his thing is.
Tommy NC, is it?
Tommy NC. He found this page. I think it was like a famous birthdays page, and it had my age as like something different. And he found a video of me from like 2012 or 13, and it said that I was talking about something different relating to my age, right? And he put that together and he said, "Oh, he's lying about his age." There isn't a public statement that I've made about my age outside of that page.
This guy right here.
That page. So the story around that page.
Yeah.
So initially, when I was reached out by Famous Birthdays, I sent them my actual birthday, 85.
Yeah.
And then I had somebody advise me. I was going out for commercial auditions. I wasn't a YouTuber yet. I had like no following. And they were like, "Hey, you're going out for commercial auditions. It could help you to get cast for younger roles if you present your age differently online, right?" And that was it. I didn't actually even see any sort of benefit.
I think you're 37 in this picture, right?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. That's gay.
So we have just to recap, a dude who's perhaps gay, perhaps pretending to be gay, lying about his age to appear younger.
No, you're misframing it. You're misframing it.
A little,
no, I never actually
flag on field.
I never actually stated my age. I never actually lied about it. That's the whole thing. It was just online at advice from this.
People trolling me about my age have no idea they literally freed me for something I didn't want in the first place.
Exactly.
So but you knew that there was understanding that you were younger.
Yeah, I knew that the Famous Birthdays page had a different age.
Like many people in Hollywood on the advice of management.
Yeah.
So you were pretending to be 22, but you were 37.
No, this is when I first set it up. I think that by the time that I posted this, I was probably like, it probably said 26 or something. This was before I had a following.
26, but you were 37.
I don't know. The timeline is like funny. So I don't know. I don't even know what year that was tweeted because there's no year. And I've been banned on Twitter for so long. Who knows?
Wish he was banned elsewhere.
Let's see how quickly this crash report comes up. Sean Bean, got anything to say?
Sean Bean's not talking. It's crashed. Ramesses.
He said Ramesses?
He said Ramesses.
Money? Okay, Sean Bean doesn't want to talk.
And by the way, it should be stated, like, there's no advantage outside of, like, just me trying to get work as a younger actor. I look younger than I do, even now. I'm in my 40s, but I consistently get told that
Just to clarify, I said I didn't want my age published. Taylor pressured me to give her an age. I asked if it could be published as 20-something.
And
you know what's, I was pointing out an irony? That Taylor is such a fucking phony baloney. She's the one that lies about her age. She's old as hell.
Yeah.
She's old and lonely. But I think it's ironic that that she's the one pressuring you, but you did ask her to say you're 20-something.
Well, I specifically told her, and I actually released a recording around that time that showed our conversation, and she is asking me about my age, and I say, look, I just don't want to publish. I don't know how it's relevant to this story. I've been advised by my management to just not have my age out there, and she said, okay, can I publish it as 20-something? I say, you do whatever you want. So, and it's actually a recording that I put out at the time.
But you are giving the impression you're younger on advice of your management.
Yeah.
And also, you're obsessed with gay people.
Oh my God, dude. Now this is kind of a dishonest misframing here that you're doing.
I'm being a little bit.
You're being.
I am.
It's very dishonest.
No, I am. Granted, I don't actually think you're a pedophile, right? I'm just making a point. That people could see it that way.
Wow. Okay.
Well, I just said I don't think you're. And I admit I'm being dishonest.
Like you're just like jumping straight to conclusions.
Hold on. I mean, I'm being dishonest, and I don't think you're pedophile. I'm just making a point.
There's two different things. I don't hate gay people, and number two, I did that on advice so I could get more work. That's literally what people do. I mean, there's so many. You look up how many celebrities have lower.
Yeah, it's not the save.
Yeah, I've tried different turns to see if it would load.
What's it say?
Well, I'll Google this to see what it says. Because it's still running. Copy to clipboard.
Mine seems to be working. But apparently all those... I guess it reloaded and took away all those tribal villages. Oh no, they're right here. It's just not showing. The lens isn't working. You know what, fuck it, I'm gonna use my soldiers to actually do something. I'm pretty sure there's barbs up here. The game's still running though?
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that we're both. Crashing. It was giving you the same permission crash, right?
Well, what's yours say?
Unhandled exemption code, exemption access violation. Is that what yours says?
It was something access. Mine's fine now. Restart your computer.
Well, how do I flip it so I can choose if it's on direct X or not? You know, how do I change it from 11 to 12?
The wheel.
Yeah, I'm in the wheel.
Okay, go to the first page. Go to bottom one.
Properties?
Yep.
Okay.
Right there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We'll try this. See what happens.
Their age, so they can get work. I mean, it's just normal.
You were doing like Kitty Bop, like drama blogging.
I was doing Kitty Bop drama blogging?
Not Kitty Bop, but you were appealing to a younger audience. You know,
I don't know.
How come you always wore a UCLA shirt? I genuinely thought you were in college. Because you were always in a UCLA shirt.
Yeah, so the whole like look around the character, and if you want to pull it up, I can explain it. There's a whole idea around it. I don't know if you want to pull it up. Or
I could have someone send me a photo. You could explain, though. We all kind of... Here, let me... yeah, I have a photo. I'll pull it.
I'll just explain the whole thing. It was a character. I mean, I explained...
Did your audience know that?
They did. I would reference it numerous times. I literally did an interview with New York Magazine before the character even like blew up. Or was
I think a lot of our audience used to watch you. Let's do a poll. Did you guys know that...
that I was a character?
Yeah.
That I was playing a character?
That he was...
I mean, and look, that's totally
15
reasonable.
years older than what he said he was?
Oh my God, dude.
And is that not correct?
It wasn't 15 years younger.
What was it? 14?
I think it was like maybe 10 years.
No.
And it's totally irrelevant to the work. I mean...
Well, she probably said you were 22 or something like that.
No, she said 20-something.
So anyway, this man is 37 at the time.
Oh
and you still, it is, it's true.
I know, it's just the way you frame it. It's just so...
You're sitting in a Minecraft house.
I don't want to call you bad faith, but it's a you're like teetering on a little bit bad faith.
You know what? I'm in full disclosure. I know that.
Okay.
I'm being bad faith. So I don't want you to feel like I'm actually trying to characterize you in a way that I don't believe you are. I'm just trying to make a point.
I get it.
But you're in a Minecraft house. You got the kitty ears on.
You're wearing the UCLA shirt. The whole thing around it? So I was shooting these. I had this kitchen area in the back of this small apartment that I lived in West Hollywood at the time, and I didn't have a proper area
West
to film.
Hollywood,
so I set up a green screen very much like you guys did here. And part of the thought process was like, okay, a lot of people have their bedrooms behind them. I don't have a bedroom to showcase, so I just looked up the first bedroom picture. One of these was like a Minecraft image, and I thought,
do you play Minecraft?
No, I don't. No. And I thought, okay, well, that could be funny because a lot of people do play Minecraft, so that could be funny. The kitty ears, there were actually other headphones, and you can go back in my older videos. I had different kitty ears. That all started because there was one day I just had regular headphones, and one day they broke. My ex-girlfriend, she had left her headphones at my place, and they were like these stupid little headphones. Were like they were actually like bear ears, and the audience reacted, thinking it was funny. So I was like, okay, I adopted that, and then I started adopting like the whole like cat in a Minecraft house thing because it tied together.
Okay, go
and
ahead.
then the glasses were more like a reference to The Simpsons, of like, you know when Homer Simpson grabs like the glasses out of the toilet and all of a sudden he thinks he's like this genius. So that was a reference to that because I'm saying these like sarcastic and just dumb things.
Why are you always in UCLA shirts?
Because I'm actually a fan of UCLA.
I genuinely thought you were in college.
But then just to tie that back in, the college, I didn't wear college stuff all the time. It was a sweater that was left in the old place I lived in. It was a UCLA sweater. And one day I saw the whole thing. I was like, oh, this is great. I'll look like a pseudo-intellectual. And that's
a college student? You think college students are a pseudo-intellectual? I feel
there are a lot of them. There are a lot of them that. Oh my God!
Just in case, for old time's sake, we have a pair.
You're gonna pimp me into doing this?
You want to put them on?
Oh my God!
You don't have to. But yeah, let's see.
Do you want me to do it?
I'd love that.
You love it?
Let's see it.
Oh my God!
Let's see what happens.
Hey,
maybe you like turn into a Power Ranger or something.
Oh, geez, that's so gay. Plus, you got the pink ones.
Yeah, I know you used to do blue matching, but
yeah. This would be so funny if like once I get elected into Congress, like you'll have this.
Out. Like it was all an act. I am actually Deaf Noodles.
No, it's not gonna happen. But it's just funny to imagine if Trump had something like this.
Yeah, I mean he's raped people. That's way worse.
I was talking about something silly like this.
I know. Imagine if he actually. No, but imagine if
I'm talking about.
He's actually a convicted rapist.
I mean, so Joe. I mean, Joe Biden also technically molested his daughter too, right?
Brother in
no,
Christ.
but all these guys are pretty awful. I was talking about something light, and now we're talking about rape again.
Well, you were like, wouldn't that be cringe? And I was like, well, he already convicted rapists.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, you want to put it on? See what happens?
Does the chat want me to do it? If the chat wants me to do it, I'll do it.
You know they're going to say yes. You want to pause?
Just
it's going to be a
for old time's sake.
Have the chat. Ask the chat
first.
Let's
ask chat.
Ask the chat.
The chat is already all spamming yes. They want
if the chat wants me to do it.
Do a poll. Let's give him a finite.
Okay.
It does feel, as someone who used to watch you, and
you in here?
I think a lot of people in our audience did.
Yeah,
this does feel like
I
someone who's
almost
trying
spit out an
extraordinarily
actual
hard
drink.
to appear much younger, like the hair, the glasses, the shirt.
Well,
the
I
ears,
actually explained this in that interview with New York Magazine.
So you were. It was part of the whole thing.
It was an act. It was a character.
Yeah.
And I even did a video where I killed a character.
You did?
Yeah.
How'd you kill him? Public?
No,
public execution.
Just shoot him like 12 times.
Unloaded a whole clip.
Yeah.
Is that how you feel about it?
The character?
Yeah.
He's dead.
You hate it? All right, so by the way, here's the poll, just to give you the the people they demand it. The chat is 86%. Oh wait, no, this is the wrong poll. Did you know Depp was playing a character and lied about his age? 86%.
Oh my God, lied about his age?
Or maybe that's a little bit loaded. That's a bit loaded. It shouldn't say lied. It should say misled.
I didn't even lead. It was just, I never even talked publicly about my age. I didn't make it a thing where I was like, hey guys, I didn't have a video. Hey guys, I'm this age.
You were right, but the outfit was influencing people, right, to believe you were younger. You were playing a character that was younger than you.
I was playing a character, and then there was just this page that had my age. It wasn't like I was saying, hey guys, I'm this young guy. No, and by the way, the age wasn't ever relevant to what I was doing. I was talking about influencer drama and all this stuff. I mean,
well, I mean that is kind of age relevant. Nobody wants to hear, and I'll speak for myself.
You think
nobody wants to see a 37-year-old man?
Or they watch you.
I know. I'm saying I'm a rare exception. They don't want to see it. Trust me.
They don't want to see it.
People don't want that shit.
They watch Trisha Paytas. Isn't she like also the same age?
Yeah, you're right.
Chat has spoken. 91% want you to wear the earphones.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I'll put it on for a second, chat. You guys convinced me.
Here's the ball.
Okay.
I'm hearing that they're saying if you do it, they will vote for you.
How many of you actually live in my district, though?
We have a lot of people in California.
You do?
Yeah.
In California. California's big.
I don't know if we could rock the vote, to be fair, but every vote helps, right?
Yeah. All right. You ready?
Let's go.
Okay.
He's back.
He's
great city.
I gotta make it bigger.
You got it bigger, yeah. You got it.
I'm not like.
You're a tall guy, big dome.
I have a big head.
Yeah.
Okay.
Soon you will stand under the towering pinnacles
He's got a bigger
of castles, alongside your gallant knights.
What's this about gallant knights? Sean?
You named the land of the long white cloud, and now you are called upon to settle new lands. Protect and
Mr.
honor
Bean?
the land and sea, just as your
I hear
Taurus
echo.
protect your people. The
You hear
Maori
echo?
will guard the world's natural beauty for all the ages after.
I opened OBS to check my levels, so I don't know if it was echoing. I don't know why that would.
I'm not sure. I hear it now.
Ready?
Here it is. Yeah. He's back.
That's gonna get clipped.
I mean, there's already tons of photos of you with the blue one.
Yeah.
But he's back.
Well, now they have one with me with a suit and the pink. Imagine if they use that as my opponent uses that.
I personally don't think you're even going to make it that deep that your opponent will need.
Oh, really?
I mean, do you?
I'm running to do it. Why would I not?
Well, because you're in like one of the bluest districts ever. Like Schiff won by a fair margin, and then the person who got second by a fair margin was also a Democrat.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about that because I think that's actually important to talk about. So, right now we don't have equal representation in the state, right? I mean,
that's just a representation of the populace.
No, 40% of the population is actually.
All right, did you load
Republican.
Gerrymandering?
It's about against gerrymandering.
Yeah.
No, actually, it passed pretty convincingly. Only about 20% or 20 or 30% of Republicans came out to vote. The rest was all like Democrats voting to gerrymander.
As long as I don't acknowledge.
So, hold on. Are you pro gerrymandering?
No, I'm totally against it.
Because all the Republican states were doing it, and California was actually the one that had to change its law.
Well, do you know why Texas did it?
Because they're scumbags and hate black people?
No. So it was Joe Biden sued them, and they actually never enforced the law because they did lose. They lost a lawsuit. They never enforced it. Harmeet Dillon got into office at the DOJ, and she sent a letter to the governor of Texas and said, if you guys don't do your redistricting, we're going to sue you guys. So it's Biden v. Galveston, Texas. That's the case that led to the redistricting of Texas.
To be fair, I've seen much worse. Not many.
Yeah.
But I mean, so you're in the minority. So
I am in the minority, and honestly,
especially in LA, in your district.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be an easy race by any stretch of the imagination. It really isn't.
It's going to be a tough
But
one.
but here's the thing, there are a lot of people that are Republicans or moderates, and they identify with conservative values, and they're just sitting on the sidelines, and they kind of just gave up voting.
So you think there's a sleeping electorate
100%.
waiting for someone like you?
In fact, the Republicans have actually been registering more people in the state than Democrats.
Says.
Right.
By like
Makes sense, 'cause
thousands of percent. Like I think end of last year, from the middle of last year to the end, Republicans registered about 50,000 people.
Why should they vote
and then
for you?
190 Democrats only registered 190. And by the way, the fastest rising party affiliation is actually no party affiliation. People are going NPPs from both sides.
So why should people vote for you?
Well, because I'm going to hold these politicians accountable.
You're not even looked into Epstein files.
What do you mean? I haven't made a video about it, but I'm informing myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
I mean, I've been following it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll make a video if that's the whole thing. If that's where you want to bury the thing, yeah, I'll make a video.
I think yeah, of course, right? I mean, so, but I mean, I just say that because that's like the ultimate example of holding politicians and the powerful.
I mean, there are several other ways. I mean, there's insider trading. That's one thing that both sides, both parties, that should be done away with, right? On the Republican side, Dan Crenshaw is for it. On the other side, you have Nancy Pelosi becoming a multi-millionaire with it, right? So that's one thing that has to stop.
I agree. That's crazy business. It's legal, actually.
That's good.
Which is the law, which means you should be okay with it. They have a special exemption that they can trade.
That's a little different in the sense that these are people who are being elected to serve, right?
So laws should be changed to fit your moral compass.
No. I mean, do you think it's moral for a politician to steal?
No, but I'm in favor of changing laws.
Okay, so you think then that the law? I know you're referring back to the whether gay parents should be able to adopt.
Adoptees, yeah.
So do you think that should be changed then?
Isn't it currently legal?
Yeah.
No, I think that's correct.
Okay.
I think gay people should be allowed to.
Yeah, but that's a different issue than the corruption issue.
What was your response to that?
As part of government, somebody who's in government, I would want to do away with corruption. That would actually be a higher priority for me
than Epstein.
Not than Epstein. You're putting words in my mouth. You're not letting me finish. Then let's say some law that you were just putting up as far as like gay people adopting.
Well, so I mean, corruption is legal technically, and the insider trading, like they're actually.
It's also legal for Gavin Newsom to fund himself through NGOs. He funded himself with $317 million. I think in 24.
If you don't like Gavin Newsom.
I don't think he's the best politician we have. Definitely not. He's one of the worst. I would say one of the most corrupt.
Like what?
Oh my God.
Like what would we actually call it? Like corruption has to be illegal. Like selling somebody's seat, like that one guy Ethan was insulting on Piers Morgan. You know,
like the gold guy.
Because like the corruption index is actually the corruption perception index because you can only just guess.
Yes.
So it's literally just like, this is how corrupt we think these people are. Like, thanks, worthless index. You know, like, there has to be a different word to be used.
Maybe.
Then
why
are
is
you
this
trying to
taking
look
so
like
long?
him?
Boom.
Checkmate.
Come on.
Checkmate, baby. Got him. From cat ears to Newsom hair.
That's good. You got me.
Busted. No, but isn't it a little on the nose, the look? Greasing the hair back and the pin and everything.
I've been doing this look before Gavin Newsom ever did it. When I was a kid. Well, maybe he's older than me.
You're dressing like that as a kid?
I was doing this haircut as a kid, yeah.
Flick it back?
Yeah.
Nice.
Pictures of me in middle school.
So you're a patriot. You love America. You're an American citizen. You want America to do well and be well. Like all of us.
Yeah, I want America first.
Do you love Germany?
Do I love Germany?
Why are you wearing an Iron Cross hat? That's
Oh, okay. Now that's a good discussion to have. So what does that symbol mean?
Yeah.
What does it mean originally?
Oh my God.
Well, I think all denotation of it is generally just associated with like German militarism, and even today it's associated with the German military.
Well, no, what is it? What's the original meaning of that symbol?
I think you can tell me, but I know the association is almost entirely German military.
No, that's actually a Christian Catholic symbol that was adopted, very much like the swastika was adopted by the Germans. That cross is a medieval cross that's existed for hundreds of years, and that cross also means it's just Christ on the cross embracing the world. That's why it's like that. It forms a circle. So that cross, you can go in LA today. There's a Maronite church in Hollywood that has that same cross embedded on the side of. I'm not a Maronite. I'm a Catholic, but a Catholic is a Maronite is a denomination.
Is that Catholic symbolism?
Yeah.
Catholics wear the cross?
It's a Christian symbol, yes.
Catholics
so that's what I'm explaining.
cross?
You can go, there's this Maronite church in Hollywood that you can see that on the pews. In fact, there's another church that I go to, St. Teresa in Alhambra. They have that where they're holding the holy water. They have that exact same cross. That's a, I can also bring up.
So it's a religious symbol?
It's a religious symbol, yes.
Okay.
That's why I wear it. And
Why not just wear a cross?
I have those tatted on my arms. So
what's going to happen next? You're going to start wearing a fucking Celtic cross?
I just love
dickhead.
Yeah, but there's a clear connotation to the iron cross.
I mean, you see what I have there? It's iron sharpens iron. On the side of the hat, it says Deus Volt. So it's.
Wouldn't you want to, especially if
you're running for office,
Jesus Christ?
So you're a Nazi.
That's not getting out of the. He's like, you see, it's not a Nazi hat because it has other Nazi things on it. Jesus Christ.
Unfucking real.
So we can start killing the Protestants.
No, Michael, that's not what this is about.
Mr. Kushner, all of this must have a cost.
He said it never happened. He said the Holocaust never happened.
Thank you, Jared Kushner.
Like insinuation of like Nazis or German militarism.
I mean, I think this is kind of a double standard because
I love Hitler.
Talks about the Quran. I can represent my philosophical
That's not
ideology.
the Bible. That's an iron cross. There's a
That's
lot of
a cross
baggage.
that represents
I'm with
Jesus.
the Nazis.
I mean, unfortunately,
How about that?
Unfortunately, it's been.
That's like saying you go up and talk about the Bible, which is different than going and wearing an iron cross that has a ton of baggage as a symbol, like a ton.
Unfortunately, it's been demonized as something that it's not. It was co-opted by an evil movement. It was co-opted.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm reclaiming it.
Pause
The same way
it.
that black people reclaim the N-word. I'm reclaiming my symbol.
So
that's a
Okay,
symbol.
I'm about to make an argument in favor of the Iron Cross.
I think the Iron Cross. That's the thing is, I thought the Iron Cross was fine. I was like, oh, it's just like a skate hat. It's an independent hat or a slave hat.
Yeah.
Right?
So the Iron Cross.
So then he said it says Deus Volt on the side, and iron sharpens iron.
That's
and
where it
when
becomes
I was like,
questionable.
whoa.
Because it's like,
okay. It's one of those things. It's like the Shahada, right? Like a Shahada by itself doesn't actually tell you anything.
No.
Like
it's like
it's
Jesus
part
is
of
king.
Establishing a general profile of somebody, but there's a wide variety of people. Like they're generally going to be, what we would call conservative and right wing. There's plenty of people in this country who have the same views as pretty much anyone with a Shahada. And then there's more extreme stuff like this,
But the Iron Cross was used in the German military long before the Nazis and has continued to be used.
Well, he also didn't cite it as a German military thing.
This is why it's weird.
He cited it as a different cross, which is not that cross.
No.
Like the world cross that he's talking about is the one that's more like the independent logo. It's more circular on the end, not straight.
Yeah.
So even his Christian explanation for this cross is not there.
My game crashed again.
Yeah, I'm gonna just go to the main menu and disable some mods.
Well,
like the Dragon Ball Z mods.
We're not going to be able to play that game anymore.
Yeah, well, we already can't.
I don't think it's the Dragon Ball ones. Because we both had... No, actually, you were the only one that had one. And we had it for a long time.
Yeah, I don't know what else we added. The icebreakers. So that's the thing. So, the main issue with a lot of mods is that, there's a classic example is, Bethesda loves to, LARP that they're really friendly to the mod community. But, So, like, when the Fallout TV show came out, they decided to release an update to Fallout, a game that had been out for, like, a decade, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it broke every mod.
Great.
Their update, right? And so that means that people basically have to downgrade their software because these mods aren't being updated. They're like, you know, like the people made them and they've moved on to like other things. They're not actively updating their mods.
Yeah.
And because of that, certain mods, and especially like you would think that if you're searching most downloaded, you'd be safer. But a lot of times that's when the game was at its peak, and those mods will also be
not working anymore.
Not working, and it will be that the game has a patch now that like breaks them for some reason. I can't even go to the main menu. It's not letting me. That's fucking stupid. I know. I fucking like that's the thing is like I would play more Fallout, but every time I try to get it working, like I can't get my mods working and shit ever since this fucking update. Like, and it's like hard to tell what's on the old version and what's been updated and if I can use it. It's very annoying. Because I'd play more Fallout on stream if that was the case. Because I like to build stuff in the settlements, you know, and like build up. I like to like act like I'm actually rebuilding the world. So like I'll do a lot of stuff that's around settlement building, like sim settlements. So they'll build them themselves, and then like I'll also like download different types of like base settlements and stuff, like fabricated stuff.
You're fabricated.
Yeah, so that's why like I like I just always download something that already is giving me a good base to then build off of.
Yeah.
But like there should be a fucking New Vegas remake coming out. It's inevitable.
Like just a visual remaster.
Yeah, they're probably gonna do. They're probably gonna do both at the same time, but then like release them a year apart. So like with the show, you know, because they're using the show to push their product. Mm-hmm. That's why they did the whole HD update on Fallout that broke all the mods in the first place, was because the show was out. And it was highly fucking annoying.
Well, I like the show.
I don't care. I just don't want it to break my fucking mod folder. Or like now I can't play Fallout. I haven't been able to play Fallout since the show started.
Yeah, fair enough. That's fucking annoying.
Because it takes so long to sort through everything. And it's like if XCOM 2 came out with something that broke all my mods, I would lose my fucking mind. Because like my XCOM is so fucking modded and like dialed in to be like exactly the load that I want.
It would be like Destiny taking all my fucking content I paid for.
No, it would be like if Destiny took everything away and then you couldn't get it working again. That's what it would be like.
Bungie would never. At least Bungie has that. Bungie would fucking never.
Well, that's because they're not gonna support a mod community because they want an online community.
That's also very true.
All right, I'm disabling.
They should allow visual mods because at the end of the day, visual mods don't fucking matter. And if you want to look a certain way, you should be able to. And if it only is for you,
if you want to look a certain way, you gotta cough up those V-Bucks.
I think it's called silver.
Oh, these are disabled mods that I'm enabling. Fuck!
Good one.
Faith, yeah. Okay. Jesus.
But there's other crosses. Why do we need to reclaim that one?
Because that cross is a specific medieval symbolic meaning of Christ embracing the world.
What's the cross mean?
Jesus died on the cross,
yeah.
and it's the cross embracing the world.
But what's the normal cross mean? Why do we need that one too?
Because that's the cross embracing the world. That's the medieval cross.
Is the normal cross embracing the world?
No, it's just it's a cross that represents a sacrifice. That cross represents something different, and that's a very, like I said, it's a very common cross.
You know that when people see that, they think of Nazis, though, right?
Unfortunately, yeah. So
I wouldn't.
But I'm reclaiming my. I mean, I'm not going to be scared of something that, like I said, you can go to a church in Hollywood today, and you will see that on the side of the pews.
You are both
it's not that extraordinary. It's a Christian cross.
No,
in fact, you can
Ethan is correct. When people see that, they associate it with Nazis.
The Iron Cross.
Like, it doesn't matter. Like if you go to fucking Asia, swastikas are fine too. But here, that is associated with fucking hate symbols because the KKK and shit also wore this type of shit.
The Iron Cross. Oh,
yes.
Okay, so
there's more
American
to it
context.
than just like, oh, it's a historic symbol. So is the fucking swastika. Nobody gives a shit.
Well, the German
swastika it's all about the context it's presented in. Like nobody really gets crazy about swastikas in like specific types of media. Like when like you're not gonna get pissed if you see it in a Bollywood movie.
Sure,
but when are you gonna see it in a Western movie unless it's about Nazis?
Okay, I was about to be very pedantic, but people wouldn't know the difference between a Sanskrit swastika and a hooked cross. Like they wouldn't know the difference. They would just see it and be like, oh, Nazi symbol. Even though the Buddhist one is reversed and on its axis, I believe.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
And that's what I was saying.
There's hundreds of swastikas. It doesn't matter.
And that's what I was saying.
The issue is that it's associated with hate groups. If hate groups weren't using the Iron Cross and the swastika today, then it wouldn't be an issue. There was a fucking, like, wasn't it Sweden who still had a swastika in their fucking shit until recently?
Yes, they did.
Japan's Imperial Navy still uses the fucking Japanese flag, and if you fly that Imperial flag, you're a fucking Nazi. It doesn't matter if one faction of the military still uses it.
Yeah.
And besides, that's not his argument anyway. Because it's a cross, I should be allowed to wear it. Which, so is the swastika. Put it on your head, bro. Go ahead. Specifically, the Nazi swastika is a fucking cross. Put it on your head.
I mean, it's called the hooked cross.
What's her name? I think Princess Catherine or Queen Catherine
that's why
in
I
Russia
said I was about to be
semantic
semantic and I stopped myself. Is because it doesn't matter because people aren't going to be able to tell the difference. Like when I was in Japan,
you should look up when the hooked cross was specifically first used.
Okay.
The term hooked cross, because it's even that is kind of a gray area. There's also this Mao Zedong one.
That's what I'm thinking it might be, is the leader mods. Because I've played multiple games, including games through, with the Dragon Ball Wonders, and they're fine. So I'm thinking it might be the leader.
We'll see. It might be something with my game. Like the error might be happening because my game is not running the permissions correctly. So after I turn everything off, that I know I can. Because I think it's not going to matter if you have things enabled. It's just not going to care as long as I don't have things that you have.
Yeah, the hooked cross seems to be a Nazi thing specifically.
No, it was a little bit before the Nazis when it was first used.
1920s.
Yeah. But that's what I've said is that he, like, people say that they say these really dumb pop.
Oh, you muted. I thought I.
Yeah, for once it actually muted without barely being touched.
Yeah, it didn't make a fucking sound.
But like people say things like Hitler stole this symbol from the Hindus. It was a good symbol before that. Hitler didn't steal it from anyone.
No, they made it.
Like these symbols were used in proto-Nazi movements. Like if we have like when we have like far conservative parties appearing today. Tricolor flame in Italy, right?
Everywhere.
So, and like in our like iconography, like really like it's hard to even like find a new symbol because like if you do something like a Crusader cross, that's looked at weird. If you do something that's like the KKK type cross, that's weird. Iron Cross is weird. Swastika, obviously, no. So that's why MAGA is like great, because it's just a phrase. It's not a symbol. It's just a red hat, right? And 4 letters. Right? Like
sure,
it's like that's like they can't incorporate any of these like older symbols that have evolved in the movement.
Yeah, it's kind of inherent to it.
And like so like ISIS is a great example too. Like a lot of groups were using the symbol that they used before them. And like the current thing where we talk about that you need to like take a second to make sure people's intent when you see ISIS flags or even ISIS patches on people. And like you'll see it a lot with Kurdish reporting. Anyone who is like the SNA, they'll wear that shahada, that's the ISIS shahada, and they'll say that that person's ISIS. It's like not necessarily. He might be cool with ISIS, he might think ISIS is fine, but he's not necessarily a member. You know? Like we can't just say people are part of ISIS when we don't actually know if they're part of ISIS.
Associated at most.
Yeah. But like that's why I always say like supporters and stuff like that. Like we talk to a Taliban supporter, he's not part of the Taliban.
Soldiers seen wearing ISIS affiliated symbols is probably a good way to describe it. Like SNA soldier seen with ISIS affiliated patches. It's
but
not
like,
asserting that he's affiliated, it's saying that the patch is.
Like you know, there's also like there's that we watched that story where there was the Navajo house that had the swastika on it in America. So like even in America, seeing a swastika, sometimes you have to like take a second. What's convenient is these people make it so you don't have to take a second. You know, it's more than just the symbol that they're using.
Like having Deus Vult on the side.
Well, it's just their entire fucking aura, you know?
Yes.
Like you can see the intent behind the symbol.
The hostility.
Like nobody ever gives me shit for like my scarf with swastikas on it. One, because they can't see the swastika in there.
Yeah, because it's a pattern.
But like two, it's like my intention is not like if I was doing like openly like fascist and Nazi shit, people would start noticing those swastikas real quick.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Like anyone else wore this hat, I would think that it was a skate hat, not even a Christian hat. Just because like when I grew up, that was on a lot of hats.
This is a good point actually. The Fred Perry shirt.
Oh yeah, because like a lot of people wear those. Like Northern Lion, he wears them a lot.
Interesting.
You know that guy? He's a big.
I think so.
Big popular guy, but he has one of the. I don't know why we don't have this as a sound bite.
All right, what mods are we removing?
Well, I'm gonna test my shit first.
I need a woman with a wolf cut to beat me to death. No, you don't. You need healthcare and universal basic income. That's what. Don't get distracted, okay? I need a woman with a wolf cut to beat me to death. No, you don't. You need healthcare and universal basic income. That's what. Don't get distracted.
I know it's a pretty good distraction.
Right. This is a very common Christian symbol that unfortunately has been, undermined by the Nazis.
So should people not associate it with Nazis?
I turned off all the leaders.
The thing is, just like a lot of baggies, like you can't reclaim the swastika.
Dragon Ball stuff.
Like,
but I'm not trying to reclaim the swastika. I'm trying to reclaim something that is part of my faith, and you can go, like I said, to churches here today and see that symbol on the pews.
Like you shouldn't.
I've played multiple games with them, and I guarantee it's not them.
Well, like I said, I'm testing my, because I think if the crash is happening on my end, then it's still going to affect you.
Because I have a feeling it might be one of the downloaded leaders, because we are playing a game with all downloaded leaders.
Yeah, they were all modded leaders.
That to me seems like the most common cause, like the most likely, sorry. Just because I've played multiple games and haven't had crashes.
We'll see.
So you're just testing?
Yeah, I still have the settings saved.
Okay.
So.
I had a really good fucking start. I had like 8 cities. None of them had food. But I had 8 cities. And I had a lot of rivers. A lot of units. I'm very disappointed.
Hang on. Did I just see Mao Zedong in there? I still see the Napoleon Bonaparte guys. Let me exit my game and relaunch too.
Name your kid Adolf. You know what I mean? Like, it's done.
Oh, the Mexicans do it.
Mexican Adolf?
Adolfo, yeah. Adolfo's a very popular
That's not
name.
Adolf.
Well,
It's Adolf in Spanish.
when people, anytime people are talking about Bad Bunny and they say Benito.
Benito.
Yeah, because that's his name.
Oh.
That's why it's Bad Bunny, because it's like.
Yeah, okay.
Benito, because like it's a play on his name.
Mm-hmm.
You
That makes
know,
sense.
because
I didn't
Benito
know
was a
that's why it
Bad
was
Bunny.
called. Yeah, I didn't know that's why it was stage name was that. It's also white supremacist then, by the way.
Adolfo is Adolf in Spanish.
Right, but it's not Adolf.
Oh yeah, didn't Independence
It sounds different. Yeah, it sounds
in
different.
Spanish, I'm sure that Adolf is...
Huh?
Independent changed their symbol, and then Tim Pool was like, I'm going to take the symbol because I'm very cool. You don't remember that?
Yeah, I know they changed their symbol.
No, specifically, Tim taking the symbol. This is very sad and pathetic.
So this is just Reddit, right? And it says, I believe the article does not really address usage of the term Hakenkreuz by Hitler and connects it too strongly to National Socialism. I would like to stress that the term Hakenkreuz is not necessarily the name of the image Adolf Hitler used as a symbol of his movement, but rather a descriptive reference to a type of heraldic figure that consists of 4 arms resembling hooks, hence its name. German heraldic traditions has many such descriptive figures, such as the Götterkreuz, literally grid cross. Right? So it's like, literally, like, it's the name of the pattern, which is, yeah.
Yep. Makes sense.
And then, you know, it was in other parts of Europe. Oldage recorded usage in reference to a figure I'm aware of is High German vocabulary. So 1796 was the first time this guy could find a source of it being used. Like, all symbols of hate have a fucking history behind them. That's why they're symbols of hate. They're not just invented. You know? Like, eventually, like, 1488 means something, you know? Like, these symbols become things. Did I see the politician talking about the only Bad Bunny he knew? He better be talking about my girl Lola.
Adolfo in Spanish. It'd be Adolfo Hitler in Spanish.
I'm curious. So
it wouldn't be Adolf.
I guess I'm just curious why, when Tana wore an Iron Cross, you called her out.
Yeah.
You said, who could have seen this coming? Some noticed
has
Tana,
the mods
Mojo's new
on
necklace
there.
has what appears to be an Iron Cross at top of a marijuana leaf. According to the ADL, Iron Cross adopted by neo-Nazis and white supremacists. However, it cannot be determined as if a hate symbol without the swastika.
Exactly. So mine doesn't have a swastika.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
So why did you call her out for it?
Because that was news and people were sending me that. I don't know, sharing news.
So you just shared
I
it.
had a
You don't
news
think about
account. I had a news account in 2021. You know this. You covered my news
What was
account.
the news?
The news was that people were upset with her for selling that.
And then in modern day, you're like, I think it's a good idea to wear it.
Mine doesn't have a swastika. We've already made that
Hers
difference.
doesn't have a swastika.
Yeah. So I was just reporting the news. This is like getting angry that a reporter said something and it does, and is talking about the news, and that they in their private life do something else. Right. I had a news account. I'm reporting it. Clearly, mine doesn't have a swastika. I don't think this is a gotcha, really.
I just feel uncomfortable with people looking at me on this, even if I'm trying to reclaim something. Like, dude, that guy's a Nazi.
I'm not a Nazi.
I know you're not.
I mean, you just literally.
No, I know you're not.
I'm Brazilian. I mean, how many Brazilian Nazis are there?
I know you're not a Nazi.
Yeah,
probably a lot.
I'm just saying, I wouldn't wear Iron Cross.
Well, it's my culture.
It's actually one of the dominant parties in Brazil.
The Germans didn't create that.
Okay. Reclaim it. It's yours. Just saying. You know people what they think.
Are you offended by it?
Iron Cross?
No, I'm not offended by it.
Okay.
I just think it's a kind of a wild move for someone running for office.
Here's the thing.
Okay,
there are different things.
Now, see what happens.
As far as
I don't know if
like
I added back the Dragon
The
Ball
Nazis
stuff,
adopted
but...
a lot of symbols, okay, that unfortunately have been historic symbols that tie back to Christianity, right? And they've kind of made it where like Christians can't exist in like what?
They fucked them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like Nazis.
Yeah, I know, and I don't think you do.
Yeah.
What do you hate about Nazis?
What's not to hate?
How many Jews died in the Holocaust?
Like 6 million? No.
My man. Pass the test. You'd be surprised how many people fail that.
Oh yeah. What do they say? 271.
They say like 100, few 100,000. Or my favorite answer is I don't want to talk about that right now. I don't want to get into politics.
Oh, we're having a political conversation.
Right now. No, you passed.
Okay.
Congrats.
Yeah. Didn't know that was a litmus test.
I know.
Now I'm a homie again.
Well, I mean, it's a very low bar. A very, very low bar.
It's a very
so let's
low
talk about
bar.
immigration. You have a pretty strong stance on, like, I still don't have access to this doc, but I've seen, or here, I think I have, I don't think you make a secret of it that you're pro-ICE and you're in favor of these kind of strict immigration laws.
So he's a Nazi.
So tell me about why you support ICE.
I support border enforcement, and ICE does interior removals.
But do you support their methods?
I do not, no, actually.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Because there's a video of you, which maybe you guys can link me. Oh, I have it. Of you kind of, like, here, I'll show this.
Yeah, play the clip.
Yeah, I will. I don't even need to describe it. Let's just see what you.
Well, by the way, there's a longer clip of that, but we can talk.
We can pull that up. This is Alex Preddy, the guy that was
shot,
murdered, and there was a big story
deserved
2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
so here's
damaging property.
This is a good one to hold people account to. People who rush to defend this fucked forever because even Trump backed off on it because it was so abhorrent.
It's a great point.
Oh, who is this? I guess I accidentally added somebody. The Great Sun, and then it's like everything else is broken. Fucked up somehow.
Getting 3 randoms and 3 picked.
Yeah, also Vlad is in there. I thought I turned him off too.
Well, I don't think if they're not in the game, the mods won't matter. It's only because they're in the game.
Well, I was gonna do random, but now I'm like, can't do that.
Put Korea in there. And Chuck Teddy.
Teddy or Korea? I got Teddy first.
That'll work. Theodora, is that what, Vatican? Roman? Who dat? Byzantine?
Byzantine.
Is that where that symbol comes from? Taxis.
Go to, you want King?
Sure.
Let me save my configuration too.
Just in case.
an ICE agent assault me before spitting on an ICE vehicle and then kicking its taillight. And that all completely undermines the carefully constructed narrative Democrats are trying to push about.
So you claim it's a carefully constructed narrative that he's a victim.
Yeah,
I don't think he was a victim.
I don't think he was a victim. No, absolutely not.
So then you agree with their methods in this case?
No. Now you're extrapolating to put words in my mouth. So here's
what methods do you disagree with?
I don't think immigration enforcement should be playing out in the streets in the manner in which it is. Now, the problem with the reason why it's happening is sanctuary laws, right? The sanctuary laws in different states is breaking the cooperation between the state and the county.
Heat map.
Right? Like we see that play out in California. The state and the county aren't cooperating with federal law enforcement.
Which ones did you take out?
Why did it? Not what's happening?
I got kicked out.
Oh, I did too.
To do these sorts of removals. Back before sanctuary laws, they used to go into prisons, right? Somebody would get arrested, for example, right? And they would check their immigration status, and they would call ICE over to do an investigation and determine whether that person should be, removed or not. It was something that played out in prisons, not on the streets, right? And it was safer, and there was a judicial process around it, right? Nowadays, because of sanctuary laws, because that cooperation has been broken, that's why it's playing out in the streets. Because there's, especially with the way also our bail system is working, where like you see this revolving door of people just like committing crimes and just leaving, right?
So you think it's a necessary evil of what's playing out?
No, I think.
Well, how should they do it differently?
I think we should repeal sanctuary laws.
But like right now, what should ICE do?
Right now?
Yeah.
I mean,
practically.
They're following the laws that were written by Congress.
Right.
By the way, AOC loves to talk about how awful ICE is. She has the power to go into Congress and change those laws and change the way ICE operates. They're following the laws that they've written. So
again, you're doing the law thing. Because you're saying you disagree with their methods, but you won't say what.
But they literally aren't following the law.
They're literally following the law.
They are breaching their oath.
Do you disagree with? Well, you said you disagree with their methods. You shouldn't be playing on the streets.
Playing on the streets, yeah.
So
I think we could reduce a lot of the violence if it were, if it went back to being.
But what should they do now? Let's agree that the sanctuary laws are bad and should never been put in place. But like here we are. So how should ICE be enforcing now? Are they doing the right thing?
I mean, I don't want to see any American citizen shot if that's what you mean by the right thing. No, I don't want to see anybody shot.
Although this guy I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I didn't say he deserved to be shot, but I did say this guy's an agitator. He's a clear agitator who was there days before. You see him kick the side of an ICE vehicle. I mean, don't you think that that's somebody who's like unstable, who's like attacking ICE vehicles? That's not something normal people do.
Can I ask you a question?
The media frames these folks as though they're just like innocent people just got caught up in the crossfire. But he was there days before. Attacking ICE vehicles. It's not what normal people do.
Because when you watch the video of when he was killed, he wasn't being provocative or violent. He actually had his hands in the air. So something he did a few days ago.
I think that's not what I said. That's an entirely different situation. No, that's what happened days ago. Is to illustrate.
Well, if he was killed on that day,
he's an agitator. The day he got killed, well, that's a whole other scenario.
Agitating. So then why do you bring up?
I mean, he was obstructing justice. He got in between a federal agent and somebody that they were stopping.
He had his hands.
No, he got in between. You watch the video.
Death sentence?
I'm not saying it's a death sentence.
Do you think the cop that
but how
killed him
often
should be charged?
I think there should be a full investigation. Yeah, into exactly what happened.
Yeah.
And I think that if any sort of guilt is determined any sort of way, if it's determined that he shouldn't have fired the gun when he did, then yeah,
he should go to jail.
If it's determined that he made the wrong decision in the moment. But I think a lot of people misunderstand what the rules of engagement are in a situation as with his shooting.
It's not open fire.
It's definitely not. But if they feel like their life is threatened, then they have a reason to do it.
How is their life threatened?
Well, you have six exactly, and he's still resisting. He's pushing up. He's obstructed justice. He's resisting. He's pushing up. They see a gun.
How was their life threatened?
Well, let me finish. They see the gun. They pull it away. By the way, if you look at the angle, like none of the cops. Exactly. So you see that the cop walking away, the gun is facing his body. So the cops can't see, the ICE agents can't see through his body to see that the gun's been fully removed, right? So, and then you hear a shot go off, which there's a lot of speculation that the gun, it was a SIG and misfired.
Into the ground.
So they could have reacted.
No, that's not what happened.
It's not what happened?
No.
You don't think the gun misfired?
No, it didn't go off. It didn't go off.
And you know that for sure?
Wrong,
I'm almost certain, yeah.
Wait, that's almost certain isn't for sure.
Right. Let's just
it could have misfired.
So, either way, right, they still
It didn't misfire. It was a negligent discharge.
And he was killed after the gun was removed from his body. So is this a Second Amendment issue? Because he was legally holding a gun, right?
No, this is an obstruction of justice issue.
But this is a Second Amendment issue.
You have a gun on you that it's legally owned, makes you more likely to be killed by the police.
I mean, if you go, no, that's a bit of a
of a straw man there. Because
this weird guy's still here. Where are you coming from?
Now, if you have a gun and you go to intervene in police activity, that's more dangerous. Would you not say that? That if you intervene with police activity while having a weapon on you, that's more dangerous than not having it? It's dangerous regardless to intervene in police activity.
I agree.
Sounds like you're against owning guns.
I think like security and certain people, I don't think people should walk around with guns.
Well, we disagree on that, but I'm saying
as far as if it's an inherent public safety risk.
I'm saying intervening with police activity. If you're intervening with police, stopping somebody, and you have a gun on you, it's going to be more dangerous than if you don't. It's going to be dangerous regardless because you're interfering in police activity, and they'll take you as hostile.
Well, they always
especially
say that
if you're
safer.
What guns?
The gun in this case made him less safe.
I think that's again you're misconstruing it in the sense that he was intervening in police activity in ICE activity. These are federal law enforcement.
I don't think he was. I don't even think you can make that argument.
Did he put his hands up?
His final words were, "Are you okay?"
Hold on, we're having a...
to the woman that they assaulted before they executed him after negligently discharging his own gun after they stole it from him. Just so we're clear.
Okay, you join? See if it works now.
The mods. You reckon it's yours?
Well, try to join.
Because I haven't removed any.
Try to join, we'll see what happens. And if it does the same thing, I'm just going to launch a single player game. And see if it launches a single player game for me.
Your team and shit. Just in case it works.
See this, it's not saying anything about the mods in the free lobby. Wow, this is a long button. They must have said some real shit there.
We're so welcome back, everybody. We had some technical difficulties, but we're back. We're so back. Ethan's in the bathroom, of course. So we are here. I'm sorry, I do not know how Dan pulls up all the super chats, but we appreciate every single one of you members. Just
one thing that I think you'll find interesting. Are you interested at all in like local, like politics related stuff? And have you ever wondered why the Republican Party is so weak in California?
No, I've never wondered that.
It's primarily because of corruption. Like Kevin McCarthy kind of broke the party.
I think it's true that in more affluent and higher educated places, there's more blue representation. That's just in general true, which is why I think.
I think there's a little. I disagree with that.
No, I think that's statistically a fact.
Yeah. Well, that's not what I'm actually getting at right now. So Kevin McCarthy broke the party, right? Pretty much like bankrupted the state party and the county party.
Okay.
Right. That's the story that goes around. But what a lot of people don't know is that the LA GOP, for example, is run by like blue dog Democrats, people who like were ousted or didn't feel like they fit in the Democrat Party anymore and became Republicans. And they are, they basically now they have like this grift where they run, and I'm outside of that establishment. I'm actually anti-establishment.
What does that mean?
That means that I'm not a part of like the I guess the power trust of the LA GOP or the the CAGOP.
Anti-establishment? Did you want a new establishment?
Not that I want a new establishment. Just
Don't you need an establishment?
I mean, in what sense?
I mean, you need a municipality.
No. I think you're thinking broader in terms of government structure. I'm talking about party politics.
Okay.
So as far as I'm talking about like corruption within,
it wasn't crashing. The mods weren't
political
loading.
Parties, and how decisions are made to run certain candidates.
So, so what's your point is that there's more red people out there hiding in the wings. Waiting.
Well, no, there's California is I would say it's, and I know you're going to disagree with this, but it's when you add up all the areas outside the metropolitan areas, but even in LA, it's actually a relatively purple state.
No, I agree. I think outside of the, the extremely densely populated areas, it's a lot of red.
Well, even in the densely populated areas, you go to Glendale, you go to Burbank, there are a lot of conservatives there.
Yeah, I agree.
So, and that's within LA. That's within Los Angeles. We just had
obviously it's still a big minority.
No, it's actually pretty close to the same amount of Democrats.
So when's the last time California went red.
I mean, it's been years.
Reagan.
No, Schwarzenegger was.
Oh yeah, Schwarzenegger got governor.
Yeah, but he was
not very conservative, was he?
But that's the whole thing. He was like a blue dog Democrat who was a Republican. He wasn't really, and he didn't even have the.
You're saying the ground is fertile.
Well, I'm saying that there is just so much corruption within the infrastructure of the GOP in LA and in California that there's a vested interest in keeping the GOP, the Republican Party, as a losing party. And it's primarily because the leadership makes.
You think there's from inside? They're sabotaging from inside.
Yeah. So yeah, it was
for example,
the one
you think Arnold was a saboteur?
I kept going in there.
No, I don't think
like,
he was a
who's
saboteur.
this guy?
Yeah.
I think that he was
the guy that I didn't even mean to enable.
You have come far. Now begins your greatest quest.
Was it one of those ones you accidentally activated?
Yeah.
Towards the stars.
So now I'm gonna stop and relaunch.
So it was your game.
Well, that's why I did a solo test.
Yeah.
I just was hitting quick play and it didn't work after the last crash. So I'm also going to switch back to. Actually, I'm going to keep it on always ask when starting game. So I don't know what one it is actually.
He wouldn't have run necessarily as a Republican in any other scenario. He should have run as a Democrat, really, because he kind of just went. Well, and he also went. He mostly went with the state assembly and the Senate.
Right.
During his, and that was a super majority.
Based on data from 20 to 25, blue Democrat-leaning states have higher average education attainment and household income compared to red states.
Okay. And what's the source on that, and what states specifically?
What's your source?
I think it was.
So, and I mean, as far as...
But I mean, that's well known. You disagree with that?
No, I don't disagree on it fully, but I do think that...
Median family income in blue is...
It's not an accurate representation either of what the Republican Party is.
Didn't Trump go, I love the uneducated?
I mean, yeah, unfortunately, he said a lot of stuff that I don't agree with.
What, you don't love the uneducated?
No, I do.
You hate them?
I do love the uneducated, but to say it like that, it just sounds out of context. Like...
Well, no, that is how he meant it, though, to be fair.
Yeah, well, I mean...
But who cares? We don't need to defend Trump, right? I mean, who cares? That's not even what we're doing here. Oh yeah, we kind of got sidetracked, but I wanted to ask you more about the Super Bowl stuff.
The Super Bowl stuff.
So, do we have an album of the? Yeah, here it is. Here's all the threads. You like threads? Oh yeah, because you're banned on Twitter.
I'm banned on Twitter.
How'd you get banned on Twitter?
I don't know. They never told me.
Really?
I've been banned for pretty much the last 4.5 years. So they let me back for like maybe a couple of months and helped me get even more canceled. And then I got banned.
Yeah, that's so weird.
I know.
Someone there probably don't like you. Eh?
I think so. Yeah. And I know people who work at X and they try to get me unbanned and silence. They actually they send it up the chain
because he unbanned everyone like Fuentes.
Well, they send it up the chain. He said he just sent it through the Slack channel and they just ignored it.
I wonder if Elon is just for some reason your biggest hater.
That'd be strange.
Well, you should. If that's true, then you should really be like, who sent Epstein an email saying, "What's your wildest party?"
Go in.
That guy.
Go in on Elon.
As you should though, as someone that cares about children.
Yeah.
So here's your first. I'll just call it a tweet for the sake of the combo.
Yeah.
So this is Bad Bunny did the halftime show. And you said of this is not assimilation. This is an invasion. Who's invading?
I mean, he's an American citizen. He's from Puerto Rico.
That's
so
why I'm curious what you mean by
the context. So that is a whole video that's playing. This is just a screenshot that doesn't show the full video.
You're showing the video. We know
the whole video. Yeah, well, just so I can explain it in case somebody doesn't know it. But the whole video shows like a bunch of different flags. And the American flag starts out as a centerpiece and it just moves slowly out to the back. You barely even see it by
like
the end.
Cope after the
that's
fact.
That's what that meant. Obviously, this is a little bit provocative.
After you realize that you were one of the
there is
idiots
this feeling
who
in this
said
country,
the Puerto
many people
Rico
have it,
invasion
that people are just coming in and they're not necessarily, they don't have the interest of assimilating to American culture.
Okay,
We're basically embracing this globalist, understanding of what America should be.
America's always
been a melting pot thing.
America's always been a melting pot, no?
Well, not necessarily. America's always had its unique culture. I mean,
which was a tapestry of different cultures because we're all immigrants.
Okay,
that's what the melting pot means.
That's okay. That's a way to see it.
No,
I
that's
disagree.
Like
I grew up in
you disagree
country.
that.
No, America's always had a very distinct culture. And this country's done a terrific job exporting that culture to the whole rest of the world. You go to Europe, you're not going to find something similar to America.
American culture is the culmination of all these different groups coming together. That's what's so unique about it. Or if you go to Germany, they're very German. If you go to Japan, they're very Japanese.
There's a difference. A lot of the countries you're mentioning are very homogenous, right?
Yes.
So there's more of a national identity. And America used to have more of a national identity. You go back to the 90s and the 80s, it used to have more of a national identity than
it's always been.
Well, yeah, you think
just by the nature of
during the Cold War?
of its foundation.
Crazy. But it was always kind of founded in this Eurocentric Christian idea of what the country was.
Yeah, but their whole thing was they were separating from Europe in protest with that church establishment.
Yeah, that's what made America unique.
So you think the Pilgrims define America?
No, that's not what I said. It's kind of extrapolating it.
I'm just trying to figure out. So what do you mean by culture?
I mean, America has had a unique culture. You go to different parts of the world. I mean, I grew up in Brazil. America definitely has its own unique culture. Nothing like Brazilian culture. My family.
What is that? But so what's this? I mean, everyone has their own culture.
Yeah, exactly. So we agree.
All right, but like, what's a feature of American culture?
In what sense? Musically?
Anything.
I mean, we have blues, we have jazz, we have rock and roll, we have hip hop. Those are all different.
Who made blues and jazz?
I mean, that was a mixture of African music with European instruments.
European instruments. You can't give credit to black people for.
What
I just gave credit to black people.
But I don't think the Europeans had anything to do with.
I
jazz.
gave a backhanded
if
credit
you
to
want to make
black
that statement,
people.
there are European instruments, regardless of how you think of it.
Actual Nazi here.
Okay, so
it's not like somebody was playing the sitar. That's like an Indian instrument.
Sure.
I love Hitler.
They came from Europe.
Yeah, those instruments are European.
So they get a little credit.
What do you mean? They made the form of music.
Right.
Before that, most music used to be played on major keys, and then blues, the revolutionary.
I'm pretty sure that they were American instruments.
Yeah, I'm
like
I'm
the
pretty
American instrument culture developed in America.
Like, I'm pretty sure the blues came out of, like, slaves and shit, did it not?
But, like, even, like, the banjo, like, I don't know the history of the banjo, but I want to say that is not prevalent in other European cultures.
Banjo,
like, that is like, it may have been invented outside of America. You know what I'm saying?
Early form of the instrument were fashioned by African Americans and had African antecedents.
So they're based off of African instruments.
African American instrument is the banjo.
So it was based, but it's specifically based on African instruments. Is that what it's saying?
I'm gonna have a look what this word actually means, because I've never seen this word. Going before or preceding. So a preceding root instrument to the banjo was an African instrument. Yes.
Okay, so there you go. Not even European instruments, because like you need the banjo for like all that fucking, like, that's a principal instrument.
Early form of the instrument were fashioned by African Americans and had it. We got that in the 19th century. Interest in the instrument spread across the US and UK by traveling shows. Minstrel. Followed by mass production and mail order sales, including instructional books. The inexpensive or homemade banjo remained part of rural folk culture more so, but 5-string and 4-string banjos had become popular for home parlor music entertainment, college music clubs, and early 20th century jazz bands. So there you go. Literally an African American instrument. That Whitey has tried to claim again. Historically, the banjo occupied a central place in black American traditional music and rural folk culture before entering mainstream via minstrel shows of the 19th century.
You see?
Along with the fiddle.
But, like, you have to keep in mind, like, the biggest thing that slavery did was erase any type of greatness in history from... That's why, like, groups like the Hoteps exist. Like, because... Like, so, like, the thing is people say, why do you need Black History Month and shit, you know? Like, this guy said something that stupid, and all it took was me being like, I don't think that's true. European instruments, I don't think that's true. So, like, I even prefaced it saying, even if the banjo was invented elsewhere, it's not prevalent in other cultures. So, like, there's still, like, there's plenty of things. Like, look at all of Italian food. Like, the staple Italian dishes could not have existed until they had a lot of stuff from the New World.
Yeah. I mean,
like 80% of what you think is Italian food could not have existed, right? So, like, we're not, like, saying that it's not Italian food there, but, like, even then, you know, I just wanted to be sure.
Yeah.
Because you never know. It could have been invented in Europe in something that sailors used or something. You know, you never know.
So yeah, along with the fiddle, the banjo is a mainstay in American styles of music such as bluegrass and old-time music. It is also very frequent in Dixieland jazz as well as Caribbean genres, calypso, mento, and...
Also, what about the saxophone?
That's definitely European.
When was that invented, though?
Let me tell ya.
Because, like, there's plenty of flutes all over the world, but there's a specific... 1840? Where's it from?
Belgium.
Interesting.
Adolf
Sax.
Like,
there's plenty of flutes, right? Like, there's specific flutes that are for, like, you know, like the jazz flute and stuff.
Saxophone.
But, like, the saxophone is a very specific instrument that I just wanted to know about. Hit ready, see if this works. Anyway, this guy's a doofus because many of the principal instruments they were using, and also drums, you can't claim that drums were European. Like, no culture
African.
can claim drum. Okay? No culture can claim the flute or the drum. Okay?
Yeah.
There's plenty of types of flutes. You can say this is a specific type of flute, you know, just like how there's conga drums and shit like that. But like as far as drums as a whole, no. That is in every culture. So I don't know where the European instruments really were.
Drums are the world's oldest and most ubiquitous musical instruments, and the basic design has remained virtually unchanged for thousands of years. Insane.
Well, it's the same with the flute. Like, you know, like people figured out if you blow through some hollow bone, it makes a noise.
Well, I mean, the Aztecs had the death whistle, right?
Yeah, but...
Is that not just a flute? I mean, a flute is just a big whistle.
Well, the oldest instrument we know about is a flute.
Really? Fascinating.
Da se 1000 let obiskovali neandertalci, ki so jih privlačili ostanki poginulih jamskih.
Not one word of English? One
we
word?
Don't need it. We don't need it in English. Look, here's the flute. See? But I want to see if they're playing it.
I was making a joke.
Poleg tega zelo kompleksne tonalne zmožnosti našega glasbila, število lukenj.
Velikost lukenj, njihovo število in razporeditev niso naključni.
Profesor Ljuban Dinkarovski.
So there you go. You heard what the flute sounded like.
Hold on. Hold on. Where is it? I found it. It's right here.
You know, I know we don't like Dan more than we don't like Ethan, but if he wasn't out like sick, he would be sending all these fact checks. Like,
yeah, probably.
I want to say that Dan would not let something that stupid fly. Just being like, they're European instruments.
Revolutionary thing about blues is it was minor keys. So,
do you think that? I mean, obviously, that blues wouldn't exist without black folks.
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
so that's an example of our
our
melding of different cultures.
Yeah, so two different things mixed together.
But at what point does it become a problem?
I didn't say it was a problem. I said that America has a unique culture, right?
Well,
And
but
right now we're being
like
stripped. In this context, it is special. America is a super special country.
I agree.
That's why so many people want to come here.
I love America. I think it's the best.
I also love America.
I'm not an American hater like a lot of the people you see online leftists.
Well, we can agree on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Cringe.
Greatest country in the history of humanity, by the way.
Was jazz an invasion?
No, it's not.
Invasion of what?
well,
you want to know what's crazy? You want to know what's crazy? Crazy take? I think Belgium might be better than America.
The guys who cut people's hands off?
Yeah.
That certainly is a take.
I would have to really dive into it and start doing like a compare and contrast pros and cons thing, but
certainly is a take.
They make good chocolates. They make little hand chocolates. Did you see those?
They're Americans making their own culture as Americans. This is a Puerto Rican man with a bunch of Puerto Ricans.
This is a false equivalence because this is, well, the demonstration that's happening here are all these other flags superseding the American flag. And he's also got a political statement that he has these people surrounded by sugar canes and making a statement about how America needs immigrant labor in order to survive.
Do you disagree?
Who am I, Willy
I mean, to a
Wonka?
certain extent, I do believe that Americans could just, you know,
I
fulfill
had
all
on
the
my
job roles in
ISIS
this country. And I
cities.
actually think it would have a
Fuck!
deflationary effect as far as what home prices and the cost of living.
The problem is you can't force people to do jobs that they don't want to.
No, you're right. Yeah,
and I mean,
that's why.
And it's true of all societies. Why immigration is good.
And look, what I have to say as far as that, America takes just about 1 million immigrants, legal immigrants every year. We're the most generous country in the world as far as that. Japan takes about 400 immigrants per year. That's like nothing compared to us. England, not even close. We're the most generous country in the world as far as accepting legal immigrants. And yeah, come legally. And also the businesses and the people that are usurping labor, because this is a thing that we should also consider. Somebody who's here illegally, there's this whole conversation about the welfare state and how they use our welfare. There's a whole other aspect. You're basically disenfranchising and exploiting labor.
What's the employment rate right now?
Wait, let me finish my point, and we can go. You're basically exploiting labor, and you're exploiting a group of people that are, you know, by working under the table. They don't even have equal rights. You know?
Well, by working under the table, it actually benefits Americans because they pay Social Security and taxes and stuff like that. And
so illegal aliens. Yeah, go ahead.
So the vast majority of people that work under the table come here illegally. They use fake Social Security numbers, and they end up paying into American services while not benefiting. It actually ends up being a surplus.
That's actually wrong. Because they pay about $50 to $60 billion a year, and they end up costing about $150 billion a year. So just in California, just in California alone,
I think most economists believe that it's break even or positive.
No, it's about $150 billion a year when you add up all the resources that they're using. Just in California alone,
I don't believe that's true.
Just in California alone, illegal aliens, illegal immigrants used about $12 billion in healthcare. That's
how much do they pay in?
I mean, not even a fraction of that. If they're here illegally, yeah, and that actually sent our state into a state of insolvency. So
only 3%.
The state of California is running on a deficit right now.
Employment rate.
Hey, can you stop playing the flute and click the screen?
For the whole country?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
I agree.
Yeah, it could be lower. We should get that down to 1.
And so, well, I guess
a recorder
the issue
is a flute.
that if you got rid of immigrants, there's not that many jobs left over. Like clearly, they're not taking that many jobs.
Why do we need illegal?
And by the way,
if we accept
it's all low cost labor.
Of course.
So it's not even like good jobs.
So if we're already accepting over 1 million legal immigrants, why do we need so many people illegally working under the table and sucking up our resources?
We don't need it.
Hey,
it's
buddy.
Just like there's.
But that's the case you're making for.
Why don't we talk about the American?
Well, so there's like an effort to demonize,
business owners who employ them over Americans because they don't want to pay Americans.
Undocumented immigrants' influence.
Why don't we talk about that?
Okay.
I don't believe that they're a net
I think the majority of the people who want deportations just want people to come here legally.
I think people should come here legally. So here, the issue is like, I agree people should come here legally, right? And if we want more immigrants, we should open up our laws. Right?
I figured it out.
But
you've got to hold the
there's
hole
millions
on
of
the
people.
back.
I love this. I agree that people like this is ground that I probably wouldn't mind ceding with. I agree. I want people to come here legally because it's just legal to cross the border. That's why the term illegal immigrant, they stopped using it, not because of political correctness, but because of accuracy. And that's why they started trying to say undocumented, but the fucking Republican base is so racist and brain rotted, they're going back to, it's illegal. They're breaking the law.
I mean, they're reverting. All their arguments are falling apart, so they're reverting back to their basics. Yeah, but the law. Meanwhile, they support ICE, who's out there breaking the law every single day.
Like, even when it was like Ellis Island and shit, you just showed up. They couldn't push you back. That's why all those people got in on Ellis Island. There's, you know? You just cross. So that's why I would immediately cede. Yeah, people should come here legally to them. If I was in this such type of situation, because like they already all do. Because it's not against the law to cross the border.
No, it's a civil tort. But it's also, like, if you come back, then it's criminal, right? No?
No, it all depends. It all depends case to case. It depends case to case. Like you can be deported for criminal offenses.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the thing is that you do not have to cross and turn yourself over to immigration necessarily. Like, it's not like all that's saying is that you want everyone to be documented. Says that you want anyone crossing over the border to declare themselves to the state.
Yes.
Right? So if you are going to be deported because you committed a crime or something like that, and you know you're going to be deported, you just don't declare yourself, and then that's what would be an undocumented immigrant. And that's why enforcing the rhetoric is more accurate around the undocumented thing, even though that's not the case. Like, that's not like every undocumented person is not that as well. Like, most people just are lost in the system, and that's why they're undocumented. But specifically, like, they're talking about a very specific type of thing when they use, like, they're like adjutant. Mm-hmm. Is that the right word? Rhetoric? An adjutant, because there's two types of adjutants, and I don't know if they're pronounced differently. You know what I mean?
Are you talking about adjectants? Not adjectives? Like I'm confusing myself now.
Okay, so there's this is adjacent, not adjutant.
I kind of want to learn the saxophone just to play that saxophone meme. Yeah, the Eurovision guy. I can't remember how to play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. This is probably the most annoying instrument ever. Like, is there an instrument more annoying than this? It's so high-pitched.
Okay. Because I'm also American. It might just be because I'm pronouncing it like a slack-jawed.
Potentially.
Yeah, adjutant. Okay. So an adjutant is military officer as an administrative assistant. But what is an adjutant? Like, you put something in the water to agitate it, like in detergent. You know? What is the ingredient that's the adjutant?
No, that is the word. A-G-I-T-A-N-T. It's a plural of adjutants, which is A-G-I-T-A-N-T-S. That's the plural. It says participate.
Well, this one is only giving me government. Apparently it's in the Bible.
Great. That makes it better.
Interesting. It means, like, helper in the Bible.
Interesting.
So I mean, it could be used in that term. Because you're both helping a narrative and agitating the water.
Have like lived there their whole lives. They have roots. They have family. They have all this going on. Like, should those people be forcibly deported?
Well, how long is fair enough? What amount of time is a fair amount of time for somebody who's been in this country, let's say for 20 years, to just, set up their situation so they're here legally? If they've been here for 20, 25 years, why haven't they sought to legalize their situation?
So you think deport them?
I mean, why haven't they done that? Yeah.
So I had an idea. So because I want to, and this is completely off topic, but this is just a complete side tangent. So that you can get custom-made racing suits for bikes, right? Because I want to go and do like track racing. So I was thinking,
click the button.
We could
Stop making
design,
the opening take forever.
We could design a a thing that has our iconography and shit all over it, and we can advertise while I'm on the track. And just be like, hey, come watch our journalism shit.
Click the button.
And I don't think it would be that more expensive to actually customize it. I reckon that'd be quite funny, but I don't know where to even start designing that kind of thing. Because I was just thinking, I'm like, they should sponsor me. I'll put their helmet in every shot. It's a fucking great helmet too. Very happy with it. All right, we can continue. That was my side tangent.
Why haven't people,
Probably because if they're undocumented, they don't have, probably don't even have valid IDs, or a lot of them don't have the means or the knowledge how to do it.
We have to talk about why that's happening.
Like, I don't know.
Address that issue. And right now, the only solution is to remove them from the country.
Do you like Reagan? You think he's a good president?
I know he did mass amnesty, yeah, and that's a big issue that
3 million people he immediately made into amnesty, and he's brought them out of the shadows, and they all became really productive members of society.
They did, and you know that he ended up getting a lot of support with Latinos from doing that.
Rightfully so.
And there are a lot of Latinos that are actually very much pro-deportation.
Oh my God!
Right now as well,
going
because
into
there are a lot of people that saw their family,
but I guess that's not too bad when you're
to go through the process of becoming legal citizens, and they're seeing people skip the line, and they're like, "That's not fair." We spent 10 years to stay here legally, right?
So this is what's the source for this? But anyway, undocumented Californians contribute $8.5 billion in taxes to state and local communities.
Okay, what's the source?
So yeah, let's find a source.
Is that from the Secretary of State?
It's from the
do you not believe in the Secretary of State?
I'm just asking.
This is the Institute of Taxation and Economic Policy.
Okay, can we pull up data on how much they cost the state? Because
look,
just last year they cost $12 billion. They cost $12 billion in healthcare alone.
Ask how much social services use.
Well, you can just look up healthcare. There's healthcare.
Okay, healthcare. I mean, that's the majority.
There's healthcare. There's also schools. There's an incentive.
Why don't we look up all of it?
Yeah.
So just look up how much does undocumented immigrants cost the state of California every year. But here's the taxes. Personal and business income taxes. So this is people who are basically paying in with a fake social security number. Property taxes, the same. Sales and
here's another
sales
question.
tax, which actually pays up a lot.
And here's another question. You mentioned the fake social security number. Do we want to encourage that kind of fraud?
No, but I'm just explaining how the money is.
No, I understand,
generated.
but that's you understand how that's also a problem, right?
It is a problem, but in the larger context, because there's this alarmism about like they're costing us so much money, we've got to get rid of them. Like the hysteria around it is stemmed from that, which I think is built on a false premise.
Okay, we disagree on that, but
well, let's see if we can get some. California's projected to spend 8 to 9 billion in state funds on Medi-Cal.
Yeah, that's just Medi-Cal alone. It doesn't include schools. It doesn't include
for undocumented.
So many rivers to put districts and shit on. I'm gonna have so much production. I'm not gonna build any mines. Relatively good spawn. If there are no dogs in heaven.
Enforcement, yeah. So just on that, we're already on a deficit, just on Medi-Cal.
Well, it's in the break-even area.
Yeah. Well, that includes.
But how does that make us insolvent?
Well, it was $12 billion. There was 1 year that it was $12 billion, and that made us insolvent because the state is just burning through money. After Jerry Brown, we were doing pretty well financially.
I can't settle here.
But
It's
Newsom is
too
just
close to a city-state.
there's $25 billion in 5 years towards homelessness that just evaporated, right? And that's just on the state level. On the county level, there's about $2 billion.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no accountability.
Yeah,
in fact, Kevin Mejia, who's the city controller, and he's a leftist, and he actually wanted to do an audit, and Karen Bass kept stalling the audit, wouldn't let him investigate where the money went.
Yeah.
Right?
What's interesting about this is almost entirely people working below minimum wage and supporting the whole economy. Like, I've seen farmers in California, like, I have nobody.
And that's awful.
My crops are going bad.
So that's awful.
But Americans don't want those jobs.
But that's the thing, and that's awful because they're working under the table. They're getting paid below the minimum wage.
4% unemployment is extremely good.
They're getting paid below the minimum wage. They're not getting paid into Social Security. They're not getting paid. They're not getting. How are they going to retire? You have a whole population of people that are going to have to leave the country.
So
it's a human rights issue.
I agree,
as well.
but if that was your concern, we would give them amnesty, not deport them.
I mean,
it's a little like having your cake and eating it too. It's like, I'm so concerned about their welfare. Let's remove them
from
the only country they've ever known.
It's part of the issue. I mean, now you're saying you can't say that about every illegal alien that's here. That's the only country they've. Most of them. What's the percentage?
I think a lot of the people being deported have lived here for an extended amount of time and have jobs and family here.
I disagree with that.
Oh,
I would like to see data on it.
I guess we'll have to. But anyway, let's look at your tweets. We can kind of squabble about data forever, right? I guess the characterization of this as an invasion feels really xenophobic and and geared towards American citizens. That's kind of insane. Like, as far as I understand it, there was one part where he's giving a shout out to other like Caribbean islands.
Yeah.
But he also starts the whole thing by saying God bless America and talking about how they love America.
Yeah, but here's the thing: we're missing the context of what this is. This is
a celebration of Puerto Rican culture.
Farming outrage by looking at all the other conservatives, because that's what we do. We don't actually have original ideas. We just react how we're told to react and judge the room.
I mean, he's not representing Puerto Rico. If it had just been at one moment,
early to it,
the Puerto Rican flag.
Then
that's one thing. That would have been one
we
thing.
don't realize how stupid it is, and then we have to fucking knock back down.
An artist from California pull up the California flag mid-performance. I mean, you never see Bruce Springsteen waving around the New Jersey flag, right? That's strange.
Puerto Ricans have more of a reason to.
I understand that because they're a territory and they're not fully.
He doesn't even know,
but
like,
what we're missing here is that he pulled
flag
up every other flag.
So that's the problem, is he pulled up other flags.
Yeah, that's why
it's an invasion.
there's a broader message
wasn't
here.
just a
Puerto
Rican
invasion.
flag.
Pulled up other flags.
There's a broader cultural message here.
Like, if he actually looked into it and had an opinion instead of just recycling what the zeitgeist says, that would be a super targeted attack. That it's like, that flag is not even the Puerto Rican flag. The Puerto Rican flag is much different. That flag's actually more associated with the communist regime of Cuba. Like, there's such a way to spin it into how this is like communist underling stuff, and it would be so much of a better hill to stand on than this, which was him immediately just having a take before he even looked into something based on how everyone else was telling him how to react.
I mean, a globalist message about how America isn't really a country. It's like this borderless blob that everybody has access to. And it's not reality.
Does that exist, buddy?
You think he's inviting them to come into the country?
I don't think he's inviting them. He's sending a message of how he views.
Isn't it just a message of brotherhood? Like, because I think a lot of the Caribbean islands have a lot in common.
Who even
They're
is
kind
this
of
guy?
like very similar people.
Really? You think?
It's Def Noodles. So, like, he used to be someone who, like, was good friends with Ethan, and like he just did a Jubilee debate, and Ethan started making fun of him, and since he used to be friends with Ethan, he's been on the show before, he's like, all right, come on the show. The guy's like running for office, and Ethan's just been like pointing out how ungenuine of a person he's been his entire life, and still is not being genuine, and just kind of dog walking him while doing this nice guy, I'm your friend thing.
Think so?
No,
I don't. I think they have pretty distinct cultures. I think Puerto Ricans and Cubans are very different.
I think I think as a like region, they have a lot in common.
Sure,
that's why there's some. That's why there's some solidarity.
They share the same language, but Haiti is an absolutely different country from Cuba.
Sure. However, I think that I would. That's how I interpret the flag thing, not as like an invasion, not like an invitation to a flag. But you say this is not.
It's the message. It's the message.
Do you think Puerto Ricans shouldn't embrace their culture? That they were like, I need to.
This goes beyond Puerto Rican culture.
Eat hot dogs.
This goes beyond Puerto Rican culture. This is in the opening of the Olympics. This is the middle of the Super Bowl. A uniquely American sport.
But they're American.
American ceremony.
They're American. What's not American?
So why are they celebrating other countries and not America?
Well, it was mostly a celebration of Puerto Rico.
We're gonna get a turn 12 saddle.
I told you they're just getting.
Why have the Argentine flag, the Brazilian flag, the Dominican flag, every other flag? And America's flag falls behind.
It started with God Bless America.
Okay, but then every other flag took over. It's kind of a representation of the vision of what the left wants, right?
So should he have it? So he needs an American flag on screen at all times.
That's not what I said. I mean, it's just a matter of like you have this globalist message. It's a globalist message of America is a borderless country that's up for the picking.
That is really putting an insane amount of interpretation on something that...
I mean, I didn't march out 30 different flags in an American ceremony.
Here's basically...
This isn't the opening of the Olympics. This is the Super Bowl.
This is like a message of like we're all one people.
Is that from the same event?
I mean, Canada. You have a problem? I mean, yeah,
wait,
from the same event. Yeah.
So that's how many flags he had there.
Yeah, because it's about.
This actually makes it even crazier.
He starts the thing by making it crowd
look.
say "God bless America."
He's admitting that he didn't even look at it.
But you do realize how strange that is.
No, it's not strange. It's a message about
unity. This isn't the opening of the Olympics.
Is that the Armenian flag?
We're talking about
based.
Do you understand
okay? If you can't fly other people's flags in any artistic,
but there's a message behind it.
The message is unity.
The message isn't unity. There's a political message behind it about what the idea that the left has about what America should be. There's a consistent attempt. There's a consistent attempt to redefine America. We were just talking. Hold on one second.
So these immigrants dilute what America is?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, I'm trying to figure it out.
We were just talking about American culture.
Yeah.
Right? How America has this unique culture.
Right.
There's a distinct effort from the left to completely reshape America into this globalist vision of this country that doesn't have its unique culture. Right? That's just an amalgam of
with American flag, American with fireworks, red, white, and blue, and a football.
Well, show the whole image. There's like 20 other flags over there.
Well, that's the focal point.
Yeah, together we are America. 30 other flags.
Yeah.
Yeah, the message is clear. Show the whole image.
Sure. Yeah.
That's like cropped.
I think he's more so talking about like people like you calling Puerto Ricans invaders.
I didn't call Puerto Ricans invaders.
You're saying this.
I said the message around that specific moment is.
I'm sure
what it
I'm
is.
gonna get
It's
it
not
right.
about. No, the message around it is this globalist message to make America a globalist.
How should Puerto Ricans assimilate better?
In what sense? They already have a passport. They're American citizens.
But I mean the broader point of this whole thing was celebration of Puerto Rican culture.
You're extrapolating from extrapolating from the cultural meaning that he's representing there and trying to tie it to as a statement about an identity, and that's not what I'm saying.
The World Cup is in LA. Is that an invasion?
No shit.
I mean, the World Cup is a global event. It's very different. It makes sense. The Olympics are happening in Italy right now, and they have
you just get gold.
Well, it's a global event. It's different.
Right.
How many countries in the world play American football?
Right. No, I agree. It's uniquely American, and they're American. That's the part that's so confusing about it.
It's like going to the Oscars, every single flag. I mean, it's a uniquely American award show. Obviously, they're doing it now. It's a very global. It became a global
if
event.
a Puerto Rican person is up for an award, they can fly the flag.
Yeah, I mean, it became a global award show, but it's a uniquely American
it
thing.
Gave me
but you
one
do understand how there's a cultural push to make America less of a country with its own identity and more of this global amalgam.
That's what I don't
nations.
understand about when he keeps talking about identity. The American identity is a tapestry of different cultures. What about this is diluting that? No, answer this. What is it about these people coming here that dilutes
What do you mean these people?
All the flags are the Puerto Ricans. I know. What is it about them coming here that dilutes American culture?
I mean, I'm talking specifically about that message.
America
has always been
today.
a nation of immigrants.
Yeah,
we had people colonizing this country, fleeing religious persecution. I mean, people should assimilate to the country they come to. You can't just move.
How do you assimilate? How do
I mean, here's an example. My brother moved to Germany. In order for him to be able to even qualify for German citizenship, he had to he had to take civics classes. He had to go through an entire process.
And you're wearing the Iron Cross hat?
He had to learn the language. Yeah, in many countries.
You have to speak English and pass a naturalization test.
Well, yeah, that's a naturalization process in America. Yeah, but we're allowing so many people to come here illegally that we're bypassing that process.
So you're saying they need to speak English. And
we have a unique culture in this country. We have a certain way the country's been. That's why so many people
want to
come here.
How are they changing it though? How are they changing it that it's less American? By the way, first flag out of the gate is America.
Yeah, and then it falls back. You play out the whole thing, it falls back, and every other flag.
I think a good way to like attack these types of takes might to start like dissecting them and being like, well, you know, like there's definitely a difference between refugees, right? And then being like, you know, these people don't necessarily want to leave their country. They're refugees. Should they speak English? Right? And then you can keep using that refugee type thing to dissect a rational person, continually do a fucking psychological attack where you're constantly reinforcing. Because, like, I think you should... I mean, it really depends where you move, right? Because, like, there's communities in this country that only speak one language that's not English. There's a few communities like that. Like, even you know, it's like there's Chinatowns all over, and many of those Chinatowns, like, people in there do not speak English. It really depends.
I mean, that's like here as well.
So, like, but the thing is like, if you can divide and be like, what about refugees? And on any one of these issues, I think you can start, like, getting them to cede ground and stuff, especially with somebody who's pure inauthentic like him.
It takes it.
You can start tying them up.
So America being the first flag isn't good.
America should be the only flag.
Should be the only flag.
Yeah.
What about the Puerto Rican flag?
I mean, he can fly it, sure. He feels pride in being from Puerto Rico, but like I said, it's so strange. You don't see Bruce Springsteen waving the New Jersey flag everywhere he goes.
Yeah, but Puerto Rico and New Jersey.
I know, but I'm pointing out I'm making a distinction.
I think you are really not getting his message, Dennis. The only thing more powerful than hate is love, man. And then, by the way, the ultimate shot right here. Here it is. American flag and Puerto Rican flag.
Exactly. So show that last shot that shows all the flags behind him.
This is the ultimate shot where the message
he had the flag. Together we are America, and all the flags behind him.
All right,
not the cropped shot.
Let's move on to the more.
Okay, well, if you don't want to show it, that's fine.
It's in the Discord. If you want to show it.
Well, I just feel like we're talking in circles, which is why. Let me find the whole image. So this is the whole image. I don't know what. I mean, this?
No.
Puerto Rican flag, American flag.
There's an image where he's holding out the football.
Is this not a good image for you?
Together we are America. No, I'm talking about a different image.
Fine. Yeah, the one with
the one where he's Together we are America. Show it because he's got a bunch of flags behind him.
So that image proves that it's.
Well, it just proves the globalist message around it. It's not an American message. It's a globalist message. That's my critique around it.
An invasion.
I'm not saying that immigrants are evil.
So this one, you say the only acceptable Bad Bunny Super Bowl halftime show, and it's an AI of him being arrested
and deported. Yeah, that's funny.
Why would he be arrested and deported?
Because he's a Puerto Rican citizen. He can't be deported. First off, he's an American citizen.
He's an American citizen.
It's just a subversion of what happened.
If you're running for
office,
it's subversive, so it's
I think
funny.
you should probably focus more on being.
But
you want to win, like
you're telling me. So here's the thing. I'm sick of politicians who are not authentic.
This isn't obviously a joke. This seems racist and xenophobic.
No, this is
following
this
tweet.
This is a meme that's going around.
You say this is a simulation. This is not a simulation. This is invasion followed by a video of him being arrested.
Well, it's not followed. You clearly see the days. This was 2 days ago. The other one was 1 day later.
So they're disconnected.
So I mean, you're making it seem like there's a logical.
Okay,
like,
1 day in
to
between.
It. Yeah, I mean, this was a meme that's going around.
What should I do?
Comedy is subversive.
So the joke is that he can't be deported?
No, that's not the joke.
What's the joke?
I mean, the joke is he got deported. I mean, that's it.
Why is that funny? Why is that a joke?
It's just a subversion of what happened.
I don't know. So the joke is that he can't be deported.
That's not the joke. No, the joke isn't that he can't. It's a subversion of what happened. It's an inversion. You know, you don't have to find.
What did he get? What did he get deported?
That's why comedy is subjective.
No, it's not. I'm trying to explain to you that it's not a joke.
Well, comedy is subjective, so you may not
find it. You can't even explain why it's a joke.
So you may not find it funny, and that's perfectly fine.
It's not a joke.
Okay, well, there are people out there who do find it funny.
What's funny about it?
It's a subversion of what happened.
That's not an explanation of what's funny about it. Give me the premise of the joke.
In what sense? You want me to lay it out?
What is he arrested for?
I don't even know.
You don't even know. So why is it funny that he's being arrested and deported? I don't understand the joke.
It's a subversion of what happened.
You're talking about why
being
something
subversive
can be funny, but you're not talking about what's funny.
Being subversive is a thing that usually the comedians do a lot. I'm not saying I'm being a comedian doing that. I'm just saying it's a subversion of what happened.
What's it subverting?
It's subverting the globalist message that he had there. It's subverting that moment that went viral into something else. It's inverting it. It's creating another scenario.
Him flying a bunch of flags, subverting, which means defying people's expectations, is that he got arrested for being a globalist? What is his charge?
What do you mean?
I'm just trying to understand the joke.
It's just the opposite of what happened. It's silly. There's really not that much thought behind it.
That's kind of flippant to say because this is an extremely charged thing to be so flippant
I'm gonna make a really
I just thought it was
decision.
funny. There's no actual message. I don't care about it. It seems like a huge
cop out.
On
a volcano.
I mean, people are allowed to have a sense of humor.
Don't do
I didn't
that.
say you're not allowed to sense of humor.
I
just want to know why someone who's a hopeful political office
it's just
going to
constantly destroy the city.
I mean, clearly he can't be deported because he's an American citizen.
The joke is he can't be
It's a
deported.
really good tile.
No, the joke is that it's subverting the Super Bowl.
What's it?
The Super Bowl
You'll
halftime
still
show.
have that
it's
tile, though.
He had
subverting me.
He had this globalist message.
It's a
What is
great
that
tile
me?
for a city center.
No, but you'll still have that tile. It will still be worked. The city center is just gonna, it doesn't matter really, right? And plus, because it's a volcano tile, any time that you do work that tile with an improvement, it's going to be doubled. So you don't want to settle on volcanic soil because of that. And you can also take the fucking fire goddess pantheon.
It's too late. I've already taken one.
Oh, okay. What'd you take?
The craftsman. Because I had a bunch of strategic and...
Oh, yeah, Craftsman is good.
Strategic resources.
Craftsman's a good one.
So I took that just to get a bit more production. because I'm going to go
But
for
like
culture,
if you're
so I
gonna,
need
but like
production.
you can use those volcanic soil tiles. More effective than a city center. Plus, like, there's a hill here where you settle on top of these llamas, you get the luxury resource there.
That's the volcanic tile.
Oh, is that in range of the volcano?
Yep, it is.
Oh, then yeah, the one above it is also hills.
Hold on. This one?
Yeah, that's also a hill.
That's where I was going.
So you'll be able to get good science probably, because there's this little gap here too. Like if you can settle where you can see this gap here, that looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 4, maybe 3 mountain tile boost.
The mouth of that river.
There's a lot of mountain tiles here that you can get adjacency bonuses for your campuses and holy sites.
So I'm probably going to put it where that tack is. It's also within 5 tiles of my city center.
Yeah, because that's still on a hill. And then just don't cut these trees down. Build a lumber camp instead.
Yep.
He's subverting it.
What does subverting mean?
It means subverting.
What do you think that means?
There's an inversion of the meaning here.
So what's the meaning they're inverting?
This guy is a dipshit.
What the halftime show was.
Which is a globalist
message.
Globalist
message. Yeah, you're subverting that.
So the crime...
What crime?
I feel like you shouldn't have shared this if you don't really understand it. Because I think people are saying we want to actually deport him.
People aren't saying that.
Yes, they are.
Yes, they
are. They saying it?
Absolutely.
Uh-huh.
Especially after
you
characterize
they don't
it as
understand.
an invasion.
Well, then they don't understand that he's an American citizen, and unfortunately, they're misinformed.
Sounds
he can't be
like
deported.
you didn't
So I think the joke is
when you
really
posted it.
not a good, it's clearly not a thoughtful one. It seems crazy that you would just share this and not even know what the joke is.
I told you what the joke was.
It's subverting.
It's subverting what happened at the halftime show.
Here's a joke for you. I sat down to eat soup. It was cold.
That's funny to you.
Joke? Is that a joke?
Oh, you got a laugh track.
Is that a joke? Is that funny? What's the joke?
I mean, I don't know. You tell me.
I subverted.
Humor is subjective.
Soup is supposed to be hot, but I sat down and it was cold. Isn't that funny?
Humor is subjective.
But it's not really. What I'm saying is,
well, you don't
more
have
of an anti-joke because it's so obviously not a joke.
Because you find something not to not be funny doesn't mean that somebody won't find it funny.
Here's a joke. I sat down to eat soup, then I got arrested.
It's cold tomato soup. No.
For invading my country.
Oh, but now I'm being
That's
pedantic.
the point. I mean, I heard somebody laugh back there.
I mean, it's essential. I'm trying to understand this joke. It's crazy that you
you're
can't
obsessing over it.
Okay, sure. So let's keep going here. Oh, just those two? I thought you had a lot
more. It's just a dumb post. Honestly, I'm sure you would get a lot of people that are upset about it, but you'd also get a lot of people that thought it was funny.
Yeah, I think
it's got 5,000 comments. Like there are people that probably thought it was funny, and there are probably people that were upset by it. That's just the nature of humor. You're not going to make everybody happy.
But humor is like there's supposed to be truth cloaked in it, especially when you're doing
Does
politics.
it always? I mean,
well, you're doing politics, right? You're not playing around with. You're not making jokes about.
And so now because I'm a politician, I'm not allowed to be a human being with
you're trying to say
so
something here, and you're copping out.
What am I trying to say? I acknowledge he's an American citizen. He can't be deported. I knew that when I posted this. It's not like I didn't know.
I don't think you're being honest with me about your intentions.
How? I've been honest the entire time. This entire time. It's not because you don't like my answer that all of a sudden it's not honest.
So you're saying it's rage bait to appease racist people?
That's you making a very dishonest interpretation of it.
I'm just trying to understand because you won't tell me.
Oh my God, Ethan, you're so funny, dude.
I'm just trying. I'm just trying to fill in the blank that you've refused to fill in. Because just saying it's subverted isn't an explanation of why it's funny or why it's a joke.
Level.
Right? It's like a chicken cross the road thing. It's like one of those. Why did the Puerto Rican get deported?
Why?
Because he did a halftime show. It's kind of like a chick. It's kind of like
I heard somebody laugh back there.
That's good.
I heard somebody laugh back there.
That's good. But I can explain that joke to you.
Can you?
Yeah.
Explain it.
It's a parody of your post that makes no sense.
Your joke. Okay. See, you can subvert something.
What does subvert mean?
We just talked about it.
I
You keep going back to
I feel like
definitions.
you don't know what that means because you keep saying it, but like it doesn't explain explains what you think it explains. Okay. All right. Anyway, I see you. You've carved out a lot of space for you to say I'm just kidding. Right. That's useful. For example, you called the halftime show. Let's see here.
Oh, it was slop.
No, that's not what you said.
Oh, okay.
It's never been more evident that Americans aren't buying this sort of goy slop.
It's a term.
Bro, what?
Do you see how you're not defining the terms?
It's a term. I mean, we all know what the word goy. I'm a goyim, right? Technically.
So what is goy slop? But what does this have to do with Jews? What does this have to do with Jews?
I mean, it's not necessarily referencing Jews, but it's
then
talking
why
about,
did you use the word goy?
Because it's a reference to, so in that term, in and of itself, there's a power structure, right? Within the term goy, and how Jews see Jews and goyim, right?
Bro is Jew-splaining to a Jew. This is amazing.
This is what I'm saying. Like half the thing with Ethan is like just sometimes just letting him talk, which Sam Cedar will do a lot, but then he'll just destroy them at the end, so it's more satisfying.
Mm-hmm.
But like him talking with his hands there, so funny, so fucking funny. Like explaining to a Jew the goyim thing and being like this with your hands and stuff.
Jews. What does this have to do with Jews?
I mean, it's not necessarily referencing Jews, but it's
then
talking
why
about,
did you use the word goy?
Because it's a reference to, so in that term, in and of itself, there's a power structure, right? Within the term goy, and how Jews see Jews and goyim, right? So I'm talking about a power structure of the elites and the people consuming it. Now, by the way, I'm not saying that the elites are all Jewish. I'm just saying there's nothing to define that. What I'm saying is that there's a dynamic. No, I'm just referring to the dynamic.
By the way.
Bro really said, I'm not saying the elites are all Jewish and you can't prove that I am.
Oh, man.
Now, by the way, I'm not saying that the elites are all Jewish. I'm just saying there's nothing to define that. What I'm saying is that there's a dynamic. No, I'm just referring to the dynamic.
By the way, just to correct something you said, goy is not a derogatory term. I know a lot of people...
It's not derogatory?
No, not at all. It's like gringo. It's literally exactly the same.
And gringo is not derogatory?
No, it's not always. Gringo is absolutely not derogatory. I've spent a lot of time in Mexico.
I'm pretty sure the Brazilians, when they use it, and most Latin Americans, when they use it, they're like, they're trying to be derogatory.
It's like saying gay. Like you could say just to be saying it, but if you're using it in an offensive manner.
You can be derogatory with gringo.
Yeah, you can be, but it's not always.
Okay. Well,
Nate, do you agree with me? I mean, we have a Mexican correspondent here.
Oh, we're appealing to the Mexican.
I think you can even
a derogatory term.
I think you can even use it affectionately. I'm being serious.
Gringo. So like gay.
Yes.
I mean, does he care about it being offensive?
Because I don't care. I'm not offended by words.
Racist shit?
No, that's you putting words in my mouth.
You said you don't care.
I don't care if I'm called a gringo or something else.
Yeah. Well,
I'm obviously using this very specifically to describe power structure.
Well, it must be nice not to be a member of a group that can be.
Well, he's Italian, Ethan. Watch out.
Like that can be leveled against them.
Watch out.
Like if you were a black person, you don't think you would care if someone called you the N-word?
Okay. Well, what do you mean? What specifically?
You said I'm not someone that gets offended by words. Wasn't that just like a privileged take?
I mean, there are a lot of black people that don't get offended by the N-word.
Okay, let's find them. Find me one. Maybe one, but like go up to black people on the street and call them the N-word.
I'm not gonna. I don't know which ones get offended by it and don't.
But then, so like, if someone gets offended, would you be like, dude, why are you offended by words?
No, they have the freedom to be offended. I'm speaking for myself.
Goy is an anti-Semitic derogatory term that refers to heavily processed, low-quality, or unhealthy food or other things. It stems from online far-right conspiracy theory circles, particularly 4chan, and is used to describe what proponents claim is food designed by Jewish people to make non-Jews, or goyim, lazy, weak, or sick. So do you think that this is a Jewish conspiracy to make America weak?
I'm describing a dynamic.
You know what's crazy?
Amazing.
You know what's crazy in that? Is like, you know, like the reason why we have Kellogg, the cereal company and stuff, because like their Protestant fucking nonsense led them to believe that like if you eat the perfect like food, then you're more holy and work efficient and shit. And like that we can just make ourselves superior by having access to the right kind of food.
Makes sense. Does that not make sense to you?
Well, you know what doesn't make sense to me is how do you get from being in generally the same church, right? You get from Kellogg eating moldy bread. That's what cereal ended up being. It was a moldy piece of bread. That's what cornflakes were. How do you get from him being the same faith and then have Waco?
That's a good point.
Because they're literally the same church.
It's interesting.
You know?
Interesting immediate area around me. It's not bad. And I took the right pantheon.
This slinger is about to get fucked up.
A lot of strategic resources.
He's so fucked.
Cool. I'm about to lose my scout to some warriors. That's cool. Oh, good play video.
As I said, I'm not. At no point do I mention Jews at all in this. In my
Hold on,
analysis.
you used the word goy, and then you just went on to explain what goy means in terms of how Jewish people are.
Oh yeah, then how at no point do I make a statement about Jewish people or Jews at all. Well, it's served as a way to you describe the specific power structure and dynamic within that, a view of the world, right? That's what I'm describing. I'm using it. In.
Does goy image conjure the image of something Jewish?
Not necessarily.
Oh, bro, you're such a liar.
I'm using it in a broad sense, and at no point do I mention Jews. You can play the whole video. I don't even mention the Jews here.
I know you call it goy slop.
Where do I mention the Jews in my video?
When you say goy.
Okay, but where?
You just explained to me what goy.
There's no criticism.
You just explained what goy means to me in terms of how it relates to Jewish people.
But there's no criticism of Jewish people at all. I don't even bring up Jewish people.
It is inherent to using the term goy slop.
Well, I'm using it as a vehicle to describe a specific power dynamic. That's not without talking about making it about the Jews.
Just so you know.
It's not.
That's insane.
I'm not.
Just so you know, that's insane.
I'm not Jews. In my video, do I talk about the Jews?
I know, bro. You called it goy slop.
Done with it. Nobody wants this. It's garbage. Nobody likes it. Stop playing it and stop trying to force it down our throats. And look, yes, there were a handful of people there at the stadium who were clearly enjoying themselves.
Yeah, I mean, well, people did not like that. They don't like that.
By the way,
why were they having that?
You just showed one girl who's like,
There's
but it's
so many
it's a performance
like
for TV. I mean, it's mostly for TV. How many people fit in the stadium? What, like 50,000? And on TV,
yeah, maybe 100,000. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
Okay, so you admit this is a dumb point.
No, this is a point that's relatable to make. I mean,
even though it's completely new.
I know that the initial number said 130-something million people watched it. The household number is actually, during the game, I think it peaked at 48 million viewers. 48 million household viewers, and that dipped to like 20-something million. It was actually lower than Kendrick's halftime show.
Which was like the most viewed, right?
Yeah. So they basically half the audience dipped during the halftime show.
It's probably normal. Like, I wonder how many people dipped during Kendrick's. Did you like Kendrick's halftime show, or did you think that was an invasion?
Yeah, most people probably go take a shit, make some food.
I thought it was a little too political.
Right. And so something about being black is inherently political.
No, he was making a political statement. That's you putting words in my mouth again.
What was the political... I'm trying to think back. It was very much...
It was very anti-Canada.
It was all about invading Canada.
He was calling out Drake, so...
Oh, true.
Yeah. No, but there was a very specific political... I don't remember the whole thing because it's been a year, but he did have a political statement behind it. In fact, people were analyzing it like, oh my God, this is such a... He made so many statements. He said so much. I mean...
What's a halftime show you like?
To be honest, I think most of them suck.
Okay. Did you like the TP USA show?
No.
Oh, you said it was awesome.
I said it was awesome?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Where is
it?
Let me see. Well, hold on. I don't want to get sidetracked. I want to finish this video.
Nobody's dancing because nobody likes this trash. And that reaction tells you more about the moment we're in than any
Are you a Bad Bunny
hashtag
fan?
ever could. This is America.
I like his music.
And no.
You know he's one of the most popular artists in the world.
I do know he's one of the most popular, if not the most popular.
But then why do you say nobody likes it?
I mean, nobody in that stadium was liking it. I don't think most Americans like it.
I don't listen to Bad Bunny regularly, but I thought the show was awesome, just from a production standpoint, from an entertainment
logically
standpoint. I watched it with my kids. They have no concept of all these cultural differences, and they thought it was awesome.
So like
when he fell through the roof,
just shaking their ass in front of the camera. That's something that you like having your kids watch.
Yeah.
I don't recall being overly sexualized.
I mean, pretty sexualized.
But like when they fell through the roof, and my son was like, "How'd they do that?" I was like, "That was really cool, don't you think?" Like technically.
Okay.
You disagree?
I thought.
Are you criticizing their stage?
I thought there was no artistry behind it at all. I thought it was lame.
That's fucking dense, bro. I don't even think you believe that.
I do believe it. Why would I not believe it?
Okay, so hold on. So, but you're being silly when you say nobody likes it, because
obviously there are people who like it.
Yeah, like a lot.
But
128 million viewers, 4th most watched halftime show.
How many of those viewers are abroad?
Wait, so I thought NFL was a uniquely American sport.
Yeah, but they broadcast it globally, no?
Oh, so now it's a global event?
Well, they're trying to appeal to a different market. Let's be real. Why are they?
So
why are they choosing the biggest global act to headline the halftime show? They're trying to appeal to a global audience, and that's part of my criticism.
He's not wrong.
Let's see. Bad Bunny's one of the most. No, he's popular in America. He's popular in America.
Like the NFL is.
He won my
trying
album
to
of the year,
appeal
right?
to a global audience. Like he's not wrong, but like.
Fourth most watched in U.S.
I don't know if this is necessarily relevant
of the halftime shows. Yeah.
to anything.
But he has a big audience in America.
Really just
I'm sure he does. America's a big country. 330 million people.
At least say
if you get 10%, that's 30 million.
Even compared to other artists, like he's one of the biggest.
There's a big Hispanic population. I'm sure that they like him.
They've invaded us, and they won't stop listening to Bad Bunny.
Dave, why do you keep calling them Dave? I'm one of them technically. I'm a Latino.
Yeah, I'm surprised you don't self-deport. You've invaded my country.
Where do you want me to self-deport to? Brazil?
Yeah, anywhere. Who cares? Get out of here. That's all I know.
They're gonna clip that.
Good. Let them know. Death Noodles needs to get out.
Doesn't mean every performance has to be red, white, and blue patriotism, but it does mean you should probably offer something Americans actually enjoy.
Did you like Rihanna's performance?
I thought she was pretty decent. Wasn't she pregnant when she did it? I think she just wasn't dancing.
She got a pass.
No, that's not.
Did you watch the Turning Point USA halftime show?
I watched it after the fact.
Did you like it?
No.
You said it crushed.
Well, I think citing the number of people that watched it, because I think.
But they had way less. Turning Point halftime show absolutely crushed the woke garbage the NFL tried to make. So what's your point? You didn't even like this?
The point is 5.6 million people watching it.
That's way less.
I mean, for a live stream on YouTube, that had to be changed last minute.
Crush it.
They were supposed to do it on X.
But you didn't like the show. You thought it was trash.
I thought the acts were all lame. I mean, Kid Rock is like... I mean, I was like 11 years old.
What is that?
He was singing a song like "Ba with a Ba." I was 11 years old when that song came out.
I totally agree. But like, so what are we complimenting them on? If their answer to
they crushed, because how often do you get that sort of viewership? Changing your live stream last minute from X to YouTube. Then they're also competing with arguably the biggest cultural event in America for the whole year, and they were still able to pull in that many people.
What do you think it says?
To me, that's crushing. You don't think that's crushing? With all the odds against you,
you don't think that's crushing?
6 million viewers.
You don't think that's crushing?
YouTube one from the start. They just didn't do it on X. They didn't switch.
Yeah. Well, as far as I know, X they got a copyright claim and they had to switch it last minute.
No, they were doing.
Well, that's funny as.
Okay.
Well, not that it's really that material, but I don't know if it's. But what does it mean if their cultural, like their tour de force, this is their answer, is like Kid Rock? Like, I mean, that's the best we got.
Here's something maybe to take into consideration, right? The person who does the halftime show for the NFL is Jay-Z, right? He owns Rock Nation, right? Rock Nation represents the vast majority of all the popular artists around the world, right? And mostly in America too. They all get their touring deals, they all get their record deals through Rock Nation. How many artists do you think would go up against?
All right, I'm sick of you. No, I don't look at anything about the Olympics. I'm American. We don't care about that stuff.
The Olympics are dumb. It's good fun to watch, though. Commonwealth Games are way more boring.
I'm looking for this one video.
We need to do actual stories.
That's what I'm moving to. Yes.
Watch Later has all the New South Wales police stuff.
It's about Epstein that the FBI made, claiming that nothing happened. Yeah, I saw. It's such a fucking circus. Shit's despicable. We have Les Wexner confirmed now. I did see that as well. Nah, man, heard that if you're not on the I don't think I streamed on the files, you're a loser. Oh my god, yeah. I don't think I even talked about that one. I don't think I streamed that day. Jesus, that was crazy. Actually an unbelievable take.
People can see from these, the thing is, what people can see from these Epstein files, he knew everybody that was very powerful. So like if you were on the scene and you were powerful, like to be honest, like if you're not in those files, it would be an insult. Because it just means that you were a bit of a loser.
Lady Victoria. Isn't that fucking insane? Oh, whoops.
of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's. That's an astonishing attitude, isn't it? If you're not in the Epstein files, it's an insult, you're a loser.
Crazy. Is that fucking awesome?
That's worse than Megyn Kelly calling 15-year-olds young, like, what'd she say? Barely legal?
You're not a pedophile if you fuck teenagers, I think what she was saying. I think that's what she was saying.
That's certainly what it sounded like. Hell yeah.
Choose research.
But to have redacted files that are not showing us the names of these predators is wrong. These are very powerful people. This was a very expensive business. And we don't know who they are. I would imagine they're very prominent Republicans, very Republican Democrats. And we are covering up for them. We got to know what's going on out there, Madam AG. It looks like you want to say something. I'm going to give the opportunity to address my statement.
I look forward to working with you on any crimes involving child sex predators, children, and also cyber crimes. That is a tremendous problem now throughout our country. AI, you are correct. AI is causing great problems online we're working on that though. AI is an incredible tool, but it also can be fraught with peril with victims of crime. I've experienced that with someone I know who we've
I didn't expect to instantly be irritated by this woman, and it's not because of anything she's saying. It's because normally when I see her doing this, it's a press conference, so I think I'm like already, you know, like the expectation in my brain is already going to be dumb press conference shit. But like in the middle of a Senate hearing where she's still like passionate, like she, you know what she really gives the energy of is that one beauty pageant queen who says like the kids need maps in Iraq and stuff. You remember that one?
Vaguely. Very vaguely.
This is like one of the greatest.
Okay. Recent polls have shown a fifth of Americans can't locate the U.S. on a world map. Why do you think this is?
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, like such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as, and I believe that they should, our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S. or should help South Africa and should help the Iraq and the Asian countries, so we will be able to build up our future for our children.
Thank you very much, South Carolina.
Wow.
We've been trying to help. I look forward, though, to working with you on that and on cybercrimes. Can I?
Please, go ahead.
And as I said before, to any victims,
can you imagine
we
getting
ask
divorced
them to come
from this
forward
lady?
to our office, and we want to
like,
work
oh
with them.
my
I have
God.
never not worked with a victim, and I believe I've actually spoken to several of the
Madam,
victims.
if I can
Attorneys
reclaim my time, I
sitting
only have a minute.
behind me.
I can reclaim my time.
Crazy that
I just think
President
you
of
start out
Yemen
by making
is
sure
there.
those redactions are unredacted, those Epstein files, to make sure that the public, according to the law,
Look
following
him
the
up.
law,
Look him up.
that those names in those files are made public. We have to make sure we tell those predators there is no place for them to hide, and if they commit the crime, they're going to fry for it. It starts with showing us the names of the perpetrators in the Epstein files.
May I respond to that?
Sure.
Okay. So, if any man's name was redacted that should not have been, we will, of course, unredact it. If a victim's name was unredacted, please bring it to us and we will redact it. We were given 30 days to review and redact and unredact millions of pages of documents. Our error rate is very low, but there are always
right behind you. We've got to convince them
that
we're doing a good job
everything
of
we can
protecting
to help
them.
the victims. We will do everything we can.
Support journalism you trust. Support PBS News.
Thanks, PBS.
Is recognized.
May I respond very briefly to her statement?
I think we can do that
Okay.
probably on one of our members' time.
Okay, thank you. I don't want that to get away. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Behind me, I have 3 documents.
The Epstein files continue to provide a look into, again, there's multiple aspects of the scandal, which is that you had this child predator, child sex trafficker, protected by some of the country's most powerful people, some luminaries. Noam Chomsky, on the left, not necessarily a guy with a huge amount of power, but certainly somebody who many on the left looked up for in terms of some sense of moral clarity, at least in the context of U.S. and foreign relations, and in the way that we treat our own people. You can't get into the head of people and understand how they're operating, but there really is no context in which one can believe that nobody knew. Particularly, I mean,
maybe the most open secret of the century.
Yes, and it's one thing like, I didn't Google this guy when I first met him, but I find it really hard to believe that there was enough ignorance to justify this. And I certainly someone serves time for an offense. I can see I'm going to give this person a second chance or whatnot, but this goes a little bit beyond that. And there was, I think it's very hard to believe that there was any indication that he really had reformed. Nevertheless, what I think is also becoming clear is sort of like the web of financial ties and horse trading, and it's just been revelatory into the way that certain things operate. Now, I've heard some people say, this is the deep state. No, I mean, not really, no. This is corruption amongst a wealthy elite who already live a life where they don't have to follow the rules that the rest of us do.
C. Wright Mills called it the power elite in the mid-century.
Yes, and but I think it's been laid bare, and it also shows how sort of decrepit, morally decrepit it is. I imagine there was a time a power elite that was like, I know what's best for the Lilliputians. And so, but this is really, this goes beyond that.
Like Brexit's going to happen, let's buy some deals when everything collapses.
Yeah. And you can see, I imagine historians are going to write about the era of the last 50 years. And you can see the progression to where we have, without a doubt, I mean, by a factor of I don't know how many, the most corrupt administration we have had in the history of the country. I mean, the president himself has enriched himself to the tune of multiple billions of dollars over the course of 10 or 11 months by just leveraging the office. And everybody's getting a taste. Pam Bondi got this job because all it took was a $25,000 donation to her as Attorney General for her to stop investigating Trump University 10 years ago. Here she is being questioned by the ranking Democrat on the Judiciary. Is this on the Judiciary Committee in the House? Jamie Raskin giving an open statement. We're going to play a couple of clips from this hearing, which took place this morning. And still going on. This was just a couple hours ago.
That will be your legacy unless you act quickly to change course.
You're running a massive Epstein cover-up right out of the Department of Justice. You've been ordered by subpoena and by Congress to turn over 6 million documents, photographs, and videos in Epstein files, but you've turned over only 3 million. You say you're not turning over the other 3 million because they're somehow duplicative, but we know that there are actual memos of victim statements in there, and you also took down the Department of Justice's prosecution memo from 2019. So it's clearly not all duplicative, but even if it was, release it. Just release all the duplicative
already
stuff.
at half volume.
In the half you did produce, you redacted the names of abusers, enablers, accomplices, and co-conspirators, apparently to spare them embarrassment and disgrace, which is the exact opposite of what the law ordered you to do. Even worse, you shockingly failed to redact many of the victims' names, which is what you were ordered to do by Congress. Some of the victims had come forward publicly, but many had not. Many had kept their torment private, even from family and friends, but you published their names, their identities, their images on thousands of pages for the world to see. So you ignored the law, and even with over 100,000 employees at your disposal, you acted with some mixture of staggering incompetence, cold indifference, and jaded cruelty towards more than 1,000 victims raped, abused, and trafficked. This performance screams cover-up.
Get him, Raskin.
I mean, there really isn't a lot of like opining that's going on in that. It is simply the facts. The idea that the Department of Justice reviewed all 6 million of the documents and decided that 3 million were duplicative in some way is patently absurd.
Go to the watch later.
The skiff that the Congress people are allowed to go into where there are redacted files apparently has, what, 4 computers.
Huh?
And who did the
you
math
can
on
send me
this?
stuff in the private chat.
I believe it was Jamie Raskin.
It's on
Jamie
the
Raskin.
list.
It would take something like 6 years to
I
go
know,
through
it's
all
like
of
an
these.
independent video.
Specific. I have tons of stuff.
With just 4
Yeah,
computers.
we need to cover New South
I mean,
Wales.
there is a law that Congress passed saying release all these documents. And they haven't done it. Here is Jerry Nadler on the Judiciary Committee. He is retiring in the fall. Yes. Or I guess by January of next year.
Crazy, because he doesn't even have gray hair yet.
Nope. It's unbelievable. It does not need a walker. Although he may need a cane. He asked, how many Epstein co-conspirators has she investigated? We know there's at least 6 that were named in these Justice Department files. Nadler asked her how many she's investigated. She seems a little defensive about it.
How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
I can't see the watch later on that account.
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No,
You're
you
theatrical.
I want to answer the question.
Chairman Jordan, I'm not going to get in the gutter with these people, but I'm going to answer the question.
How many have you indicted?
Again, the time belongs to
Claiming my time.
The time belongs.
I think it's very interesting.
My time.
I think it's very interesting.
You can
when
reclaim
he
your
talks
time.
about they indicted, the president said they indicted him twice.
Mr. Chairman, please stop the clock and stop the clock and restore his time.
Okay, here we go with these theatrics.
Time belongs to the gentleman from New York. We will give you a few more seconds. We will do that. But when you ask a question, witness gets to answer. You may not like the answer, but she gets to answer.
The question was, how many of Epstein's...
They don't like the answer, Chairman,
my time.
because it's honest. So he asked a 4-minute question.
Restore 45 seconds, Mr. Nadler, please, Mr. Chairman.
Answer.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch. Not on our time. No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
No, I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
You're a lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in
All
order.
right, added them to the streaming fund.
We will give you a few more seconds. I said that already.
Start with the Tom Tanuki one.
She called Raskin a washed-up loser lawyer.
Amazing.
Oh, that was Raskin who
she was talking to. Yes. I mean, look, this is a show she's doing for Donald Trump. This is their strategy. They're going to hang in there. Now, we should say it. I hope the irony of Jim Jordan, chairing this committee is not lost on anybody. This is a man who multiple members of was the Ohio State wrestling team accused of protecting a doctor who was molesting them.
Several former OSU wrestlers stated that they directly informed Jordan about the abuse by Strauss, some claiming they told him numerous times.
Apparently, Jim Jordan called 1 or 2 of them crying, please don't tell anybody what I did.
Yeah, I got a clip of that. Maybe playing the funhouse.
I don't know how this didn't get more media attention. I think there was even a documentary.
Yeah. And that's why Jim Jordan is where he is. That was what he sold to the Republican Party. That, oh, we can get this guy in here. If he can do that for OSU, he can do this for us.
It worked for Denny Hastert. Yeah. He became Speaker of the House, and there was definitely an awareness that this guy had been accused as a wrestling coach of molesting some of his players. And in fact, I think he served some time after his time as Speaker of the House. The Democratic Party that functioned as well as the Republicans in terms of these things would make sure that I don't even need to tell you all this. You would all know this. As soon as Jim Jordan showed up on the screen, you'd go, oh, pedophile protector. Denny Hastert.
Ohio still has a athletic center with Les Wexner's name on. That was put there after a $2.5 million Jeffrey Epstein donation, by the way.
Here is Pramila Jayapal asking, or trying to examine whether Pam Bondi has done anything with all this information that she has had. Now, again, I just want to remind people that this was a campaign promise by Donald Trump. This was such a vow that they had taken that they actually released all the files in 3-ring binders for a couple of right-wing stooges. This was their own proclamations of doing this stuff. Here's Jayapal.
To the survivors in the room, if you are willing, please stand.
Crazy, you got 3 cities down before me.
And if you are willing, please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice.
I didn't have 3 cities until 3 turns ago.
Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand.
I made 2 settlers back to back and settled them.
Attorney General Bondi.
Yeah, I should have a lot more.
You apologize to the survivors in your opening statement for what they went through at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files and their information?
But I'm going to go for a monumentality settle, so it'll make up
Congresswoman, you sat before, Merrick Garland sat in this chair twice.
Attorney General Bondi,
no, can I finish my answer?
No, I'm going to reclaim my time because I asked you a specific question that I would like you to answer, which is, will you turn to the survivors? This is not about anybody that came before you. It is about you taking responsibility for your Department of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right.
Like, this is so far beyond. Remember how I used to joke and say, like, Pakistan's so fun, the politics are so fun because it's so American? Like, did you just build the Oracle?
I don't think so.
That's how far behind I am.
I was planning on it.
I don't know. It just took it.
No, away. I just built the Hanging Gardens.
It didn't tell me somebody built it.
I want that population growth. Because I'm not planning to build many mines.
It just stopped building. Whatever.
I'm not planning on building many mines, so need that population boost.
Anyway, it's just so fucking crazy, like, that we're in a place where we're literally doing the defending child predators, like, in a fucking Congress hearing in this country. Like the American will to do nothing is, like, astounding to me. Like, the slow slide all the way here and watching it slide, like, what are we fucking doing?
I feel like that's the attitude most Americans should have.
What are we doing here?
Amazing.
Behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice is doing.
Members get to ask the questions.
They're doing the Mark Zuckerberg thing where they're going to make him turn around and apologize to parents.
She doesn't like the answer. So,
Mr. Chairman,
she's not going to fall for the Zuck.
She asked Merrick Garland this.
I'm reclaiming my time, and when I reclaim my time, it is
This is chaos.
For her theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentle lady. The gentle lady has 17 seconds.
Thank you. You're not going to answer this question, so let me just
Chairman,
say
I'll direct it to
what
you.
a massive
No, I'm
cover-up.
answering a question.
Chairman, will you restore her time? The witness is interrupted.
I'm not going to gutter with this woman. She's doing theatrics.
This is why, I mean, literally, this was requested to cover because
The
of
thing
how
that I would love
chaotic
to have
this
seen
fucking
the
hearing is.
Democratic members of this committee remind Pam Bondi is that she is not elected. She is a Republican appointee, and every single person who's asking of her a question has the power of hundreds of thousands of constituents who have elected them to sit there and hold this Republican appointee accountable. This is not beanbag. And, you know, the Democratic Party, like, look, there's a lot of terrain where the Democrats have not gotten aggressive that are more, in many respects, more to the point in terms of impacting people's lived experience. This stuff is, to some extent, eye candy and low-hanging fruit. And I understand the desire and the ease in which you go at this, and you want to take, you know, Trump's legs out and Congress's legs out from underneath them, regardless of what it is. Go harder. And not even necessarily on the substance. Remind everyone there, this is the Republican Party. And when you're addressing that chair, remind everybody that Jim Jordan has a bad history in protecting pedophiles.
Also, Trump's attorney generals do.
You
Alex
literally,
Acosta was the one who
all
gave,
you have to do is like, oh, Jim Jordan protecting pedophiles again, I see.
When he was down in Florida, gave Epstein the sweetheart deal, and Pam Bondi later became, I believe, the first AG of female AG of Florida, and didn't follow up on that and just allowed that deal to stand. And just surprisingly, those two Florida folks became members of the Trump administration.
And as soon as Pam Bondi shows that she's not going to answer your questions, you just start asking rhetorical ones. Here's Pam Bondi, again, protecting her job with Donald Trump. She has an audience of one here. And Democratic lawmakers need to understand that. There's an audience of one. They have a much bigger audience. And if she's playing to only one person, she's going to look like a cretin to a vast larger audience. But here she is just losing it.
To release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history. And none of them
What are you gonna do, cry?
asked Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over. What? The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000.
That's funny.
Right now. The S&P
She
at
even almost started laughing because it was ridiculous to her too.
Smashing records.
She
Americans'
almost laughed.
401ks and retirement
Did you hear that?
savings
Listen
are
to that.
booming.
I
That's
missed the
what we should
snicker.
be talking about.
But that stuff was true under Biden, too.
She totally almost laughed. She knows how stupid this is.
Kanye was roaring.
Our president in
To only one person, she's going to look like a cretin to a vast larger audience. But here she is just losing it.
to release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history. And none of them asked Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over.
Yeah.
So she has to get herself to stop
Why?
laughing. She has to call out another person. She is literally like, this is in the outtakes on the fucking after the credits roll.
None of them asked Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over. What? The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over.
Like, she was totally holding back laughter there.
Certainly sounded that way.
It certainly looked that way with her facial expression too.
50,000 right now.
I mean, I'm
S&P
no
at
like
almost
body language expert, but
7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement
shame.
savings are booming.
I'm
That's
so
what we
sad.
should be
I have
talking
3
about.
tiles that could have had the Panama Canal, but they're hills.
Can you address the cover-up of the elite sex cabal?
It seems...
Fuck.
It seems a little tone deaf when you are talking about a billionaire financier who is running a child sex ring and had commingled this with a bunch of other financiers and billionaires to be bragging about the stock market.
And also, are you really attacking Merrick Garland if you're saying we're just doing what he did?
Yeah, I know.
I mean, again, the audience that she's playing to is a very narrow subsection of the American population.
You did great.
You did great. And here's the thing. You know, we've been talking about this, and Howard Lutnick is in a lot of... it seems to be the person that is being teed up as a fall guy. Now, maybe it was because he went out there and went so far over his skis
He may have tripped
months
more than
ago
being a fall guy.
when he was like, I found him disgusting. I never dealt with him. And yes, he was blackmailing people, of course. And maybe that's still ringing in some people's ears. But the name of the game is, if they can get one resignation, if they can get one firing, the dam starts to decompose a little bit. Because if you compare the Trump administration 2024, 2025 to 2017, by this point, I don't know, 5 cabinet members had to have resigned because of all the corruption. This cabinet is just as corrupt and just as inept. Maybe more so than the first one, but the difference is their corruptness and ineptness is both their weakness and their strength. It's their strength in that they all know we're going to sink or swim together. And so Trump just keeps them together because he knows that their number one directive is loyalty.
Jesus Christ.
And that's why she's doing what she's doing here.
What?
I was trying to get open borders
to
see what she was up
Jasper
to.
Nathaniel, he's the publisher of Infinite Jazz on
asked for
Substack.
23 gold.
As Netanyahu meets with Donald Trump.
Fuck off.
And
I'm not paying you that right now.
Slow annexation of the West Bank starts to stick itself out. It starts to pop its head out of the water, as it were. We'll talk to him in a moment about that. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show.
That was fucking insane. She's a nutcase.
Sure, we'll have more reactions from it because it only happened today. So,
I want to put some footage together that I've seen around online. There's so much.
All right,
of the
pause for a
horrendous
second.
Police violence in Sydney.
So I just want to preface this. Isaac Herzog was invited by Australia to come to Australia, the president of a country currently committing genocide. In a country where we've had, what, 2 years maybe of weekly protests against this genocide. Okay? There were 3,000, I believe, possibly more, he might talk about it, police assigned to this job specifically. Millions in taxpayer dollars spent for this purpose. And it's going to happen again in Melbourne.
So are these the Nazis or the cops?
It's hard to tell. They look the same.
Yesterday to demonstrate primarily how absolutely far gone our state.
Bro, this guy be sounding like somebody who reads the lore in Diablo games.
And police force is in its appeasement of the genocidal state of Israel and its lobbyists abroad at the expense of our own citizens and our legal right to protest. I'll keep the context as brief as...
I'm trying to think what NPC this is. There's an NPC, he sounds exactly like in Diablo. I want to say it's Act 2. It's not Mashif. Oh, it's Diablo 1? Okay, I was trying to, like, because I couldn't think of the voice lines in my head, so I'm trying to think of the tone of the voice.
Interesting. The Temple of Artemis might actually be worth building here.
Okay,
I would get 4 amenities from the Temple of Artemis.
Tell me this dude don't sound like this.
Thank goodness you returned. Much has changed since you lived here, my friend. All was peaceful until the Dark Riders came and destroyed our village. Many were cut down where they stood, and those who took up arms were slain or dragged away to become slaves, or worse. The church at the edge of town has been desecrated and is being used for dark rituals. The screams that echo in the night are inhuman, but some of our townsfolk may yet survive. Follow the path that lies between my tavern and the blacksmith shop to find the church and save who you can. Perhaps I can tell you more if we speak again. Good luck.
Sure, I can say it.
Because it needs to be. We witnessed the horror and tragedy of the Bondi Massacre.
Fucking recalling a memory from like 1993 right there.
But the state response
I've played it since then. That's why it's so fresh in my head, though.
To appease Zionist
I think I played it this year. I think I beat Diablo 1 this year again.
The massacre was instead the fault of the peaceful pro-Palestinian movement, even though the pro-Palestinian movement has made every conceivable effort to draw a line in the sand, firmly separating it from anti-Semitism. Nobody, I would submit, really even believes this lie, but it does serve their political interests, enabling genocide well. In this ridiculous context, Australia invited Israel's President Isaac Herzog into Australia, agreeing that Bondi felt like a suitable moment to begin whitewashing the record of Herzog's infanticidal, genocidal government. There is strong evidence that Herzog's government has overseen tens, if not hundreds of thousands of deaths of children, not even to speak of all the adults. Herzog stands outside of the military and political chain of command in Israel, but he's of course a constitutional head of state. And an international UN Commission of Inquiry has already recommended that he personally be investigated and prosecuted by the International Criminal Court for his personal role in inciting Israel's genocide.
I believe he was the one who said there are no innocents in Gaza.
So Herzog's visit is one of the
and I'm pretty sure he is directly responsible for whipping up
right mind is happy about it.
Support for the genocide inside Israel. I'm pretty sure he was like one of the primary people going around and whipping up support for it before they went into the ground invasion. Because they had to have popular support for it. At least within the country.
Of decent people wanted to protest. New South Wales Police already have disgustingly anti-democratic move-on powers, so Australians' legal right to protest.
New South Wales Police is the most corrupt police in the country as well, by the way.
But these anti-democratic measures were amplified with a recent 14-day declaration using rushed powers under the Terrorism Police Powers Act 2002, meaning that anyone protesting in areas designated by the police could face significant criminal charges for commonplace peaceful protest activities. This in addition to a range of boosted move-on powers and so on. New South Wales activists tried to challenge these anti-freedom powers in court. They were unsuccessful. The rally had no march planned on the day because it wasn't able to. Marching is banned and the rally was within this declared restricted zone of New South Wales police's. A significant portion of the crowd wanted to march though, which is fine because under international law they have a right to protest. So several groups were in favour of that as I understand it, and there was a bit of a split in intention or hopes for the direction of the protest. It bears mentioning that New South Wales police were aggressive and initiating arrests from right off the bat.
Let's keep moving now, because we've got to try and clear the streets so we can go home, alright?
Here's a bit of footage I bet you've all seen, but I wanted to slow it down so we could discuss what happens. This idiot lowly bike cop, possibly the worst kind of cop, grabs this man and then can't let go because they're stuck in their bike. And then these idiot fucking thug cops behind him all start laying into him as though it's his fault. Comical. Look at this fucking plod. He can't get out of his bike. Why are your bike cop for? The worst kind of cop who can't get out of a bike. You'd think to yourself, great that he's got this footage, hey? Because he can sue the shit out of the coppers for this. He can take them to the cleaners. No, he can't, actually, apparently, because the Major Events Act Declaration, another anti-freedom bit of legislation introduced by this fucking government, gives police the full suite of their move-on powers and restricts people's ability to sue the state. That's a consequence of this declaration. Another one of these powers they got in the interests of social cohesion. Here you go, there they are, our arbiters of social cohesion. Right there.
You know what I always say, never trust a man with a mustache. You look at history, more bad guys had mustaches.
Here's a doozy. Just finished pepper spraying a disabled woman. Unfortunately got a bit of pepper spray on themselves. Look at this.
Oh, this guy's coughing. This guy's coughing. It's spicy, isn't it? A little bit.
Yeah. It's funny sometimes when you're a maggot, isn't it? One major threat to social cohesion that I can think of is praying. That's right, even people praying for a couple of minutes weren't immune to the clearing the streets efforts of New South Wales police.
Bro, this is how you get ISIS attacks.
Yeah.
This is how you get ISIS attacks.
Yep.
Okay.
Pretty cool, huh? See why I said we need to cover this?
Like, the Soviets would, allegedly, I mean, I wasn't there, so, but they would, that's the thing they would do is they knew people would come out to pray and then they'd shoot them. Because anyone who was praying clearly wasn't a loyal communist. And also, I shouldn't say the Soviets, it could have been the Afghan government too, but... Because there is a distinction there. The Afghan government was far worse than the Soviets, just like in Vietnam.
Yes.
Like, America should have been stricter on telling Vietnam what to do. Like, that would have been better for everyone if that happened, regardless of the war, right? Like, in Iraq, I don't know. Iraq did a lot of stuff on its own and banned America from doing things, but, like, also, like, the party that came to power isn't necessarily in it for their own country's interests. So he's a proxy of the war itself, because really this entire Middle Eastern conflict has been against Iran. It's just Iran was never acknowledged or talked about, but like the Hezbollah group in Iraq was one of the main insurgent groups fighting the Americans. You know, like, these Iranian insurgent groups are normally part of the situation in many of these states. So, and it's interesting because they used to make this big deal on, like, state-backed terror groups. Even though they never specifically were talking about Iran back then. They were trying to say that Saddam was backing Al-Qaeda. You know, and if that's the case, like the IRGC and the Hezbollah chapters, if that was the case with Saddam, like, the IRGC is very open about what they are.
Yeah.
Makes you think, why'd they go in there?
In the background of some of this footage is Greens MP Abigail Boyd. She got really beat up by the coppers, and thankfully she got the opportunity to speak to the media about it afterwards.
I know that you're a member of Parliament. I'm a member of Parliament. I'm just recording, making sure that everybody's doing the right thing. And why are you moving me on? Just because this is the area that's been declared, or is there a particular reason? Hey! Stop pushing me! I'm the
And then the next thing I knew, I had this force on the right of me. I got lifted off the ground, and then you can see in the video as I'm trying to regain my balance, another police officer punches me in the head, and then I get another one after that punches me in the shoulder. They then went in and grabbed these people who were praying. They can't get anything more peaceful than prayer, picking them up and just throwing them on the ground again. These people were just treated so incredibly.
Now, we can also look at this and acknowledge that they specifically did that prayer knowing what was going to happen.
The prayer was done to prove a point. That they weren't resisting.
So we can fully acknowledge that they were specifically doing that prayer to obstruct the police who were trying to fucking clear and push the area. We can fully acknowledge that, just like how we can fully acknowledge what Renee Good was doing before she was killed, and what Alex was doing before they were killed, you know?
No, that's exactly right.
It's amazing how we can, like, not fabricate an entire experience and look at that and still say, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, isn't it?
Like, you know, also, like, what's the context? How many times had they done the prayer thing? Was that the first time and then they were thrown? Or is that the, you know, the sixth time that they did it and the cops were fed up and threw them then too, you know?
Yeah. Well, that's why I have a bunch of news stories as well.
You know, but it doesn't really matter when you have pictures of you using the reins of the horse to whip the immigrants. It doesn't really matter, does it?
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter what led up to that picture.
No, exactly.
Poorly.
That's Israel's
and
argument.
Then we had
Everything is more
force
context.
that came in, made sure we had nowhere to go, and just pushed people into the most unsafe situations, and then grabbed them and threw them.
Cops.
I had a guy next to me, 78 years old. They pulled his arm backwards so hard, his skin split, and he was bleeding everywhere. It was horrific. You know, I'm just one person. There are so many people who got hurt. Like, it's just, I say got hurt, got assaulted by police.
Not long after that, they insisted that people disperse. After some dissent and negotiation, I believe it was agreed to allow for the opportunity to march while dispersing southward towards Central Station. The north and south ends of George Street were both blocked off by riot and horse cops. As a block of people began to march,
also taking
the first
horses
riot and horse
to protest
cop surge began
is an
from the north,
intentional move.
Which pushed everybody southward a bit.
The police made the choice to take police to a thing that they knew they were going to make violent.
The overuse of OC, pepper spray, brutalising people and so on. The crowd started dispersing or marching from the George and Bathurst Street intersection. Some people were funneled either south down George or east
That's it.
down
Not
Bathurst
going for
Street
wonders
towards
anymore.
Hyde Park. There was a kettle
got
at the
another one
intersection
sniped.
with the crowd basically
I'm
being
the only ones I'm
squeezed
going to go
through
for
the
are
edge of it,
specific religious
which meant
ones.
that the crowd coming out the other side got really spread out, which made them vulnerable, quite by design, to police snatch squad.
Let's go! I'm walking. No, you're not. Fucking turn around. Fuck off. I'm walking away from you. Slow it down. Come on.
Keep moving. You're just here to protest. Keep moving. The George Street is closed. Keep moving.
Stop touching me.
Keep moving.
Stop touching me. Move. Hey, get off me. You got to move. Get off me. Move. Get off me. Turn that way. Move now. Get off me.
They're always such the fucking most bitch-made cunts, aren't they?
So, like, that's... Like, that second guy's so unnecessary.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
it's a purposeful escalation.
The guy who was first addressing him, like... So they're like, oh, as long as we ask him nice once, then we can brutalize them.
Yeah, well, Israel drops a door knocker before they bomb
people
your
like
house.
having their windows broken while they're like unbuckling and getting stuff, and they'll just say, should have done it sooner.
You just don't understand. The Australian police have been trained by the IDF, right? The IDF drop a door knocker before they bomb your house to bits.
You're right.
You know, it's the same thing.
You have a great point.
Yeah, they've been trained.
Death to the IDF! Death to the IDF! Death to the IDF! Death to the IDF! Death to the IDF!
I can't believe the Wiggles would do this.
Guys, keep moving. You're just here to protest. Keep moving. The George Street is closed. Keep moving.
Stop touching me.
Keep moving.
Stop touching me.
Move.
Hey, get off me. You got to move. Get off me. Move. Get off me. Turn that way. Move now. Get off me.
Should have paid attention when this happened in Melbourne, but it was the lockdown protesters, right? So it didn't matter.
It's crazy.
One of the most outrageous bits of footage that we saw of arrests was this one. Look
Got
at this
it.
poor
This guy needs his
fucking
levels
kid.
balanced.
I got them on the ground. I pinned them down, belting the piss out of them. Look, just repeatedly hitting them. They don't care about the cameras. These fucking thugs. Look at it. Bashing him in the kidneys. If this kid doesn't have permanent damage as a result of all this, I'll be stunned. A much reduced group of people, which had began from George Street, eventually got pushed to Central Station, having been brutalised along the way.
Zogs?
No, dogs.
Oh, thank God. Thank God. There's a companion in Fallout. And so you know how, like, did you meet the Nightkin at all?
Yes.
So, like, you know how they're all crazy?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a Nightkin, and it's like a Dr. and Jekyll and Mr. Hyde type thing, where one's good and one's bad. And it's just, it's depending on what their personality is. It's either dog or God.
Okay.
Chris Minns, having essentially participated in the great lie of pointing the finger at the pro-Palestine movement for the Bondi massacre, has essentially let the cops off the hook to do whatever violence they liked yesterday. In all my experience looking at or being around or even in the receiving end of protest and police violence, all the greatest cop violence I have seen comes when the government of the day lets them off the hook in the public arena beforehand. That has been the case when I consider IMARC, the mining disruption, or disrupt land forces, or anti-lockdown rallies, or refugee rights protests.
Oh, man.
Even
Big turn
so,
for me next turn.
Sydney yesterday really stood out. New South Wales Council for Civil Liberties issued a statement. They said, "It's been clear that the Premier does not understand the fundamental foundations of both peace and democracy in New South Wales. The community deserves better than a Premier whose track record indicates he will not even learn from what we all witnessed tonight. Australians should be deeply concerned about what this means for the future of political freedom in this country. A country that prides itself on fairness and the rule of law can't tolerate dissent being crushed and silenced like was attempted tonight. As of the time of publishing this video, there has already been
Russia
some snap
got one.
protests, and there will certainly be more in the name of protecting our civil liberties. I hope to see you at one of them. I'll certainly be sharing them through my socials. Stay safe."
But Kid Rock has addressed some of this
Okay,
stuff.
and here's the other thing.
If this is just him talking
He was
to Fox News.
I added. Hold on, no. There's more to that.
A funny clip. No. This is just autoplayed, and it's a funny clip in here because you saw how bad he was lip singing, right?
People were talking about
the one song everybody knows.
It seemed to be a little bit out of whack. What was going on there?
Yeah, so it was out of sync. And actually, just to have some fun with the haters, I can't answer all the trolls, but it's going to be some fun. My DJ, who actually raps that song with me, he was not lit up. He's coming to Nashville tonight, flying in, and we're going to do that live in my living room, and I'm going to post it tomorrow to show people exactly how this works. Because, number one, if it would have been a lip syncing like people...
What is that going to show us?
The left is trying to throw me under the bus again, and the mainstream media and social media tries to amplify it. It would have been super easy to sync it up if it was pre-recorded. It was very difficult for the Turning Point production crew, who, by the way, I can't say enough good things about, but this was very difficult for them. I'm jumping around the stage like a rabid monkey, rapping my song, and I'm taking breaths, and my DJ's filling in the other parts of it, and it was very... I even told him when I saw the rough cut, I was like, you guys got to work on that sync. It's off. So it was just...
Wait, pause it for a second. Now, wait a second. He's saying that, like, just to be clear, you've been involved in production, Brian, in like TV shows and whatnot, right? Okay. So they're saying it's not pre-recorded, but there was a rough cut.
Yeah.
How's that happen?
That doesn't happen unless it's pre-recorded.
Yeah, like...
So in the pre-record...
Unless that's what... When he was dropping the mic down, maybe he was telling his producer, this is out of sync.
When did I drop out?
I don't know. Where's the other video?
They're all in the watch later now. It's all just news clips and stuff.
Okay, but I don't... I'm on the main channel. I don't have access to that channel.
Sorry. It's on Streaming Fun. I added them all to that. They should be at the top. There's also the mass shooting in Canada, and then...
Well, we'll see. Normally we don't cover those the day that they happen.
That's true. But
I've already seen multiple people having to take down pictures.
Yes.
Like, Northern Provisions?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think Wendy might have sent me the picture. Multiple people posting different people. No, actually, no. That was someone on Twitter replied because I'm like, oh no, is this Nick Sorter doing more stochastic terrorism without actually knowing the facts? Cool. And one of our followers.
So click this and then let the Streaming Fun. We'll just play Australia story until we're done.
Yep. There might be some double ups. You need to swap the screen. You need to swap the screen. It's not streaming.
Huh?
The video.
Sorry. I flipped to the other tab. I got it.
Well, dozens of people have been arrested in Sydney as protests against the visit of Israeli President Isaac Herzog turned violent. Tensions flared in the city's CBD with clashes erupting between demonstrators and police hours after organisers lost a last-minute legal challenge against expanded police powers. One video shared by Green Senator David Shoebridge appeared to show a protester being punched multiple times by a group of officers.
There were protests right across the nation last night while Mr Herzog spent the evening at an event honouring the victims of the Bondi Beach terrorist attack, saying anti-Semitism has been festering in Australia. Let's take you first of all to our reporter Max Tillman, who is in Sydney for us. Max, just take us through some of those scenes we saw yesterday.
Good morning, James. Well, 27 arrests in total, including 10 for assaulting police officers, while New South Wales Police say 10 officers were injured during the course of those violent demonstrations last night here at Town Hall. It had really been the culmination of what can best be described as a standoff between the New South Wales Police and the Palestinian Action Group over the last few days, particularly over the preferred route of that demonstration. The Palestinian Action Group had made very clear their intention to begin at Town Hall at 5:30 p.m. and make their way to Macquarie Street which houses the New South Wales State Parliament. The New South Wales Police, on the other hand, had been wanting them to begin at Hyde Park and make their way to Belmore Park near Central Station, and had made it very clear as early as Friday of last week that if they chose not to abide by those New South Wales police orders, they would be met by
Pointless
a strong
vote for
showing
campus.
of authority, and that is exactly
They're gonna
what
vote
we
city
saw
centre.
last night. Now, what we have heard is that it was in the course of demonstrators beginning that march. That's effectively when the first scuffles broke out. Some of our reporters who were here at the scene last night say that that crowd began to move through barricades as police effectively tried to stop them from marching any further. Obviously, we're under a major event declaration here in the Sydney CBD, controversial as it is. At the same time, there is also that 2-week incremental extension of those protest restrictions that cover a large part of the Sydney CBD. Now, it was at that point where demonstrators begin marching. That's when New South Wales Police really began to swoop in, and some of that footage that we've seen playing throughout social media over the last few hours really demonstrates
That
how
is a
violent it did
gigantic
get at some
snowstorm.
points in
Oh
time.
my
We did hear
God.
from the New South Wales Police
What, you got
last
a big
night. They
snowstorm?
said while the
It's
footage
massive.
may seem quite graphic and confronting, it is important to give it context. Let's take a quick listen to what they had to say.
Out of context, I can understand why people looking at them might be quite concerned. Please understand they are small videos being put up, and I would say out of context of what was a rolling melee of violence and
everything's
Started by who, dickhead?
Everything's out of
inappropriate
context.
behaviour tonight.
Now, organisers of the Palestinian Action Group have described the police presence last night as an absolute disgrace. At the same time, they have acknowledged that that 11th hour Supreme Court challenge that occurred yesterday in the New South Wales Supreme Court was unsuccessful. Effectively, the Palestinian Action Group had been arguing that the declaration of that major event was being used to essentially suppress opposition. However, the court ruled against them, and that claim has now been dismissed.
It'll just keep autoplaying. I think.
Should do. I usually just manually click it anyway.
Yeah.
This video contains images that may disturb some viewers.
The New South Wales Premier has defended the actions of police at a protest in Sydney.
Politician defended police. Fork found in kitchen. Fork found in kitchen report.
Look, just punching that kid right in the
Videos
kidneys.
from the
How
scene
cool.
show violent clashes during the demonstration against Israeli President Isaac Herzog's visit. 27
Clown.
people were arrested, including 10 for allegedly assaulting police. 10 officers were injured.
Hey, so if
500
I
police
was to get
personnel were sent to the
punched
city
by the
centre
cops like
with
that and
3,000
belted the
officers
cunt back in the
stationed
face,
Premier Chris
do I
Minns
get
says
charged?
police were put
Well, that's
in a
illegal.
difficult situation.
New South Wales
How
Police's
interesting.
proportionate response
crime.
was designed to keep the public safe in incredibly difficult circumstances. What you saw last night was New South Wales Police being confronted multiple times by a section of that crowd.
Ribs, kidneys,
intent
they're
on
going
disturbing
for
and
places
disrupting
that hurt.
police lines.
This was
There's been
pre-planned.
strong criticism
I
of
am
state
100%
government's restrictions
confident
on gatherings
that
in the
this
wake
was
of the Bondi
pre-planned.
terror attack, which resulted in protesters being blocked from marching. Those who were at the demonstration, including members of Parliament, say they were subjected to excessive force.
The police created that pressure cooker. I know myself, I simply tried to disperse, and it was very difficult.
What more context do you need to see that this was excessive police force and extreme police brutality?
We are not going to completely back down from that and be shunted off into some area of the city where we won't be seen or heard. As we said, that is the point of protest, to be seen and heard.
Let's bring in our reporter Sean Tarrant-Goodwin in Sydney. Good afternoon, Sean. So we've also heard from Muslim community leaders today. What have they had to say?
Well, Roz, the Australian
Fucking
National Imams
bullies.
Council, the
Bully
Lebanese Muslim
barbarian.
Association, and a number of other Muslim representative groups have demanded an apology from Premier Chris Minns and Police Commissioner Mal Lanyon over scenes at that pro-Palestinian protest yesterday, in particular over vision that's emerged of a number of Muslim men in prayer being pulled up off the ground. Now, this is in the context of a large-scale protest that took place at Town Hall yesterday against the visit of Israeli President Isaac Herzog. Now, there was a disagreement between protest organisers and police as to whether they should be enabled to march through the CBD. Now, that would have been in contravention of the state government's controversial new protest restrictions that were brought in after December's Bondi terror attack, which targeted a Jewish gathering and killed 15 people. Now, the particular moment of concern for the Muslim groups is that
Barbarian's
moment in
got a
which
fucking
a
command
number
role
of
over
Muslim
here.
men were engaged in evening
Fuck
prayer
off.
and were being pulled up off the ground by police officers. The representatives here said that all religious expressions should be sacred and should not be subjected to that force. Here's what they had to say.
The conduct of the New South Wales Police represents a serious breach of religious sanctity. It is deeply distressing, unacceptable, and not reflective of Australia that we know and the values that we claim to uphold. We demand clear answers from the New South Wales Government, from the Premier of New South Wales, Chris Minns, and the New South Wales Police, and we demand for immediate action.
What's been the broader fallout to last night's event, Sean?
Well, Ros, the New South Wales Premier Chris Minns has defended the actions of police. He said that they were proportionate and that they had no choice. He said that it would have been worse if the protesters had been enabled to march through the CBD. The police commissioner said that police's responsibility was to enforce those restrictions, those legislative restrictions that were in place to prohibit marches through that restricted zone of Sydney's CBD, and that organisers were offered an alternate route in the negotiations leading up to this. However, other members of the government, including the Greens
Not the one I was
and
looking
other
for. I was
MPs
looking for
that
I am the
were
most Al Qaeda
present,
one here, but
said that they
there's just so many in the back up
they
there.
were appalled by the conduct that they saw, and that they want an apology by the Premier as well.
They should continue to demand it. This is a fucking joke. Alright, hit the next one.
It'll go. YouTube gets all glitchy if I touch it. It will stay full screen if I don't, I think. I don't know. I'm just scared.
On the control
What we
bar,
saw last
there's a
night
little next
was
arrow. You can
something
hit
I
that.
never ever thought I would witness with my own eyes.
I know.
Or figure out what the
As
hotkey
here
is.
in Sydney. This was a failed police operation, and we literally saw the police turn on peaceful people who were gathering at Town Hall last night in Sydney. There are people injured and harmed, and there is a large part of New South Wales right now that does not, cannot, and should not trust the New South Wales Police under the current New South Wales Premier to be able to deal with peaceful protest and the rights of all members of New South Wales to engage peacefully in protest, something that we have done for decades and decades and decades in this town and across this state. What we saw last night was a monumental failure. You only have to look at what took place. The police created a literal pressure cooker. They surrounded people at Town Hall. There were no safe avenues of dispersal. There were
The thing is
people
that, like,
who wanted to march.
like,
There was nothing.
all
a
a majority of people are going to hear is like
place from Town Hall as a
you saying that
natural
the police
dispersal
are bad.
to allow the people to
Instead of
march
being like
as they wanted
accepting
to
that like
from Town Hall
this is just
simply
standard kettling tactics
to the New
and,
South Wales
like,
Parliament.
acknowledge
What we
that it
saw
shouldn't be done, you know?
was an
They're just going to be like
outrageous
they hate cops.
doubling down of police pitted against peaceful members of our community. We know what led to this. This was an intolerance expressed by the Premier and under the command of the Police Commissioner, Mal Lanyon. There was no compromise, there was no movement. They say the people could have gathered in Hyde Park and marched to Belmore Park. Weeks ago, the people made it very clear that was not the protest that the people asked for or that the people wanted. What we know, and we have seen before in this state, and I thought we would never return to this, is in 1978 when a state and a police thinks that they can suppress, oppress and control a mass peaceful movement. This is what happens. It goes terribly wrong. It results in police violence. I dealt with police officers last night who I know themselves were shocked at what took place.
They should quit.
Some of those police officers were emboldened, were supercharged, had violence in their blood and their minds, and they
they're
pursued
cops.
people. We can see that. There
That's
is
their
evidence
job.
of that. Today, I have called on the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission to establish an investigation in what happened last night into the individual circumstances of police misconduct where there was excessive force and violence, police against individual members of the community, but importantly, an investigation into this police response, the chosen will of Chris Minns and Mal Lanyon. There needs to be an investigation into this because this is not what we do in a civil society and a mature democracy, what happened last night. There are now claims that there was police assaulted by the community. Well, we know what that looks like and sounds like in these type of incidences. It doesn't take much to recall when Hannah Thomas was brutally assaulted by police at a peaceful demonstration not many months ago. And yet we know what happened there. It was the police that assaulted
Damn,
Hannah,
that snowstorm
and she was charged with police
obliterated
assault and
all
resist
my
arrest.
improvements.
Because this is what happens
Just gone.
in these
Not
circumstances.
even able to repair
We've
them.
seen it time and time again.
Just fucking obliterated
It is
them.
absolutely fundamental now that the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission investigates every allegation of assault on police, because this is the practice when police assault innocent civilians in our society. They double down and they charge the individual with assault police. So we've called on the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission. We hope the Premier will support
Cop
this
investigates
call, and
cop
the Police
finds cop
Minister
did nothing
and the
wrong.
Police Commissioner. But at the end of the day, that's a call for the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission. If they say they need extra powers, well, we call on the Parliament and we will be seeking to give those powers. Members of our community were assaulted, including MPs who were peacefully taking part in that protest, that
Who sent me a
gathering
warning?
last night. It is absolutely
They're going to be like, you're settling too close to my cities.
unfathomable what has happened. It is really important to remember the police created that pressure cooker. I know myself.
Yeah,
I
you're
simply
literally right on her
tried
border.
to disperse, and it was very
Yeah, fuck
difficult
'em.
to disperse peacefully through a police line last night.
You
It took
you
me
cry about it too. I'm
persuasion,
gonna fucking expand,
asking
and I'm gonna do it
permission
very
to
fast
simply be
before all the
able to leave
because if I don't do it,
protest.
if I don't take it,
People
somebody
need
else is gonna
look
take
at
it.
what has happened and understand
'Kay?
that without doubt,
You understand?
the police operation was failed and it was a monumental failure. I've heard
I don't know what's
today
between
the
Johannesburg
Premier
and me,
and the
so
police
just
commissioner
stay
saying
on that
what
side.
happened last night was
Well,
a successful police
you know,
operation.
As much as
If
you
that
can
is the
anyway.
when I
measure
get
of
there.
success, friends, we are in trouble. We are in a difficult period, and we
Friends.
need to navigate our way through this, knowing that the right of people to protest peacefully should never, ever be faced with this level of state violence and police violence and state aggression against the people. We cannot allow this to happen on our watch.
Thank you. Jenny Leong, I'm the Greens New South Wales Human Rights spokesperson and member for Newtown. Last night we saw almost 2 hours of peaceful protest and rallying in Town Hall Square, we saw that there was a crowd of people who were saying that it was absolutely morally bankrupt for the Prime Minister and Premier Minns to roll out the red carpet for Herzog.
Where they please.
Instead of assisting and facilitating the community safely progressing outside of that square afterwards,
We are navigators.
I bore witness
Fuck off.
firsthand to what occurred. My
Why
Greens
are
colleague
you
Sue Higginson and
where
I
we
talked
want to
to
settle?
police,
now you're
saying
on
to them that
the right
people
side
were
of the screen.
intending on marching. There were so many people
You were on the left side of the
crowded
screen just
outside
previously.
of the police
Weird.
riot squad
I
lines
went far
surrounding
enough
the
that it
square
oriented the
that we
map.
said that it would not be safe and it was
Well,
impossible for people of
there's a
that
little bit of
number to
landmass
leave
here. I
the
reckon if you go
premises
far enough over, you
without
might see
walking
me.
onto the road, and we needed assistance to do so. I walked up with some of the First Nations activists to the front of the steps of Town Hall, where there were two lines
I'm just
of riot police
building up
with horses
my
behind them.
main 3 cities before I
We said to them,
move
we
out.
need to get through. People cannot get out this way.
I'm setting up my
we
culture
were then
base.
told by police that we needed to turn around and go out the other exit towards Haymarket. At the point where we spoke on the megaphone and announced that we were going to do that, we turned our back to the riot squad and the horses, and they grabbed a First Nations leader and pulled her into the police lineup behind us.
Stinky.
At that point,
Stinky.
the police had escalated the situation. We then moved through that crowd to check that she was not going to be taken away in custody, and we were waiting on Bathurst Street on a quiet, deserted road. We heard that people were being kettled by KFC. And we went to that area.
Yum!
We brought people back safely to the area on Bathurst Street, where there were no cars, there were no people, we were away from the protest. The next thing we knew, we started coughing and spluttering. We held ourselves up and went inside one of the nearby shops. We pulled into the shops people who were red in the face and crying, having been sprayed this far away with tear gas, with pepper spray. And we saw 2 or 3 lines of police running, chasing terrified community members as they bolted down Bathurst Street, coughing and spluttering, being sprayed by police. I asked the Premier, and the Greens asked the Premier, what more context do you need to see that this was excessive police force and extreme police brutality? There is no context that ever excuses state police chasing terrified individuals, children, young people, prams, mothers, grandmothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, chasing students down the street, terrified, trying to escape the police. This must be independently investigated, and we need to know where the powers and the instructions sat for having seen 3 decades of peaceful protest in this city, including during APEC when George W. Bush visited, and 20,000 people gathering in Town Hall Square for marriage equality. The police were able to facilitate those
fucking
actions.
wrecked.
And instead, last night, because of the political pressure by the Prime Minister and the Premier, we saw that those police were unable to facilitate that protest, and they were emboldened instead to turn their violence and their aggression on members of the community. That is an unacceptable reality, and
Korea
we
had
need
been right
independent
next to me for the
investigation and
longest
oversight
time.
of the police
Amazing.
Hi everyone, Josh Lees from the Palestine Action Group. So yeah, last night we saw the people of Sydney mobilise in huge numbers, 20 or 30,000 of us, for a peaceful demonstration at Town Hall Square.
Don't make fun of him.
To say
Don't you
to the
dare.
world that we stand for humanity, we do not stand for
Don't you dare
genocide.
do it.
That massive demonstration, that expression of the popular will of people in this city was met through really sickening state violence by our Premier and our New South Wales Police Force, sickening state violence in support of the sickening state violence that has been carried out in Gaza. That's what happened last night. This was a violent attack on protesters in order to roll the red carpet out for someone who has incited a genocide in Gaza. That is the context here. We've all would be aware of many of the brutal stories, of course, the videos that are going around of a man with his hands raised in surrender being pummeled by riot police, another man thrown to the ground, 2 police kneeling on him while police repeatedly punch him in the head and the kidneys. We saw, of course, the Muslim
Korea's
men
not
kneeling
complaining
in
about
prayer,
me settling
again,
too
attacked
close
by
to him
police.
because he didn't know I existed.
There are so many
until
stories
just
coming
now.
in. An old woman, I'm told, has 4 cracked ribs from her violent treatment overnight. I
Korea's
personally
my
witnessed
friend.
a young woman who's just trying to
Just
leave by
kidding.
herself, not as
They
part
don't
of a
know me
crowd,
too much.
grabbed by the hair,
Daegu.
thrown to the ground, and arrested. Another 77-year-old man was violently arrested. He was punched. He suffered serious injuries. He can't walk properly today. He was then arrested on an assault police charge, only to be subsequently released 5 hours later, when, of course, it emerged that that charge was completely bogus. And that should be a lesson when it comes to all of these so-called assault police charges. Now, we said, of course, in the lead up to this, that the streets of Sydney should belong to the people of Sydney, not to the president of a genocidal state. That is what should have occurred last night, that our peaceful protest should have been allowed to occur. We should have been allowed to march. That's what we continued to ask police for last night. But this was an attack not just on people who were trying to march. This was an attack on everyone who was just trying to have even a static rally, which was completely lawful and allowed, even under all these current protest restrictions, at Town Hall. The vast majority of people in that crowd was not just some small minority, either directly experienced or witnessed all around them really sickening acts of police brutality against people who were just trying to disperse. I myself stood up on one of the benches on George Street footpath with a megaphone, appealing to the crowd that, you know, now was the time to try to disperse, only for people to turn around and ask me, quite rightly, where can we go? And that's what I then said via the megaphone to Paul Dunstan, the senior police officer in charge, who was watching me make that speech, who was filming me making that speech, actually. And it was at that exact moment when I was trying to appeal to the crowd and to the police to allow us to disperse, when the police charged in with horses,
Great work.
pepper sprayed, and
all you want is
violence
favour?
only escalated from there.
How about we get
onwards
rid of
and
open
onwards.
borders,
We saw, I was in Bathurst
and we
Street
get rid of the
at one
gold?
point when police, we saw those images
deal.
of hundreds and hundreds of riot police repeatedly charging at people, pepper spraying everyone, trampling people underfoot who were already injured, already been pepper sprayed, couldn't get away in time, and so on. Now,
Hello,
as I
Korean
said,
man.
Chris Minns has unleashed this really horrific police violence last night. One of the most outrageous lines that Chris Minns is trying to use today to justify that police brutality is that supposedly if that didn't happen, that we in some way pose some threat to Jewish people in Sydney or to the people attending the Herzog event at the ICC. Now this is so dishonest. Chris Minns knows that this is a complete lie, because the people who were trying to march in the opposite direction of that event that was taking place. Chris Minns cannot possibly use that event as an excuse for the sickening police brutality meted out to all of us. There is no justification for police's actions last night whatsoever. Chris Minns is trying to bring seemingly a bit of Donald Trump.
Protest paused for prayer. Worshippers hauled out of the way, disrupting one of the 5 daily obligatory prayers for Muslims.
It was a conscious choice to actually get out of the way of everybody and to pray in a very secluded, if you like, or semi-secluded area.
The special envoy to combat Islamophobia demanding an apology from the New South Wales Premier and an investigation into police conduct.
There's absolutely nothing on the face of the earth that could warrant police to break up people who are praying in a quiet, non-threatening, peaceful manner, and to punch and to grab and to throw individuals onto the concrete.
Australia's Muslim community already on edge following heightened Islamophobia reports following the Bondi terror attack.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you government fucking ties them to terrorism.
Because Muslims in this country for a very long time have been treated as second-rate
Literally
citizens.
every
Context is important
fucking
here,
Liberal
and the circumstances
MP
facing New South Wales police was
tried to
incredibly
tie
difficult
the
because it wasn't
Palestinian
designed
protests
pick on or target
to
a particular
ISIS.
community.
But for those
and you're
whose
wondering
heads were bowed
why
in prostration,
there's
the
increased
context was
Islamophobic
clear. Shabazz
sentiment.
Jamal and Azhar Bouyan prayed here
And then,
together
in
before
response,
Shabazz says he was
increased
manhandled with
anti-Semitism.
knee and arm
Wow, it's almost
injuries.
like continuing to deal with Israel is a massive problem.
But I didn't expect it to happen here. The lack of response, the lack of outrage is only symptomatic of the fact that our lives have been devalued in this country.
Imam Wissam Charkawi, leading the congregation, was pushed by police.
I am of the utmost belief that somebody has to lose their job for what happened.
Yo, Russia,
and
clear this
somebody
barb
has to
camp
be
that's
held
been
accountable. I
outside your
don't
border
see it
for, like,
any
ever.
other way.
If they do not come up with that recognition, it will irreparably damage relations between Muslims and
that's
the
crazy.
New South Wales Police.
I note
that he hasn't
that
fucking
many
taken care of
people
this
who
yet.
saw
Probably
the
because they keep
footage
producing
will
water
want
units.
to know all of the circumstances around that, and I'll allow the police to do their job.
The Prime Minister made an urgent call for Australians to dial down the temperature. But ahead of Isaac Herzog's
Fuck off,
state visit
dickhead!
here,
How about you don't
barricades are
invite the
already
president
being
of
prepared
fucking
for
Israel to the
protests.
country?
Inside the chamber, tensions around
Fucking
the visit
moron.
palpable.
Will you condemn this police violence and at the very least send President Herzog home?
While one former Prime Minister praising the police for their response.
Of course it was
I think
Tony
we need
fucking
to see more
Abbott.
police forces. I think we need to see tear gas and rubber bullets.
Anthony Albanese
Fuck
headed
off,
out of
Nazi.
the capital to return soon with the Israeli head of state. Rayanne Hamer, SBS World News.
Fucking Tony Abbott. Fucking Christo Fash fuckwit. Like, bro needs to shut the fuck up and fight fires. Like, we need his attitude when he was volunteering to fight the fires of I'm just here to do my job, and he needs to fuck off. You're not in politics anymore. Nobody gives a shit what you have to say.
I already
Fuck
know
off.
what this Dave Rubin video is going to highlight from this Rogan
We're not,
read his
podcast.
book.
We're not
And
done
I
with
had
the
also
story. What
had-
are you talking about?
There's, I mean, that was. What else do you
There's
want
like
from it?
10 videos there.
Okay, but like how many angles are we going to get of that story?
Yeah, that's why I wanted you actually specifically look at the videos and pick them. I don't want to watch
It's
all
just
of
all
them.
generic news. It's going to be another thing about, here's Tony Abbott, well done for police. Like, we watched the entire press conference.
Do the Melbourne one.
Victoria Police is gearing up for a major security operation in Melbourne's CBD tomorrow, with thousands expected to protest over a controversial visit by Israel's President Isaac Herzog. Rebecca Powell is live in Melbourne tonight. Beck, the President's itinerary is being closely guarded.
It is, for security reasons, police aren't revealing exactly where President Herzog will be at any given time tomorrow. But what they are revealing tonight is the scale of the operation and expanded powers under the Terrorism Act, which will be tied to specific locations during the visit. In plain terms, it gives officers the ability those locations to stop people moving through the area, demand ID, search individuals and vehicles, and even cordon off sections of the CBD if needed. It's just the fifth time
really
police
got
have used
fucked
these powers.
with
They've
their
previously been
initial
enforced during
settlement. Like, the only place they could expand, they would need the shipbuilding, and I fucking put a fucking settlement on it.
A large-scale protest is expected from 5 p.m. tomorrow
That's
at
so
Flinders
funny.
Street, with commuters warned parts of the CBD could be impacted during peak hour.
We understand there's tension across
Great.
the
I'm
community.
so glad
We
this cunt
understand
is
that,
here.
this visit has caused some emotions, I suppose, to rise in some community groups. We're conscious of that.
Despite these special powers being implemented, police are insisting the restrictions shouldn't impact those attending from having their voices heard. Earth's protesters and a heavy police presence have followed the Israeli
You just have to do it quieter.
all week, starting in Sydney and continuing today in Canberra, where more demonstrations were held, before he received a much warmer welcome from the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese. Ali Johnson has more.
Well,
In
he's
the
very
nation's
used to shaking
capital, two
genociders'
laws
hands.
not
He does
far
it all
from
the
each
time
other
with Xi
have
Jinping.
massively divided. One filled with anger over the Israeli president's arrival in Canberra. The other full of pomp and formality as Isaac Herzog was given a ceremonial welcome to Government House. He was given a 21-gun salute as snipers manned the rooftops.
Take him out! He's right there! Come on!
You had the opportunity to do something so funny.
Between Israel and Australia.
I don't think it would have been funny at all. I think it would be
consoling and supporting the Jewish community. They've been very appreciative of that.
Like there would be
steps taken by your government
a lot of
following that
fallout.
But has he headed to Parliament House for
Probably.
lunch on the lawns
Maybe they shouldn't
outside?
invite fucking
Anger
overseers
grew
of genocide
as
to the
Israeli
country.
flags flew
you know.
And wave the rags of genocide on our country.
It's like the
is flying the flags of a rogue
you know,
genocide.
it's why
Just
like
hold
we
on,
can't
hold on,
talk
hold on.
we can't
Hold
talk
on.
shit. Hang on. I'm pausing. We can't talk shit about like all Turks because the one guy assassinated that fucking guy in public. It was
Which one?
It was like he was like a Turkish bodyguard, and and the guy was like a Russian politician or something like that, and he fucking assassinated the guy like in the middle of a museum.
Oh, that one. Yes.
You know what I'm talking about? And there's a
Yes.
picture of him, and he's like got his hand in the air, like he was the first Luigi, man.
That's a good point.
Do you want me to go back?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Our own.
Your house, the people's house, is flying the flags of a rogue genocidal state.
Yeah, get him.
I'm protesting about the visit of Herzog, who's basically a war criminal. He signed the bombs, and he supported
He
the war against
personally whipped
citizens
up
of
support
Palestine.
for the genocide.
The Prime Minister publicly thanked him as both looked to the future.
You've provided comfort to the Jewish Australian community.
Thank you, Prime Minister. This visit has been very emotional, and also discussing the next phase in Gaza, which is
What, you gonna
important
cry?
to all of us, which I hope will bring a better future for all of us.
Ali Donaldson, 10 News.
Great. So we'll probably get some more news about some police brutality tonight. So we'll see what happens.
I read his book, and I had also had negative opinions of him before I actually read what he said.
Here's the interesting part, though. Because Bobby just started saying, hey, I'm not a completely woke Democrat. You may remember I warned him very early on, you will not be a Democrat by the end of this thing. I don't know if you'll be a Republican, but you will not be a Democrat. He started, in essence, leaving the Democrat Party, although they really did
so
push
what you're
him out.
saying
Some
is
people
this is
leave
all your fault?
voluntarily. They pushed him out. Let's not forget that when he was running during the
Is that what you're
primaries,
telling
the
me,
Democrats
Dave?
were trying to rig the primaries so that any state where Joe Biden's name was on the ballot as a primary, which of course he was on every state ballot, that if Bobby ran, he would get no mandates whatsoever.
What do you want?
Anyways,
Research
what
Alliance?
Cheryl
Absolutely.
and Bobby decided to do was go
My
to the
friend.
alternate media, and that's what blew up Maha. That's what connected. I
Anyone
would say
need
Maha
horses?
to MAGA.
Horses?
Trump
You
was all
got
about
it.
the alternative media for
Iron?
the last
You
10
got
years.
it, bro.
Take a look.
By the
That's
way,
me. I'm your guy.
When Bobby
Remember who to
decided
call
run
next time you need
and he
iron and
came-
horses.
I know I talk about this in my book, Unscripted. But when he
what is
came
that?
on your podcast was a game changer, right? Because everything that you're saying
What?
is
RFK?
true, and the press was
that's
going
right, that's his
hard.
wife.
They still do,
Isn't it?
They were going hard at Bobby, like he's this, he's that. Here's what he thinks. Here's what he.
Hey, what happened to all that
represents
natural
and
health
then
shit when
he
she
came
looks
on
like
your
plastic?
podcast, and you guys had a conversation.
He's also
And,
plastic. That's
you
the
know,
thing.
you're curious and you're a great listener, and you're not
Doubt
judgmental.
it.
And people heard what Bobby had to say, and it changed everything for him.
Well, I think it helped also that I knew who he was. I read his book, and
A
I had
nutcase
also had
who
negative
caused
opinions of him
a
before I
fucking
actually
outbreak
read what he said.
in the Pacific Islands that killed people. That's who RFK is.
Before the pandemic, I was
That is
firmly
who
on the
RFK
side
is.
of science. I was much more of a
A guy
left-wing person. I just assumed
who has
people running these
no
universities,
medical degree,
these academics,
from what I'm
whatever
aware,
they said was accurate.
Yeah,
Everybody
he
else
just
was a
sues
fool, and they believed in
Going
snake
to,
oil.
I believe it was
we watched
Tonga.
that one,
and then
we watched that one like SciShow video where he actually was looking at what RFK had to say, and he's like, "This is just legal bullshit."
Yes.
Like that's all it is he does fucking like, well, technically this, technically that, like just these like weird ass arguments about nothing.
Here you go, 5 days ago. Over 2 days of questionings during his Senate confirmation hearings, RFK repeated the same answer that he was closely scrutinized in 2019 trip he took to Samoa, which came before a devastating measles outbreak, which he also got into their head that vaccines are bad. So what happens? Oh, they stop vaccinating their kids for measles, and then kids die from measles. Wow, thanks RFK. Thanks Mr. No Medical Degree. Fuck you. Literal cunt. In control of the US medical system, basically. Isn't that awesome? Documents obtained by The Guardian and the AP undermine that testimony. Emails sent by staffers to the embassy and the UN provide for the first time an inside look into how Kennedy's trip came about and included contemporaneous accounts suggesting his concerns about vaccine safety motivated the visit. The document has prompted concerns from at least one US senator that the lawyer and activist now leading America's health policy lied to Congress over the visit. Samoan officials later said Kennedy's trip bolstered the credibility of anti-vaccine activists ahead of the measles outbreak, which sickened thousands of people, killing 83, mostly children under 5. Fuck you, RFK. You are a piece of shit, and anybody who defends you, I'm more than happy to also call a brain-wormed piece of shit. Rant over. Fuck you, RFK. Fucking creating measles outbreaks, you fucking filthy rat.
During the pandemic, I was like, okay, these experts are clearly lying. I know they're lying because they're literally lying about me.
All right, if you follow politics, you know everyone's got an opinion. Your group chats the pundits, and yes, even me. But on Polymarket, you get something better. Well, maybe not the meat market, but politics. You'll find markets on...
Bro, this is a 5-minute video, and you have a fucking Polymarket ad in the middle of it? Are you for real? Oh my god, it would be so easy to be these people.
Wouldn't it?
Like, oh my god. Like, can you imagine how much better at being Drew Pavlo I would be than him?
I would say try it if it wasn't so detrimental.
No. Like, I have a soul.
Yeah, exactly. It's detrimental in more than one way.
That online media is now important and mainstream media lies and politics is dirty. I want to now connect this to something that happened within the last 48 hours, which is this insane. This is utterly insane, and it's a perfect illustration of what Cheryl was talking about right there. This is a hearing about ICE, and a woman by the name, I think we've covered her once or twice before a few weeks ago, a New Jersey representative, her name is LaMonica McIver, and listen to her attacking ICE Director Todd Lyons. Does not matter what you think, whether ICE is good, bad, indifferent. Look.
This video is about
the
Joe
way she
Rogan.
attacks him, and then think about what Cheryl
Is that
was
all
saying
the
about how the way they will try to manipulate.
That's all you dedicated to Joe Rogan?
Mr. Lyons, do you consider your...
I guess so.
Bro, Dave, there's so many funny clips from that interview, Dave. What the fuck, Dave?
Minimum effort. You know, maximize profit for minimum effort. He's getting his bag. He knows that all these people hate him. It must be hard for him, knowing everybody around him fucking hates him, including Ben Shapiro, who told him basically to go fuck himself because he was gay.
You know who Dick Cavett is?
Yeah.
He was very good friends with Woody Allen. Apparently, Woody and Dick would go up to Jeff's place for dinner often. Past, after Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of sex crimes. And so after one of these dinners, this is the email. I'm going to read you the email that Dick Cavett sent to Jeff Epstein. And then I'll read you the reply that Jeffrey Epstein. People say Jeffrey. No one says Jeff.
No.
And I'm just going to read this word for word.
Copy.
And I want you to follow.
I'm listening.
When chosen years ago to do the unavailable Carl Reiner's role with Mel Brooks on the still fondly recalled improvised Ballantine beer commercials of yesteryear, ... Let's try that again. Ready? Listen close. When chosen years ago to do the unavailable Carl Reiner's role with Mel Brooks on the still fondly recalled improvised Ballantine beer commercials of yesteryear.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's how the email begins. Letters to the agency said, what?
What the fuck?
Can we do? The commercials are great, but the beer tastes like piss. I insisted in our first improv session in my role as questioner that Mel, as the 2,500-year-old brewmaster, finally actually taste the beer we were lauding. He did. When I asked for his reaction, Mel exploded with,
"Oh, my tongue just threw a party for my mouth."
That's what happened again with the Coke Vin. So what Dick Cavett was saying was he enjoyed the meal.
Yeah.
Right?
I had to get, okay. That was all just a build up to that.
Jeff writes back, I'm glad.
Oh my God.
All lowercase too. No
I'm
apostrophe
glad.
or anything.
It's essentially a thumbs up emoji or great thanks. All
Dining
the best.
high on the chicken. Even the subject is.
Oh,
fucked up.
I didn't see the dining high on the redacted chicken.
That,
what?
Yeah,
why on the brackets chicken?
You know, the first time you read it, I was so confused. Like
it hurts.
I was drifting off, but also I was like,
you're trying. I asked you to pay attention.
I know.
It's very hard.
But Twitter. Cheryl's like, okay, so that.
Oh, please, God, let somebody click on this.
Oh, I need a click, please. We got one?
Oh my God, we got one?
Oh my God, you clicked. Thank you so much for clicking and not saying,
I don't like the guy.
We'll be right back.
It was going 45 miles an hour. If Elon Musk had been driving, I would be okay, but the dentist was driving. I never heard of a Tesla hitting a trash can.
Right? Hold on a second. You were in your wheelchair and you got hit by a Tesla?
Going 45
Go ahead, Tony.
miles an
Oh, that's great, man. This is something that Joe Rogan is responsible for right here. This is something that Joe needs to take accountability for right here. Look at Joe's face. I like Joe's face there. This is a show called Kill Toilets. Look at Joe's face. Joe's doing one of these.
Adult baby.
I came in one day before Trump issued a travel ban. Oh, thank God I'm here.
Right.
One day.
Yeah. Well, that's one way of putting it. Another way of putting it is you got that green card during the Trump administration.
Yes.
There you go.
Thank you, Tony.
You're welcome, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
This guy mentions the travel ban, doesn't mention that he gets to go to the greatest country on planet Earth.
Very thankful.
Oh, God
very
bless
thankful.
you, Tony.
Absolutely.
Becoming a citizen soon, hopefully.
Let's give some credit where it's due. I thought you guys were known for your generosity.
Oh, Pledge of Allegiance. Everybody, hey, shut up for a second, goddamn you. Everybody stand up and do the Pledge of Allegiance now. Here we go.
This is Lego Epstein Island, everybody. This is...
Okay.
All right, well, we have an expansion pack with Donald Trump and Bill Clinton, I think.
All right, Trump was never on the island, but keep going.
All right,
Clinton was.
Stephen Hawking.
55 times. What's that
Thanks,
one?
Tony.
Stephen Hawking.
Yes, he was there.
God damn it.
That's
Okay,
right.
Oh, Tony did actually absolutely nailed
Wow.
that one, man. Oh,
Tony
yeah,
just
Tony
stepping
actually
on comedy?
absolutely showing these open micers how
To
defend the president. Both those
defending the
clips were him
president.
stepping on comedy to defend the president.
Yeah. Awesome.
That's why I put this on
Goddamn
here.
great, man. Oh, that's great. Today
That's
we're
great.
entering the void. Today on the
Paul Davidson
program with me, your host,
Hassan Parker.
Your host, Hassan Parker.
Bro is literally comedy
We're going
policing
back into the black hole
because it's
known
about
as
his
the-
guy.
known as the Roganverse.
Wow.
Known as the
That's great.
zone. Okay, this right here This right here, 1.1 million views in 20 hours. Okay? And this show is an open mic with ads. I think it's called the Open Mic with Ads show. Oh no, it's called Kill Tony. It's called Kill CK Louis. Oh damn, let's check the Tony Reddit. Let's check my man Knee.
Let's check my man Toenail.
Let's check his Reddit. What are people saying on here? 10 hours ago, Tony defending Trump in the Epstein files. Just stop. Just stop, man.
Just stop, man. Just stop.
Listen. That's a funny way to start a Reddit post. Listen.
What would be very funny is if people just kept coming on, making jokes about Trump on the Epstein list, and just make him keep defending Epstein's list.
Not on the island.
Last night was so embarrassing. I had secondhand embarrassment on my couch. Okay, what's the next one here? The last episode I'm watching. Stop defending this. Making fun of a open micer, which is the whole point of the show, I guess. The problem with Tony's Trump defense last night is it derailed the joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not very funny, is it? It's not very funny. Hey, look. Lego Epstein Island. Oh my God, it's the funniest thing I've ever seen. And then Tony's like, you don't talk about the president like that. Okay. Okay, here we go. Tony doesn't think Trump was on the island. Get real. Get real. That's how I know this is an actual Kill Tony fan. Get real. Who else would say, get real? What have you been smoking? That's another one that I could imagine a Kill Tony fan saying. What have you been smoking? You don't think he was on the island? What have you been smoking? What have you been?
Deshaun Parker.
Ring. I like this one too. What?
Additional grievances against me.
It just
Oh
says,
no.
What a good to be alive.
My people will
what
settle where they
be
please.
Alive. What's this guy been smoking? Okay, what the hell does this say? 22 hours ago. Tony, we get it. Trump. Jesus Christ. That's how I read this. Tony, we get it. Trump. Jesus Christ. So tiring. Jesus Christ, Tony. I like how Tony jumps to say, Trump was never on the island. Clinton was. Why? And then the subtext, I guess, why though? What does it say in here? Yeah, him defending Trump repeatedly there was a little odd. Wait, what is that? What did that guy put in that? Wait, that's a laughing, crying. You can't put that. You can't just throw that around. You can't just throw that around like you're...
Deshaun Parker.
Hey, this podcast is sponsored by Blue Chew.
Yeah, it is.
Let's be real for a second.
Thank God, man.
When it comes to performance...
Boo, Tone. How about we kill Tony's mic for a second? Am I right, man? God damn it. Oh, this is exactly what's been missing from open mics. Terrible open mics. Ads. Ads every 30 seconds. Great.
Ahmed, ladies and gentlemen. Right. This show's crazy. Anything can happen, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I can't wait, man.
Bye, Sherry.
You looked at me like, what do we do? I was like, it's your show, bro. You got this.
Exactly.
I don't know.
She's a funny lady.
Yeah.
But whatever that was, I mean, hey, what are you going to do?
I mean, I don't know, man. 2.4 mil. 2.4 mil on this. Oh, my man, Jim Brewer is up there.
Oh, hell yeah, Jim Brewer?
Oh, it looks like
Jim
Korea's
Brewer's
going to fight.
Jim Brewer's going to make fun of those
the
open micers.
city-state over here, huh?
I gotta go. I was supposed to go to my
Hey,
daughter's
do we have-
recital, but
we
Jim
need,
Brewer is going to make fun of
Cool,
those
we got
open
open
micers.
borders,
I
we're
can't
friends,
make it.
we're
Tell my
friends,
daughter
yes?
I can't make
we
it.
should do.
I mean, I guess people watch this for the format.
You got-
know, it's like unpredictable. It's like, what are these wacky open micers?
Silly
or just
Russian
people
man.
who wandered up on stage. What are they going to say?
What are they gonna do? Whoa.
They get famous people on here too. You know, Shane Gillis and all these. Joe Rogan, the great Joe Rogan. But it is kind of unsavory that it's kind of
Hey,
part
she
of
got
this,
another city
part
settled
of
over
this
here.
this Rogan sphere
Good
that's
for you,
basically
honey.
become like a billionaire laundering, PR laundering operation. And you're like, hey, let's get some poor Central Texans on. Burn their asses. Don't make fun of the president. That's a little unsavory, man. That's a little...
Boom.
Yeah, you can't
There's
joke
also-
about the
hey,
president.
No offense. Tony and the
That's
Tony
illegal.
crew, they are my betters. And they are news because of the views. So no offense, man. Sir, Mr. Hinchcliffe. No offense, Mr. Hinchcliffe. But there is a lot... I watch like hours and hours of this. And there are a lot of... in between
There's a lot of
ads,
NIDA
in
north
between
of
ads,
Russia.
Just kidding. There are a lot of moments like this where it's just like, well, what the hell? What the hell was that? You know? What are you going to do about that? That was weird. I guess anything can happen. Yeah, that's the show. That's your show. That's the show you're doing. You invite troubled people on stage, and you go, that's the whole shit. There's a lot of times in this where I'm just like, keep this thing moving. You know, like this last one, this lady comes up and does like a terrible thing that's not funny, and they're just like, well, what were you thinking? What were you thinking with this? What's your name? I don't really know what to say about this. Just get on with it. Tell her to go away. Just say, get the hell out of here, dude. I think, like, honestly, like, if you just took the format of this show and had anybody else do it, it would be fun. Sorry. You know, somebody does some terrible stand-up, they're an open micer. You know, they have no health care, they can't get a therapist, you know? They're punching down while defending PDFs. Just be like, hey, get the hell out of here, that sucked, and then play a sound like this. It would be funnier. Okay, let's check in with my main man. He's responsible. He's responsible for the current occupation. He's the leader. He's the leader of the current occupation of Austin, Texas.
Let's check out what his butt is up to.
Oh, he's interviewing. What is that word? Interviewing. Maybe he's kill Tonying Cheryl Hines. Cheryl from the Curb Your Enthusiasm. Maybe he killed Tony's her. He's like, that wasn't funny. Moron. Go to hell. I live in a mansion.
If I give her
you
gold
don't.
per
Kiss
turn,
my
does that
ass.
count?
Come on, Joe. Give her a sick burn.
Fixing it.
Admitting you have a problem.
The big one was Elon buying Twitter. That was one of the biggest ones of all time.
Of course, Joe.
Problem.
No,
Absolutely.
the big solution. It was.
Wait a second.
Okay,
Cheryl
did you hear
just
that?
killed Tony Joe.
No,
Absolutely.
the big Elon buying Twitter. That fixing it.
Mansion and you don't. He's her. He's like, that wasn't funny. Moron. Go to hell. I live in a mansion and you don't. Kiss my ass. Come on, Joe. Give her a sick burn.
Fixing it.
Admitting you have a problem.
The big one was Elon buying Twitter. That was one of the biggest ones of all time.
Of course, Joe.
Problem.
No,
Absolutely.
the big solution. It was.
Was it
Wait a
Joe?
second. Cheryl just killed Tony
Was it actually?
Joe. You don't kill Tony Joe. What am I trying to say here? He killed Tony's you.
Remember when Twitter
Let's
was
hear that
useful
again.
for
Which is
journalism?
the first step towards fixing it.
Admitting you have a problem.
The big one was Elon buying Twitter. That was one of the biggest ones of all time.
The problem.
No, the big solution. There was. We found
him.
out when he bought Twitter that the government had been censoring people.
You know, one of the big ones. You know, there's a lot of stuff going on. That's good, man. You know, probably the main one is that that guy who's been on my show 8 times, he bought Twitter. Cheryl's like, okay, so that's what? Part of the problem? Shut up, Cheryl. Then Susie, Jeff's wife, comes in. Joe, what the f*** were you doing? You know.
You told Cheryl to shut up on the, You know, Bobby's job, as Secretary of HHS, and it's no matter what he says or sometimes the president says, even if it's something great, like favored nations drug prices.
Right.
Where they're saying for the first time, America's not going to pay more than other countries for drugs, pharmaceutical drugs. Somehow there are people out there that would be mad about it.
Yeah.
That's it.
They're not going to take it.
Well, they're furious, and
Be outraged.
a lot of them are probably paid off. They're paid off to be. There's a lot of paid influencers.
Okay, man. That's
You are
Cheryl
one
right
of them,
there.
sir.
That's Cheryl right there. Larry David was being very stupid a lot of the time,
Bro
and she
said
had to
they're
deal
paid
with it. So I'm
influencers.
very sympathetic to her. Whatever happened.
That's
Joe
very
Rogan
funny.
figuring
They
out
got a
that people get
divorce or
paid
something, and now she's what, married to the president?
while getting
I don't know
paid
the whole story.
$100
It's
million.
complicated. But just like Tony,
And getting
Just like
told
my
by
man
Duncan
Tony.
Trussell that
just
people
like
are
my
going
man
to
Tony is
abuse your
holding the
influence.
powerful
And he didn't
to
listen.
account. And by powerful, I mean open micers in Austin.
Powerful.
So is Joe. So is Joe. Because this is what we get on the Joe Show, you know? Elon Musk is taking the first step to saving civilization. We got that. Okay, let me write this down because I'm going to try to get on Kill Tony. Don't make fun of Elon Musk or the president. Elon Musk is saving civilization, and people are too mean to the president. Actually, the whole administration, the whole deal. They're too mean. They did something with drug prices that turned out to be a total scam. People are criticizing that. That sucks. I mean, the other thing about this, I listened to this whole Cheryl Hines thing. I like her. I liked her on Curb Your
Back-to-back
Enthusiasm. I thought she was
monumentality,
great. And I was
baby.
like, okay, this is a below-average view episode. It appears. But maybe she got some fun stories, man. There's a part where she's like going into her early days as an actor, and she's like, you know, Joe, you were on that show News Radio. I was actually, what was it, like catering or something? She had to arrange the food on the like craft services table for News Radio. And it's like, hey, you could probably squeeze, what, half an hour of stories? What was it like? The whole catering thing, struggling in Hollywood. What's that like? There's like very little of that. It's all like, hey, so you're married to RFKJ. Let's talk about this stuff that you seem to have zero interest in. This honestly is no offense to Joe. I would never do that, but this is unlistenable. Sorry. Like, let's hear about Cheryl's life, you know? Let's hear about what it's like. There's not even like, hey, you got any, let's go into, you know, you could probably squeeze an hour of like interesting behind the scenes Curb Your Enthusiasm stuff. There's like so little of that. It's like she's there as a representative of RFKJ. Instead, it's like the boringest, the worst / boringest angle you could take. Then Joe talks about like owls for literally 400 hours.
Well, it gives you a purpose.
Yeah.
You know, that's part of the thing of being, you know, if you think you're an activist, air quotes, you know, you think you're out there affecting things and you're out there chanting and screaming and carrying the signs that the NGOs had print up.
Hooping,
And
hollering.
you're out there, and, you know, you've got a purpose.
Getting in
'cause
the
otherwise,
way, getting in the way of whatever high-end LA restaurant I'm trying to get into, you know. It's sick. So this is kind
he's
of
in
the
Texas
Joe
now.
show, you know, what ethos now. If you're a billionaire or whatever,
Accuracy,
you come on here, I'd be
please.
like, yep. People are talking too much bad
Dark
stuff
age.
about the president. Elon Musk is saving the world, and protests are bad. This is the Joe Show. This is the Joe Show. And meanwhile, you know, 5.5 million views on, hey, here's a mentally ill person. Let's make fun of them. This is Joe's world.
This is a sick world that Joe lives in.
influence thing that was going on
it's
for
fine.
a long
For so long.
Cheryl,
Through
let Joe talk.
different
Jesus.
administrations.
You crazy?
That's
Yeah.
what's so
It's not Larry.
Yeah.
unbelievable
Yell at him.
about it.
It's
How
dark.
long it was going on.
I'm
and
in
how
the
many
files
people.
for not going.
Oh, word, Joe?
Yeah, I'm in the files for not going because Jeffrey Epstein was trying to meet with me.
Oh, I did see that.
Yeah, and I was like, what?
I'm like, no thanks.
Yeah.
Aren't
I
you
was like,
glad? What would be
If I was a guy who was like sucking up to the rich and powerful, if I was really interested in hanging out with rich and
sick.
powerful people.
Imagine
you
that.
know, it's
That's sick.
crazy.
Don't do that.
That's so crazy. But yeah, some people
This is a JRE clip right here. This is an official JRE clip. You know, sometimes I watch these unofficial clips. I'm like, is this AI? Joe wouldn't say this. There's a lot of misuses of Joe out there. Unofficial clips, bootleg JRE clips. This is the official channel. People are giving him a little hard time on here. Joe having a monologue with himself while the guest says, yeah. Hey, wait a second. That's a criticism. Shut up, man. You can't say that in the official JRE clips chat. Dude, comments? What the hell does this rancid dumpster of a commenter right here say? Bring on CoffeeZilla. Or anybody who isn't currently running cover for the Epstein class. Hey, shut up, man. Hey, man, you better shut up because
Daddies are more stronger than mommies.
whatever that means. Oh, goddammit, man. I don't know what the hell's going on here. I really cannot figure out old Cheryl. She seems very nice. And she was great on, again, she's one of the great parts of Curb Your Enthusiasm. Easily. She seems very nice all through this episode, very polite, but it's like, what the hell is this? What the hell is this whole segment right here? It's like very
Whatever,
surreal.
bro.
300 that it is news.
It is a little ledge.
I just looked. I just confirmed it's news. 300,000 views. That's in the solid. That's solid.
Solidly in the news category.
Because of views. Like I just explained. Are you even listening to me? But yeah, this is a kind of a surreal segment right
can you
here.
vote
You know, the whole Joe
for-
Rogan
They're gonna
show
vote
is just like
City Center.
haunting ghosts
we
now.
got
Joe
science
Rogan should
last
do his
time.
show in an empty castle.
you?
You know, it's just like, ugh.
So vote for theatre.
Joe, you know, Jamie is at the far end of a long dining table. It's
big
just
runner.
Like, very weird and haunting. That's what it should be. But anyway, this whole segment, you know, is basically Cheryl's like, oh, that's crazy, man. Huh? Whoa. They basically just go back and forth like, this whole Epstein thing is so crazy, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. That's crazy. It's so crazy, man. That guy really roped in a network of powerful people, man. And Cheryl's like, that's so crazy. People, they go to these parties or... Oh, what is that about?
Hey,
You know?
theater.
I mean, that's it. It's just like, that's so crazy. It's so weird. Don't want to name any names on this one. Don't want to get into too much details on this
Big
one,
runner.
but certainly crazy. That's sort of like, you're not really going too many places with a conversation when you just keep saying, that's so weird. That's so crazy. It's just all so crazy. Right? Just being alive is crazy. That's where I would take this if I were Joey. Oh, the whole Epstein thing is very weird. Just like consciousness itself is weird. You know?
You got anything to say about that to switch topics?
Because, like, I don't know, with Joe Rogan and all these guys, it's just like, just stop talking about this. You know? Just stop talking about this, I think. Like, that's what Benny Shapiro did and does. You know, old Mr.
Booty hole waxed down.
He's just like, oh, you know this thing that, like, the entire government is talking about all the time, and, like, everybody in the country I live in is talking about all the time, and the entire internet is talking about.
Shut up, Russia.
Yeah, I do a news channel. I'm not going to talk about that at all. Again, Ben Shapiro should be in jail for that, I believe. I don't even believe that. Other people
Korea
say
be mad
that,
at
and
me.
I don't believe it.
I don't know why.
Many.
Maybe it's because I told him to fuck off.
The majority of people are saying that that little guy should be in jail. But they go on this long thing. It's like, yeah, a lot of people, you know, he wanted to rope in a lot of powerful people. And, like, you know, Joe Rogan's guest, her husband, you know, knew that guy. And there's a very weird story. You know, who knows? Who knows? You know, her husband was like, yeah, I knew them. My wife had a connection to Galan, you know. Okay. And then it's like some story came out where it was like, he was like, I went on the plane in the 90s. There's pictures of him with Jeffrey Epstein in the 90s. And then he's like, around the same time, I went dinosaur bone hunting with those two. Okay. Okay. You know, at very least, it's not, you know, you wouldn't even be making any accusations or anything. It's like, you would at least ask, what the hell was that dinosaur bone hunting thing about? You ever get any details from him on that? That's a weird one. That's a weird one. Anyway, you know who's awesome? On a more important note, you know who's awesome? Iluma! Isn't he awesome, Cheryl? What did you say, he sucks? Oh, no, I said he's awesome. Oh, okay. So crazy. Everything's so crazy. That's what I think about that. Do you want to ask me any interesting questions? About, like, being an actor or anything? No, I don't. No, I do not. And for that, Cheryl,
there's no way.
You get a 10-minute me kicking the heavy
did
bag
you build the
timeout.
Temple of Artemis?
Joe Rogan silently gets up, walks off screen, and then...
Someone built it? That's crazy.
Cheryl's just on her phone. Joe's on that heavy bag.
I don't understand this idea that, like, when a comedian is making a joke on TV, that it has to be factual or you can sue somebody for it. There has to be some sort of protection where, like, this is art, so you can say things
It is.
that
It's
are...
called the First Amendment.
Well, you can't lie about people under the First Amendment.
Well, that's not defamation. It's through satire. What Trevor Noah just did is satire.
So satire protects it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's protected by this. Donald Trump can, like, get in some lawsuit if he wants, but it's just ridiculous.
Oh, no, he'll win. First of all, he's already shaking CBS.
I don't think you can win a lawsuit based on this. If he's saying, hey, I am being...
Okay, cool, man.
Okay, anyway, in our ongoing look at the... I mean,
do you see that
solid
Brandon Schaub was on the one guy's podcast and the guy was saying some shit and even Brandon Schaub was like, no,
I didn't say that.
There was some shit about, like, back in the 90s, we could fuck kids. It was okay. Right. So it was something along those lines.
At least he's got a line, I guess.
It's news. Shut up.
It's news. Shut the hell up.
Him.
Rogan verse. This is like an interesting... This guy's got, like, a very interesting arc, I guess. So this is... What is this thing called? Brilliant Idiots. Hey, you can't talk about them like that. You guys can't talk about yourselves like that. Okay, anyway. Okay, so this is Andrew Schultz and Charlemagne. I call him Charlemagne, the one true God, comma, my Lord and Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ, Charlemagne. Andrew Schultz has such a weird, like, little, I don't know, it's a weird arc. Because I watched this show, and it's kind of just like, I don't know who's watching this. Well, 250,000 people. It is news. So it is technically news. I don't know who's watching this because they're just kind of like, I don't know, what's that? Should we get that guy to look it up? Yeah, look it up. I don't know. That's basically the show. They talk about all, like, news stuff, and they're just like, I don't know, what's that about? I don't know. But Andrew Schultz is kind of interesting because, like, a year ago, he had this guy on.
It's weird.
Bye-bye.
It's weird.
A year ago, he traveled to
Somalia. Yeah, he's
a pilot. Great. President. And he was
Where
like,
is it?
Guy, and he was kind of going
We
around.
took
He was
the
like, this guy's
freedom
awesome.
of speech away.
And he got 10 million views on that president interview.
I know where my things are.
It's like way above average, you know? Way above average. Very good. But now he's like, oh man, this all sucks. It's kind of an interesting, you could tell he's just kind of like, I don't really want to talk about this either. This is the whole Rogan versus like, I don't know. There's a lot they can't talk about, you know? But this guy's like, I think ice sucks. And now he's like, oh no, hey, I'm a comedian. And they're threatening to sue comedians. That sucks, too. He's just like, it's sort of weird. It's like,
Taylor Genji, yep.
I guess I was kind of like part of this, promoting this. Now I'm like,
I would like the Tale of
sucks.
Genji, please.
It does say, I mean, like, the main evidence is like, I got 10 million views off of that. Like, you definitely got 10 million views and probably a bunch of new subscribers, maybe, but now he's like, this sucks. That's sort of funny. Wait, what's this? What's that? Am I getting the light? Oh, no, wait. That's the light that indicates that we have a person of the day. A person of the toilet.
Person of the toilet.
Secretary Lutnick, as I said in my opening statement, you led people to believe
No, he
that
didn't.
you had cut off all contact with Jeffrey Epstein.
I never heard of that.
After the 2005 encounter you and your wife had.
Huh?
But as I'm sure you know, the Epstein files show a very different
Go to tree
record
jail!
of interaction.
No, they don't. Don't
Why
hit the
did the
mic.
Epstein files
Also.
show you coordinating a meeting and planning a visit with Jeffrey
Look at all the
Epstein
tribal
on his
villages.
private
So,
island
who's
in
gonna
December
get their
2012?
dick ripped off tonight?
It did not. That's a lie.
Thank you for the question. I'm glad to be here to make it clear that I met Jeffrey Epstein when I moved to a house next door to him in New York.
Okay.
Right? And I met him
Oh,
then.
big turn next turn.
Over
Got
the
a big
next
turn.
14 years, I met him
Big
two other times that I can recall. 2 times. And that is none for 6 years. So 6 years later, I met him, and then
I don't have
a
a
year and
mood
half
for
after that, I
clowning
met
right
him,
now.
And never again. I barely had anything to do with that person. Okay?
That Secretary. Okay, this is one of the things I heard about this. This is one of the guys just like
Hey, why am
this
I on
guy,
the right
from
now?
what I understand. From my newsman Joe Rogan is that he's saving the world. That guy's saving the world.
It's 'cause
he's also,
you're
the
discovering more
lying
and
about
more.
stuff. And this is another guy who people were making fun of because he was like, he went on some interview and he was like, and I told him, and for some reason I met him. And I went to him and I said, you, sir, are weird. And I kicked him right square in his butt. And I told him to go to hell. This is a guy who, in a very odd way, told this story in an interview where he's like, I told that guy to shut up and I never says, I wanted nothing to do with him. And then, like, these emails came out where these guys were hanging out. And now he's like, I didn't have too much to do. The story went from like, I told that guy to stay the hell away from me. You shut up. To like, okay, I only hung out with him a lot of times. So there we go. That's great. What's going to happen to this guy? Who knows? He's going to keep wandering around the government, doing God knows what. To him, we say, anyway, guys, it's Wednesday. Who cares? Hope you're having a great
Oh, here's this I'm talking about, Pam. Let's look at this. Where did you? Okay.
Because
I'm gonna settle. then.
primarily, like the entirety of the victims.
I don't know
are
where
women.
you moved your
And
settler to, but
Patriarchy absolutely creates an environment where women can be predated on, and then a lot of people in positions of power, especially when you add in the class dynamic, because Jeffrey Epstein specifically sought after women from specific backgrounds,
Son
like
of a
very poor
bitch.
working class backgrounds. Anyway, spy camera footage from inside Epstein properties reveals victims were
Jeffrey
secretly filmed.
Epstein's victims have long
This is new information to
said
me.
they believe they were being filmed by the offender. And this footage from a spy cam style camera inside Epstein's Palm Beach house appears to show just that. The footage has been obtained for the first time by Channel 4 News. Because the quality is so grainy, during our investigation we analysed it frame by frame. And we've slowed it down here so that you can see what's happening. The man, likely Epstein himself, at one point looks towards the hidden device. Images of what seems to be his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, as well as what appears to be several women or girls. So how do we know what this is and where it comes from? Epstein's Palm Beach property was raided by law enforcement in 2005, where police filmed this
I just
footage.
clicked the wrong button.
Pause it here. You can see his
I
office in
almost-
the corner of the
oh,
ground
thank
floor
God.
living area. This is the exact same office captured in the spy cam footage. We can match up some features like the stairway pattern in the shelves, the 2 small bookshelves above a larger middle shelf, a framed painting, behind an oversized lampshade, and an ornamental plate on the top middle shelf. So where is this spy cam in the office? Well, we believe it's here. And in the footage of the 2005 police raid, we can see that there is what looks like a wide clock positioned on a low side table facing the desk. In a 2006 affidavit from Palm Beach detective Joseph Recarey, the man who led investigations into Epstein during the 2000s, he said that there were 2 covert cameras hidden within clocks, one in the garage and another in the library.
The garage.
He adds that a computer was located which was believed to contain the images from the cameras, and that all of these images appear to come from the one positioned behind Epstein's desk. And then in a 2010 deposition, Detective Recarey said that despite the lighting being poor and not being 100%, he thought that it was Mr. Epstein in the videos. Adding,
their settlers
you know, I
back.
can say the female did appear to be
So they
redacted
haven't
word.
settled.
One of the assistants appeared to be redacted word. You know, that kind of thing.
If I get down
Now,
there
one police
before they
report
do,
states
then
that
I'm going to
Epstein fought and
fucking
installed
take
a
it.
hidden clock camera himself. But in this deposition, the police suggest that they themselves may have actually helped Epstein install it following a 2003 burglary at his home. The newly
of
uncovered
course.
spy cam footage, part of
Who
millions of
declared war.
documents released in the Epstein files, appears to show a moment of intimate
Sweden
contact at
against me.
Epstein's desk
So did-
involving
so
an
did,
unidentified woman or
It's
girl.
a joint war.
That's why we can't play it in full.
I guess I should start producing
Epstein's victims repeatedly said they believe
military,
they have
huh?
been filmed. Elsewhere
Nah,
in the
I
footage,
don't think it's
a
gonna
man we
matter.
believe to be Epstein emerges in a bathrobe.
Well,
And this is all
I don't
just
know
from
how
one
close
spy
they are.
camera in the 2000s. Epstein
Not
had a
that
vast,
close.
elaborate,
That
and
should be
secretive
fine.
surveillance system across his properties.
Why are you guys still talking about this? The Dow was 5,000. The Dow hit 50,000. I don't understand. Shut up. All of Jeffrey Epstein's friends are making so much money, dude. We're Dow maxing. Looking good, King. I said, if I'm Pam Bondi, I'm not coming into the meeting about me not prosecuting criminals, a binder full of criminals that these Democrats districts have successfully prosecuted and convicted. And then this guy's response is, I don't know what's going on here. What does this mean? Is I'm a clown. I'm a bald clown. Low-key, bro, that doesn't even look that bad. Yeah, this is me if I was Asmongold. I hate when the haters take our community memes. I mean, I don't mind it. It's fine. Who gives a shit, you know?
We know from other police reports that Epstein had CCTV installed in Palm Beach, but the computer equipment associated with those cameras was removed before police searched the home. And over a decade after his 2008 conviction, these images from his New York townhouse show cameras inside the property, and a room with monitors that were linked to those cameras. That room was behind a door that read 24-hour video surveillance. Yet this footage from Palm Beach, identified by Channel 4 News, remains the only covert surveillance footage the public has seen so far.
Well, back to our main news now. The US Attorney General Pam Bondi has faced angry scenes in Congress as she was questioned over her handling of the Epstein files and urged to apologise to survivors. Let's go to our US editor, Anushka Estrada.
You know, I was sitting in that room when the hearing started, listening to Pam Bondi, and the atmosphere in there was incredibly charged. It was divided politically, as it so often is here. In the US, the Republicans on one side being nice to the Attorney General, the Democrats really quite furious. They were getting people to hold up examples of redactions outside of the Epstein files. They were arguing that the files were incomplete, that too many victims had been revealed, and that too many men's names had still not been put out there. Pam Bondi responded pretty testily on all of it. Behind her were a line of survivors, and actually 2 of them I saw last night. I sat down with them, I spoke to them. They said they are happy that these files are getting out there, but they are not satisfied. It is not enough. They want co-conspirators named. They were furious to hear Ghislaine Maxwell, a close confidant of Jeffrey Epstein's, say that she was pleading the fifth, remaining silent on Monday, and would only speak if President Trump pardoned her. At one point, a senior Democrat raised the issue of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, and he basically...
I do want to also talk about the limitations of gender war style commentary that I sometimes hear from people where they're like, this Epstein stuff has shown me once again that it's always men. The reason why this is a silly argument is because obviously one of the main villains in this story is Ghislaine Maxwell, a woman, okay, a woman, but also Republicans abuse that line all the time. Pam Bondi is a woman. The Trump administration is staffed with a shit ton of
Can't hear.
Can't hear?
Nah,
No audio, or it's just low?
nothing.
And I went for 2 hours, and there were 6 men who were listed as co-conspirators, and their names were redacted. I went to the floor of the House of Representatives today, and I called out those 6 men by name.
Salvatore Navora, Zorab Mikoladze,
Get 'em.
Leopig Leonor, Nicola
Yepig?
Caputa, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, CEO of Dubai Ports World, and billionaire businessman Leslie Wexner.
We need courage in this country to hold people accountable who have been accused of some of the most heinous crimes. I mean, men who either raped underage girls or went to Epstein's Island knowing underage girls were being or paraded around.
One of the biggest parts of this story has been the meta story of the cover-up. Every time it seems like they're going to get the files out there, it's like opposite day. They redact names they shouldn't. They miss deadlines. They mischaracterize evidence. You know, just recently I saw an FBI memo that there were no cameras in bedrooms of Epstein's house. And then you look at the photos the FBI took, there's a camera in his bedroom. So I just want to understand this. To me, this looks like a cover-up, but who are they covering for? First of all, do you agree with that? Who do you think they're covering for, and if you think they're covering it up at all?
It's obviously a cover-up. It's probably one of the biggest cover-ups in American history. I mean, they're covering up for rich and powerful people who visited this island where young girls were being not just the American elite, the global elite. This is shaking the British monarchy. It may topple the British government. It has the Norwegian princess now not being able to be a queen. I mean, it's had international reverberation.
Of course, I'm so glad you brought that up. That's one of my biggest problems with this story. Internationally, we're seeing some accountability, you know, however small. I have seen zero accountability in America. And so, look, while I appreciate the transparency, I was talking to friends, people who follow the show, and they said, where is the accountability? Are we going to see a single person in America, besides Ghislaine Maxwell or Jeffrey Epstein, face justice?
Well, that's why I went to the floor today and named these people. I wanted those names public. I mean, if the Justice Department isn't going to do their job, if the FBI isn't, then members of Congress can take to the floor and start naming names. And that's why I did that. But we need investigations, and we need political accountability. I mean, how can you have Howard Lutnick, right, who lies to the American people? He says, oh, I never had anything to do with Epstein.
I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or even philanthropy.
Then it comes out that he actually went to Epstein's Island.
We had lunch on the island. That is true.
And then it comes out that he allegedly had a business with Epstein after Epstein was a convicted pedophile. It's an indictment on America. That in other nations, literally their heads of states are falling if they just had email correspondence with Epstein. And here we've got someone like Lutnick still in government. We need accountability. We need prosecutions of people who actually showed up in the island and folks. And we need, by the way, the cover-up, Dan. What is the biggest cover-up? I just want to explain this simply. The FBI scrubbed these files in March before my law, and the most sensitive information are in the FBI files. That's where the survivors named the names of the people who abused them. They're in those FBI files. Donald Trump's FBI scrubbed that in March, and they sent the scrubbed files to Justice. And so Justice then did a second round of redactions. But under my law, the Epstein Transparency Act that Massey and I passed, we need to have those FBI files unscrubbed. We need them unredacted. And that is where the information is. And the only reason I believe they're redacted is they're protecting very rich and powerful people in this country.
Well, look, I mean, part of the thing that I've appreciated about this push, it's a bipartisan push. Both left and right have gotten behind it. Look, saying, hey, we gotta unredact this. We gotta see who's really in there. You bring up a great point. A lot of powerful people have lied about their association with Jeffrey Epstein. That's been one of the great revelations that has come out of it. But it's, you know, I criticized Howard Lutnick, you know, but we also have Stacey Plaskett. She's saying, you know, I wasn't a friend of him.
That are not your friends. Jeffrey Epstein had information, and I was going to get information. Having a real friendship with him is not something that I would deem to have.
And then we see text messages where she says, you know, I'm going to call you my friend. And he says, yeah, don't worry, like, we're friends. I mean, it's a problem that crosses party lines. And my worry is this. Look, right now there's a lot of push, bipartisan, but especially from Democrats. Look, we got to hold these people, you know, accountable.
It's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy the state of the world we're in. You know, the thing is,
last time.
The only reason why it also came out now is because they knew they had nothing left to hold them back from, like, the verge of fascism. And the fact that, like, fascism has progressed this far that people don't fucking care about this.
Yeah. Wild, huh?
My problem is this. Next time, let's say you guys get in power. How
the Super Bowl offended me.
That you guys are going to do what's necessary with the next DOJ? Because it doesn't seem like we're going to get the DOJ to do anything this time. I think we probably both agree on that.
Oh, is that a
How can we
Gatling
trust
gun?
the next
Eat
DOJ
Archer.
to take the proper action and hold people accountable?
Well, I think you have to look at the record. You can trust people like Massey and me. We didn't politicize this. We said whoever is implicated needs to pay the consequences. There are
wouldn't happen to
Democratic
have
donors like
gunpowder,
Bill
would you?
Gates that are in the files. They need to testify. Keir Starmer is someone I knew. I met with him. He's someone who shares. I
have a
celebrated
bunch.
21.
Does
I have
Chief
no
Diplo favor? I'll buy
sympathy
that.
for Mendelsohn or the Starmer
Huh?
government.
I have a bunch
I have
in
no
my
sympathy,
territory, and I will
for
have
Democratic
more,
donors or big
but it might
tech folks,
take a
some of
while.
whom who have supported the party, who are in these files. I have said that President
The
Clinton
Odyssey.
should testify, and he is.
a
So
good deal.
Massey and I, the reason we've been successful is we haven't made this about Donald Trump or Bill Clinton or politics. We haven't made this Republican or Democrat. We have said wherever the facts go, that's where we're going to go. If it takes down the Democratic donors, it's going to take down the Democratic donors. If it's going to take down Republicans, it'll take down Republicans. And why do you think other people haven't been willing to do it? Because we made some very powerful enemies. There are a lot of billionaires and people in this Epstein class who are against us. So I don't think you can trust a party per se, but I think you can trust people who have a track record of standing up for doing the right thing.
I want to go to the July 2025 systemic review the FBI claims it did. They made a bunch of surprising findings because later they were revealed to be, in my view, false. They say, one, this systemic review has no incriminating client list. Well, we see internal slide decks basically from the FBI where very prominent names such as Trump, Jess Staley, Leon Black, Les Wexner, Bill Clinton, a bunch of people have pretty shocking allegations against them.
Lobby's
It goes
full.
to another part of their memo. They said there's no
Lobby's
evidence
full.
that's going to predicate an investigation against.
We have a guest.
What?
We have a guest.
Oh,
We are
I didn't
talking
know we
about
were.
Something. Yes, I've been saying this the entire show.
No.
Yes.
You said you were going to see, and then I didn't hear an update.
It's all good. We got time. I got time.
Yeah, next turn I'll save.
Uncharged third parties. Why not even investigate? That's kind of my problem.
You have hit the nail on the head. None of these rich and powerful people have even been asked under oath why they were on this island. What did they see? Who were the girls? Who was being They've just escaped not just prosecution, they've even escaped investigation. And the Department of Justice could open the investigation tomorrow into these people. And people say, well, why are we obsessed about something that happened years ago? First of all, the survivors deserve justice. And it's very callous for people just to say, move on. But the second thing is, if we live in a society where people think the rich can just get away with things because of who they are, that the powerful can just get away with things because of who they are, then you don't have a democratic government.
The Epstein files, why it's so frustrating is it's exposing a justice system that has two different classes. For the weak, you have laws that bind but don't protect. For the powerful, you have laws that protect and do not bind. I mean, do you agree this is what we're seeing with the Epstein files?
Yes, it's two tiers of justice in America. That's why I came up with the term Epstein class. If you're part of this rich, powerful club, then you feel like you're above the law.
Speaking of accountability, I want to talk about, one of the claims by the Justice Department. I mean, they say there's no credible evidence Epstein is blackmailing individuals. This is a huge
Epstein was
problem
black?
because the FBI basically failed to get a bunch of CDs, hard drives that later were found removed from Epstein's properties. But, there's this email basically Epstein sent himself about Bill Gates, where he alleges that he facilitated trysts with Bill Gates. Bill Gates denies this, but it reads as straight up blackmail. It's like, you need to give me X millions of dollars. Otherwise, something's going to come out. Well, here's my problem. And this is what I'd love for people like Gates to be asked. He says he separated himself from Epstein. And then it turns out he sends a $2 million gift to MIT directed by Jeffrey Epstein. So if he had nothing to do with it, this wasn't blackmail, why is he sending a $2 million gift? I mean, are we going to ever have it make sense? The gaslighting is what bothers me. You know, you brought up Howard Lutnick. You know, he says, "Oh, I was so disgusted," and then he's found to be a business with the guy. Like, I just don't like, and I don't think anyone likes being lied to, especially by people in power and people who are making decisions sort of for the rest of us. Bill Gates has enormous influence. You know, the idea that he would be kind of, compromised by some of these things is very alarming.
It is alarming, and that's why he needs to come under oath and answer these questions. That's why there should be an investigation where he's asked by the Justice Department and Congress.
Why do they need people to come under oath?
Very rude. Bible must be very sticky.
Yeah, weird.
Very.
Well, hello.
That was echo. Why hit echo? Very odd. It was not echoing before.
How we doing?
I believe we're talking about Springfield, Ohio. I think she dropped out.
That was the goal.
Oh.
No, I didn't drop out. I was just like waiting for you guys to, I guess, get situated.
No, your little acronym character things disappeared.
Oh,
It was
okay.
glitching out.
Gotcha.
Well, the names haven't been on. How are they gonna know who we are?
Oh no, how will they know?
Oh no.
How many people are even watching? I don't have a way to see that over here.
It doesn't matter.
I was gonna say oh no, how will the
Well,
like
the
3
thing is,
people watch
a lot of the
maybe?
YouTube views come after. Like people watch the stream after it's been posted.
Oh,
on
okay,
YouTube.
that's fair. I guess I don't ever check and see how many people watch later. Give me just a second here. I'm trying to open something up so I can send you links to things. So, because last week I was like, hey, maybe we should like start a chat so I can send you things, and then that never happened. So I'm just gonna send you links instead.
It works. I can just bring it up on my laptop.
1 minute. I'm trying to get to the like page that I was saving links on, and my laptop is being ungodly slow for some reason. Why?
Laptops be laptopping.
Yeah, free laptops be doing that. I guess what I'm interested in talking about today is conspiracy theories forming in real time.
Yay.
Of those conspiracy theories. And if I can get this open, watched as a number of, they're also over on Instagram, and then I guess it also kind of moved over to Reddit a little bit from what I'm some accounts on TikTok, and they actively started like, and then started pushing a conspiracy theory town that already had a bunch of like conspiracy theories about it.
Oh, this
a couple
is
years
about
in
eating cats and stuff. Huh?
2024, when JD Vance, Trump, and a bunch of white supremacists were claiming that Haitians were eating pets or eating bark. So the same town is being targeted. Haitian immigrant community. Yeah, the same Haitian immigrant community is being targeted, but not the president saying it, and it's not Vance saying it, and it's not even a white supremacist saying it. It is a grifting. TikToker saying it, and his friends. Like, it's a group of grifters on TikTok.
Okay, great. We got it. You're dropping out a little bit. All right, great. I think your connection's a little slow because you're a little laggy.
I don't know if they can hear us even.
Like many, can you hear me?
No,
Hello?
not really.
Not really.
Hello?
Not really.
Like, your voice is coming through, but it sounds like a robot.
I can hear you. I
I
don't know
mean,
if
it's
you hear me.
coming through in parts. It just needed to buffer.
Very strange.
Wait, not really?
Yeah, it's being all fucked up. And like the circle's not even expanding.
Wait, oh.
Maybe. It might
Is
be
that
better for a
better?
second. It depends.
Maybe.
Well, it sounds better
Is
so
that any
far,
better?
but you never know. Oh.
Oh.
And they're dead.
That'll work. So many technical difficulties. Fucking internet. It'll be dead soon, so we'll all be rid of it.
Why doesn't it say sad girl underneath me anymore? What the fuck? Okay.
Heard a bit of.
Hey, now there's
Nope.
letters. Uh-oh.
Can you hear me better now?
Maybe. You're gonna have to
Sounds
keep
better
talking.
so
I'll let you
far.
know if it starts
Maybe.
fucking up.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not quite sure exactly where it dropped out.
Conspiracy theory TikTokers.
Oh, okay. So, well, sorry. I was like, so anyway, I don't know. Sorry, that's like basically the whole story. So I'm like, I'm not sure where in the story about the conspiracy theory TikTokers it dropped out, but basically, conspiracy theory TikTokers ended up in Springfield, Ohio, starting conspiracy theories because the community wouldn't like allow themselves to be farmed for content.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it's pretty.
What do you
Yeah.
expect after what has already fucking happened there?
Well, you'll see what they expect when we watch the videos. Let me pull one of these up for you. Or 1 minute. I have a whole list of them kind of in order to watch. I'm trying to find where the post that I made about it was so that I can send them to you. Did I save it as a draft? Yes, I
A
did. There it
giraffe?
is. Okay. A draft. Yeah, I saved it as a giraffe.
A
Did you
giraffe?
see that video where the one guy saved videos, or I'm sorry, saved pictures to birds? I saved a YouTube link to a giraffe. Okay, let's see here.
Talking about when he transmitted data with birds?
Yeah, that's it. Okay, let me boop 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 boop. I'm going to fucking murder this mouse. It's the worst mouse I've ever fucking used in my life.
My laptop mouse bothers me, but my mom touches it and she like she like can't even, she's never used a laptop like keypad and learned how to use it. Like she's only sat down with her little portable desk thing and a mouse that can fit on it. So like she, and that includes like where at work she like would carry a mouse with her at work when she was working in the hospital and stuff. So she like, it's like crazy to see her not be able to use a touchpad on a laptop.
That sounds.
Oh no, is it fucking doing it again?
I mean, it's just funny.
I mean, carrying a mouse around everywhere.
It doesn't bother me. I mean, she can do whatever the fuck she wants.
Fair.
Okay, let's see. Okay. First video. Oh no, why won't it let me? Fucking. I'm going to scream because this laptop is just like freezing every 10 seconds. I don't know if you can even hear me right now.
Yeah,
We can hear you.
because I can't hear anything either of you are saying. Well, that's good, at least. You're frozen on my screen. You both have your faces. Shit.
This is great.
I'm sorry, guys. It feel like every have, you know, problems.
More technical difficulties.
My computer's like, no, we are. Right?
Yeah, that's how it works. Streaming will use all your bandwidth and fuck you up.
Yeah, I will say this could have been avoided if we had created a link that is so place for me to send these in advance. But for now, I have to wait for my computer to stop being frozen. I can't really do anything about that. Sorry, guys.
Let's look at this.
What is it?
I mean, he supported a lot of Democrats, but we need fundamental accountability. It can't just be about Lutnick because he's in the Trump administration. It needs to be across the board, regardless of people's politics. And the issue in terms of what Epstein was and what he was doing, look, even my law doesn't allow for the release of classified information. You can't in Congress declassify things. That's the rule. But what we need is a president who actually appoints someone who has credibility in the military or in intelligence to look through the classified information and make a public report of what Epstein did and whether there was anything there. And that person has to have incredible credibility. Until then, there are going to be both rumors out there and conspiracy theories out there and legitimate questions. But that won't be answered just by my law. We need actually a commission that can look through the classified information.
I'm glad you brought this up. You know, one of the questions is, why did the plea deal in 2008 happen? Why did it seem like every time there was going to be something happening, it seemed like some bigger players were reaching in? You know, the CIA was FOIA'd by Jeffrey Epstein about Jeffrey Epstein, and they basically denied it. They said, hey, we can't confirm or deny any classified evidence that we may or may not have on you. The NSA basically did the same thing. You know, this is a big problem was Epstein working for our government or foreign governments? This is something that's kind of speculated about a lot. There's a lot of emails with connections with powerful world leaders where Epstein seems to be in some type of official or unofficial capacity. I mean, what do you know, if anything, about this?
I genuinely don't have insight into his relationships other than to say it's odd that he's got pictures at the CIA. It's odd that he has relationships with so many world leaders, that he is getting access from Gordon Brown's trade secretary about what purchases UK is going to make in the financial markets, that he has access to what India's prime minister is going to do in the United States or Israel, that he has access to an Israeli former prime minister, so much so that Netanyahu is making statements about the former prime minister's relationship with Epstein. I mean, how is this person as connected? Actually, that's one of the questions I want to ask President Clinton is, who is this guy? You know, or Trump, or in our classified information. I mean, why is this guy as connected as he is? People say, oh, he's just a collector of influential people. I know a lot of people who network in Congress. You know, I try to network. I don't know all these world leaders. You don't get there just by networking. There's something else going on.
That's a great question. I have the same question. I mean, it's a very strange thing. You know, I want to talk about Trump's relationship with Epstein for a second. You know, there have been a lot of revelations from the files, a lot of weird behavior from the president, who normally is unbothered by anything press related. And yet we just had something come out very interesting. It seems to be a 2019 interview with the Palm Beach police chief, Michael Ryder. And he said that basically Trump blew the whistle on Epstein's activities and said, thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this, saying Maxwell was evil.
Him?
You know, this definitely surprised me. I'm not going to lie. I said to myself, why didn't they? If I was them, I'd put that out sooner. I mean, I was just kind of shocked that that was in there. But also, it seems like later he said he didn't know what was happening.
At the time, did you know why he was taking those young women?
No, I don't know really why.
What's up?
I sent you the first link. Can you hear me?
I did not get a link.
I got it. It's in the private chat.
In the chat.
Okay. John can handle it.
All right, we'll break it for the news. We are currently in Chicago, taking a little pit stop on our way to Springfield, Ohio. We will be staying in Cincinnati, talking to organizers and stuff like this about what the options are in Springfield. Now, I know a federal judge did stop the deportation order of over 300,000 Haitians in the United States, but there's a possibility that it will be appealed within the Supreme Court, and we already know the Supreme Court overturned shit, and also we already know this administration does not give a fuck about what the Supreme Court says, or any judge for that matter. Kristi Noem and others have already ruled that the Haitians are a threat to national security, and this has been the goal from the start. So we're still going to go to the community. We're still going to talk to people. Simple Black Theory is with us, who is of Haitian descent. That's my brother. So we're going to have translators, hopefully, for people who want to talk to us. We're going to go to some of this community, some of the Haitian stores there, because I know a lot of people were already sheltering in place. We're going to try to talk to these people, see what we can do to assist, and hopefully provide as much help as we possibly can to get ahead of this situation. Because as we know, there's a possibility, like there's already agents staying at a hotel in Springfield and also in Columbus, Ohio as well. So hopefully we can get ahead of this. We're going to be working with a bunch of organizers, because this time we're prepared. We're going to be working with a lot of people to try to hopefully get ahead of the scenario, start getting stuff loaded up into these communities, food, money, hopefully what organizers need help from us. So please stay tuned, please watch. I will be doing interviews. Hopefully people are willing to talk to me, and hopefully we can get the truth out there so people can see what's really going on in Springfield. Thank you.
Okay, so this was actually the first video I saw, and I followed him because I went, oh, I don't know how that's gonna go. And at the time, that didn't sound all that problematic, right? But if you know anything about Springfield, which most people don't,
Breaking fuck the news.
they really
upon
are.
arriving-
They are really. Is that the second one I sent you?
Oh no, I haven't. I'll get to it.
Please watch them
when
in
you're
order. Is that the second one I
Yeah,
sent you?
no, I have them in order.
Okay.
I have 'em in
Okay.
order.
As I was gonna say, I was
I haven't
trying to put
flipped
them in
through it
order
yet.
earlier.
No, I paused them.
But yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think that second. I was gonna say, yeah, that's the second one I sent you. So didn't seem like that problematic at first, right? But like happened to know that like Springfield is not open to outsiders because they have with white supremacists who have attempted to like infiltrate their organizing spaces in the past. And beyond that, they've also had like, tons of bomb threats. Like there were over like 24 bomb threats a couple of years ago. And they had like white supremacists showing up outside their mayor's house and outside different businesses and and also showing up at night, like on people's security cameras, just standing there being creepy and shit. So like this community has been traumatized by this before, and ICE has been there in smaller, like there hasn't been a surge like we saw like in Minneapolis, right? So like ICE has been there, but hasn't like done a surge there to pick up all the Haitians, because there are over 10,000 of them there, right? That are slotted for potentially having to leave. And so this is a community that is very wary of what's going on, but also people might not hear much from them, but that is intentional. Like that is a tactic. Staying quiet and staying out of the headlines and like quietly trying to use the legal system has been their tactic so far. And so far, it's been working fairly well for them, right? Like when this guy started making videos and I started we'll get into the more problematic ones in just a second, but when he started making videos and I sent them to the community and was like, this guy's a concern, I got, yeah, we know he's been messaging us and we won't talk to him because of the way that he talked to us, and it just seemed like off and weird and we didn't like it, and it sent up alarm bells. So we're just not talking to the guy. Don't respond to him. Just let him go away. Like that was the community's initial response, was like, do not give it oxygen. whatsoever. None of the organizations are responding. None of the people are responding. And it wasn't until like days later that I actually like started to respond to this, and other people did too. But yeah, so started off innocuous, right? Like that first video doesn't seem like that big of a deal, right? He's got a Haitian friend. He's a black guy. They want to help. They want to bring mutual aid to a community in Ohio, especially if you don't know that community or anything that's been going on there. I also want to say this. They're very well connected at this point because they were in the national spotlight 2 years ago. They're connected on every level of like to every level of the Ohio, like, you know, like governance, like local, state, and national. Like they know their congressmen, right, and have a direct line to them. And so it's not like this, and they have received donations, and they're not trying to like receive more than they need or ask for things when they don't need them, if that makes sense. So keep all of that in mind as we watch these next few videos. Let's go on to the next.
The news. Yes, I'm in the bathroom. No, I'm not using the bathroom. I know I haven't posted today. It's already 11 o'clock on the East Coast, and I don't usually do this. But just to give you guys a little bit of details, I'm working on a very large story right now. The shit that has been provided to me here in Ohio, in Springfield, is crazy. Give me a little bit. I will have this information. I'm just letting you guys know. The next video I drop is going to be fucking crazy. So.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is when I started sending videos to locals. Just play the next one. So like he's hyping it up, right? And we'll also see another video of someone else hyping it up later. But so he's hyping up his release of this information, and here's his big release.
Breaking fuck the news. Upon arriving, and this is the video everybody was waiting for. Upon arriving in Ohio, we received messages from people stating that a statement was put out. I'm going to put that statement on the screen. Message from allies in Springfield, Ohio. Unless an established Springfield organization puts a call out asking for statewide reinforcements, please refrain from traveling to Springfield, Ohio. Allies in Springfield who have been organizing over the course of many months to coordinate filming and monitoring and federal enforcement actions are asking that anyone who has not been to one of their local trainings, coordination meetings organized by G92 and Springfield Neighbors United, please refrain from coming into the city. There is concern that, however well-intended, folks who are not coordinated with the local efforts for peaceful observation may do harm than good. If you want to be present physically in Springfield, please do so only if you've been in contact with the local leaders and have undergone appropriate training. So what is weird about this, as you can see, this is the original post that was posted 2 days ago that we were tagged in. There's 3,000 likes, 46 comments, 731 reposts, and 1,000 DMs sent off to people's DMs and shit, right? This 46 comment count has been up and down because whoever started this post is deleting the comments because the reaction to this post is very negative. Now, you guys may or may not know this, but we have been in contact with a local restaurant who was okay with us using her space, gathering mutual aid, who told us she loves the idea that she wants to be a part of something to help the local community in Springfield because she hasn't heard anything about that. But what we found was weird. When like I said, we arrived, we were trying to figure out the best avenues to take when we got into Springfield. So today we decided to go on the ground and talk to people in Springfield who are actual Springfield locals. The overall consensus that we got was G92 is claiming that they don't need help because there is no ICE presence in Springfield. Every individual that we talked to, including some of the Haitian community who didn't want to be on camera, which is understood, and some people who are not of Haitian descent who also did not want to be recorded, let us know that ICE has been seen in the area, and there was actually an incident at a Haitian restaurant that was told by the Haitian restaurant owner that somebody was taken by ICE recently, last week. But I also interviewed a local community member who let me know something.
He's lived here for about 4 years. Have you seen ICE around in the area?
Yeah, many.
Many times? Yeah. In the last week, how many times would you say?
I'd say about at least 10 times.
When was the first time you seen
They were coming down this way.
What is also very strange from the information...
This guy in the back, we almost...
We're going to get to
said
him.
yes to an interview with us, actually.
Oh, we're going to get to him. He's the one who went off the rails with the conspiracy theories.
Like, I think that's the guy.
They were coming down this way.
What is also very strange from the information that we have gathered as a group
is that many people, especially in the Springfield area, have not heard about any mutual aid that was coming from any organizations or groups in Springfield to help these people. We asked them, have they been prepping just in case ICE does come to the communities? They said no. Have there been any protests or anything of the sort? They said no. They have no idea, Haitian and non-Haitian alike, what is actually occurring in their own hometown. They have no word. There are some Facebook Springfield groups that have not even reposted this picture of them stating they don't want any outside help, which is odd. A woman had called me yesterday from TikTok to let me know that she also found it very strange that they don't want assistance, they don't want mutual aid. Now I understand, and also in a small town that the population apparently isn't so big because they're complaining about people coming down there in mass, hindering a small town's efforts, is just not true. And in this scenario, somebody is lying. And my goal is to get to
they're
the
being
bottom of
lied
it.
to because they don't want you
Because
there.
there's something deeper than what we thought we were walking into. This isn't Minneapolis. There's something
No, it's not.
deeper than what we're really seeing. And what's really strange is G92's website says this. Now, G92's main focus is on the immigrant community. Understood. But what is also very strange is a coalition of churches that are supposed to be working under the title G92 for the Haitian community. That's what G92's focus is. But there's still churches who have been collecting mutual aid and other things, like they said in their statements, for a year straight. People of the homeless community in Springfield, in a very small community, right, have approached the same churches to ask for some type of assistance. Not money, but just maybe some food or warm blankets. And they have been turned away, they've been told that they can't help. We have even sent 2 people to one of the churches to get some information to see how we could essentially help with mutual aid and community aid. And they were also turned away. I'll keep you updated with more.
So you can see that he's starting to get conspiracy brained here, right? Like quite literally, because they were reaching out to these groups, right? And that response was put out in response to them. And that's not the first time Springfield, Ohio has put out quite literally that response. I have found myself at 2 a.m. messaging RevCom groups from other fucking cities in Ohio that are like, let's go in and fight the Nazis in the streets. And I'm like, no, you fucking don't, or we're going to be fighting you too. Stay home. That's not what the community asked of us. So that's not how we're fucking handling this. And this guy's not getting the message, right? He when you ask a bunch of first of all, if you go back and watch the interviews that he shows, go back and show him interviewing that white guy and look at how they obviously cut the them asking about ICE to I don't even. It's one of those I no longer trust these people. I'd like to see the full fucking interview. Did he actually answer those questions in that manner? Because they cut it together. If you go back to the middle of his video and watch that part again. Because it sure looks like he cut it together.
I'll say about at least 10 times. What was the first time you seen? They were coming down this way.
What is also very strange.
And even from the beginning of it.
I also interviewed a local community member who let me know something.
He's lived here for about 4 years. Have you seen ICE around in the area?
Yeah, many.
Many times?
Yeah.
In the last week, how many times would you say?
I'll say about at least 10 times. What was the first time you seen? They were coming down this way.
What is also very strange from the information that
When was the first time you've seen it? They was coming down this way. I don't know, man. First of all, that's a random white dude. Second of all,
there's no who is this?
Yeah, there's a random white dude in a car. Second of all, it sure seems if you watch that interview, I watched it 3 times, that one clip, and I was I'm pretty sure that they cut this because he's not even really answering their questions, and it seems like they were digging for an answer that they could cut a way that they wanted to almost. Because ICE is not currently in Springfield. Actually, if you go Google Springfield, Ohio ICE, you will find that I guess it might be yesterday at this point, but literally in the last 36 hours, they put out like a judge, I don't know if it was an Ohio judge or a federal judge, I think it was a federal judge, decided that like before ICE can go into Springfield to clear out that many fucking people, they have to give Springfield a 24-hour notice. Now that tells you two things. One, ICE isn't there if they have to give a 24-hour notice, and judges are saying that now. And two, like they do have connections throughout their state and to lawyers and things. Like it's not like this is a helpless community that isn't doing anything about this, right? They are fighting this in court, and they're staying quiet while they're fighting this in court, hoping that unlike the other similar court cases, it goes a little differently. They're like so when someone shows up from outside the community and wants to make content about them, and they say no, and then they start asking questions to the church, and they're turned away and told like, no, we don't do that. No, we don't. They do have meetings. They do have community watches. They do have trainings for those community watches. Like that community is watched very carefully by everyone in it. But like, you wouldn't know that from the outside because that's not how they move, right? And I've even seen some like videos attempting to defend them, saying things like, oh, well, how militant you are. Dude, the most militant people I know are very fucking quiet because they don't want to draw attention to themselves.
Yeah.
Right? And so it gets a lot worse, but we're starting here with the first lie. The first lie is ICE is here, and they're pretending that it's not. And here's the thing that's so dangerous about that. Well, and I guess mixed in with these white churches, we need to be wary of them. They're not actually helping. And here's the thing. They're preying on two things that have that will especially if you don't watch the whole damn video, if you're on TikTok and you're just reposting things trying to be helpful, right? They're preying on things that people are concerned about, because there have been a number of communities, including like St. Cloud, Minnesota, that like for a whole week, their like town council and shit were putting out like statements saying ICE is not here, ICE is not here, while videos were popping up of ICE grabbing people on the streets, or trying to rather. And so people are wary of that happening, right? But ICE is not actually there. Like I promise you, I am friends with people who are in multiple of these organizations and people who help with community defense in that area. ICE is not currently there. Again, they have to have I don't know if they'll actually follow it, but they are supposed to give 24-hour notice before they do some kind of a surge there. And you don't go putting those things in place if ICE is already in the community. So ICE isn't there. Like we've already identified lie number one, and they push that really hard. And lie number two is these churches aren't helping and are refusing all help. They are not refusing all help. They all talked to me in the last few days about this and discussed whether or not I should respond online. Like they are talking to people, and they are willing to get aid from outside of the community. They're not willing to let random grifters who are trying to get views interview them and make a spectacle of them, because they are actively trying to stay quiet and out of the headlines and off of everyone's radar. And G92 is a coalition that formed less than a month ago, I want to say 3 or 4 weeks ago, of a number of groups that had already been working together. There's 1 or 2 churches, but there are a number of groups that are not churches. So they start talking about churches in G92. There's 1 or 2 churches. And I don't really know the church people. I know all of the other people, the people from the Immigrant Alliance and some unnamed groups, because there are also unnamed groups part of this coalition, which is why they made the coalition, right? Again, to keep what they're doing quiet and not necessarily entirely visible to everyone. But that's being attacked. So anyway, we've gotten to ICE is not here, and we cannot trust these white churches. They're not actually helping people and will not receive our aid. And
hang on, you're fading out. You're getting quieter and quieter.
Is that any better?
Yes.
Okay. But yeah, let's go on to the next video.
I want to clarify something. There's a couple things that were addressed to me in my comments, so I just would like to transparency, right? First things first. Somebody asked me in one of my comments, why haven't I not come to LA yet? I'm from San Diego. I plan on coming to San Diego to see my children at the end of February. So, being that what it may, I may have an opportunity in time to go to Los Angeles. But hey, something I know about California, they handle business. I'm not saying y'all don't need any help, but shit. Next thing I would like to say, there's been a lot of comments about this, my last post. What I would like to clarify is this. I'm not having a giant call to action. I'm not doing any of that. What I'm trying to do is bring attention to a matter. Multiple organizations have reached out to me and said, hey, we're not getting any contact either. We're just trying to help. And at the end of the day, when help is being offered, I have always been a huge contributor of take the help. You don't have to let people in your groups. You don't have to do anything, but you can get and assist when you need it. I'm not saying you need to associate with me. I don't need to be involved in any groups. I don't need to be involved in shit. But what I do know is this: when people just want to help, just let them drop stuff off. It's as simple as that. There's nothing scary about, hey, is there a mutual location in Dayton that we could drop? Listen, we need to stop this divide in the communities, acting like, oh, we're the sole proprietor. You're not protecting anything. You're only allowing for more wrongdoings to occur, period. So at the end of the day, I want to say, you don't need to go and fucking go up in arms and, just organize on your own, protect your communities. And if you want to assist other communities, there's other opportunities. I don't have any information right now. I still have to go meet with the restaurant owner to make sure that it's going to be okay with her to store mutual aid at her place, because once I leave, I may end up coming back like I did in Minneapolis and St. Paul, but I may not. So there's an opportunity that I may have to keep this journey going to help other communities spread more awareness, have more interviews, and talk to dozens and dozens of more people. Also, somebody said, Trev, when are we ever going to get back to the breaking news was going on around the world? And I completely understand that, but right now I'm in the field because there's fascism about, and children are getting snatched up. And I say this all the time.
Okay.
I'm gonna stand 10 toes behind the right side of history, not the right. You get what I'm saying? So hopefully that clarifies a lot of things. I'm not here to stir the pot. I'm not here to be aggressive. I'm not suicidal. I am just here to try to assist.
I want to punch anyone who says that.
Let me know. A lot of people have reached out. I've seen a lot of your DMs. I've responded to a lot of them. I'm trying my best. I'm flooded.
He's not.
I've been on the go for weeks.
I DM'd him like a day and a half before this.
And thank y'all for supporting Breaking Fuck the News. I'll catch y'all on the next.
That was him starting to weaponize mutual aid. That's their, why won't you just accept my help? He even says, you don't even have to associate with me or accept help from me, but why won't you accept help? I'm such a proponent of just accepting help. If you don't accept my help, there's something wrong with you. And this is where it really starts to turn. But people who watch him are super into it and are like, yeah, why won't you just let him help? And beyond that, okay, so we've had other communities, including Minneapolis, that quite infamously had ICE asking in plain clothes, hey, where do I drop off mutual aid? And then following people. Mm-hmm. So no, they don't want people they don't know dropping off they say that he also says mutual aid. He doesn't say what he has. Is it diapers? Is it clothes? Is it whistles?
Yeah, what is it actually?
Is it money?
Is it pamphlets?
Is it toothpaste? Is it pamphlets? I don't know. What is this mutual aid you're dropping off? And not only that, say that you did happen into a small town. It is a bigger town than people think. It's 100,000 people, which isn't, when I say small town, I think 50,000 or less. So it's but it is smaller than a big city, right? It's not a big city. It's a small city. So this small city, you happen into a small city where none of the churches, this isn't true, where none of the churches are doing any kind of mutual aid. And you're okay, well, I have these random 5 to 50 items. I have say you even have 100 items, random things that people will need, right? Dropping them off at a random church that is not set up to take in nor distribute mutual aid is not helpful.
I wouldn't imagine so.
To go to that church, how are they going to know that toothpaste is there, that blanket is there, or those diapers are there, that formula is there, if those are the things that he even has? So like he is very vague and is like, why won't you fucking accept my help? Oh my god, there's something wrong here because you won't accept my help. And then the next one is where it really starts to go off the deep end.
Okay, you sent more. Sorry, I only opened the first few.
Sorry, I was still like, I had to like open them up and then.
Yeah, I got it.
All right, so breaking fuck the news. This is just for clarification purposes because everybody is kind of, telling me, Triv, be careful, be safe. I have received about 3 messages from people who messaged me and then blocked me from burner accounts telling me that what is going on, and the messages all read relatively the same, that what's going on in Springfield is none of your concern. The Haitian community and the locals don't want you here. This is the reason why we don't want any out-of-town journalists. And then the last message was very funny because the last message said, we don't want any out-of-town journalists, some little fucking black dude who thinks he knows what he's talking about, who probably grew up in the projects. Dog, I grew up in San Diego, California. That is the richest city in America. But this is what I find interesting. It's almost as if, because I started prying just a tiny bit. I didn't even attack the community with a lot more information that I have because simplistically, my goal is to do journalism and assist the community in any way that seems fit and proper
This isn't
for
journalism.
these people. If somebody was like, hey, I've had dozens of organizations reach out to me in the last 24 hours or less, honestly, in the last 12 hours, telling me they have tons of stuff that they've been trying to drop off, and because I have this restaurant lady I have to meet with today, they want to drop stuff off. They don't want to come, they don't want to stir the pot, they don't want to sit up there with signs, they don't want to do anything. They just want to drop stuff off so it's stored somewhere in Springfield for when it gets bad, because as we all know, the Supreme Court is probably going to overturn the federal judge's order to not deport Haitians in the community. So, with that being said, I have just put that information out there in the streets because I feel like it is needed to be known. Ohio is a different motherfucker. You know what? I met a guy once upon a time who told me Ohio's not a real place. Never understood what he meant. I live in Pittsburgh. That's next door. Never really traveled through this motherfucker all too much. And I understand these motherfuckers here. I love y'all. Ohio, I've met some cool fucking people here. Cool meetings come up, but some of these people are out of touch with reality. You would think Ohio is the deep south. This shit here is not a fucking game. These niggas are weird.
A good way to start is by insulting
Period.
them.
There's people begging for us to come down to Red State, Tennessee. Hundreds of people have
Go where
messaged me
they're
about
begging
that
you
shit.
then.
Like, I'll keep you updated with
Great.
The wild part is that there's people begging us to go down to Red State, Tennessee, was probably him responding to a comment that I made very sassily about how like Springfield doesn't fucking want you, but here are 6 other places in Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Indiana that have had ICE show up in the last few days, specifically rural Tennessee, where they're showing up at immigration hearings
Tennessee
at
mentioned
courthouses and grabbing people at like Tennessee, rural Tennessee courthouses at immigration hearings. They would love people to come videotape that because no one's because it's not on, they would love that. You know what? They actually would like you there, go, even if you're a fucking grifter, no one's videotaping that. And they would love someone who's willing to. So if you're a grifter, fine, go where people actually want. So it's wild they even like responded to like the one thing, like me, like being like, fine, go somewhere else then. Like being like, oh, people are begging me to go somewhere else. I don't think anyone's begging him to go anywhere. And then he also complained about the store owner. Did you catch that? In the middle of it, he complained about the store owner, the person who, quote unquote, invited them there, the person who was going to store their mutual aid. And then he was like, oh, and the store owner doesn't even like want to hold a sign or like do anything. They just want to store items. So wait, you mean the thing that in the last video, you're like, just accept my help? Just accept my mutual aid. I'm such a huge proponent of like, if someone just wants to help. And now he's like, they just want me to drop stuff off. What the fuck is wrong with these people? Like, dude. And then it gets worse.
Hang on. I gotta read.
purposes because everybody is kind of, telling me, Triv, be careful, be safe. I have received by about 3 messages from people who messaged me and then blocked me from burner accounts, telling me that what is going on, and the messages all read relatively the same, that what's going on in Springfield is none of your concern. The Haitian community and the locals don't want you here. This is the reason why we don't want any out-of-town journalists. And then the last message was very funny, because the last message said, we don't want any out-of-town journalists, some little fucking black dude who thinks he knows what he's talking about, who probably grew up in the projects. Dog, I grew up in San Diego, California. That is the richest city in America. But this is what I find interesting. It's almost as if, because I started prying just a tiny bit, I didn't even attack the community with a lot more information that I have, because simplistically, my goal is to do journalism and assist the community in any way that seems fit and proper for these people. If somebody was like, hey, I've had dozens of organizations reach out to me in the last 24 hours or less, honestly, in the last 12 hours, telling me they have tons of stuff that they've been trying to drop off, and because I have this restaurant lady I have to meet with today, they want to drop stuff off. They don't want to come, they don't want to stir the pot, they don't want to sit up there with signs, they don't want to do anything. They just want to drop stuff off so it's stored somewhere in Springfield for when it gets bad, because as we all know, the Supreme Court is probably going to overturn the federal judge's order to not deport Haitians in the community. So, with that being said, I have just put that information out there in the streets because I feel like it is needed to be known. Ohio is a different motherfucker. You know what? I met a guy once upon a time who told me Ohio's not a real place. Never understood what he meant. I live in Pittsburgh. That's next door. Never really traveled through this motherfucker all too much. And I understand these motherfuckers here. I love y'all. Ohio, I met some cool fucking people here. Cool meetings come up, but some of these people are out of touch with reality. You would think Ohio is the deep south. This shit here is not a fucking game. These niggas are weird. Period. There's people begging for us to come down to Red State, Tennessee. Hundreds of people have messaged me about that shit. Like,
hundreds.
I'll keep you updated with.
Yeah, sure. Hundreds, I'm sure.
Literally.
All right, so break it, fuck the news.
Yeah.
Source, trust me.
Just by the way, I sent him a message at this point. He said, keep in mind, he says about 3. I sent him a message, and in the next video, he's going to mention a message that someone from one of the organizations sent him. And at this point, I'm like, I don't know. The only thing that makes me believe that someone probably did say the thing in the third message to him that he claims he got, like, because I know I didn't say it, and I know it wasn't in this this other message that he shows, right? He's like, I got about 3 messages that were weird. Like, okay, well, I know that mine would have been one of the weird ones. I know that the one that he shows would have been, and then he mentions the third one. First of all, that's not so racist that you can't show a screenshot of it. And second, mine was very polite, so it didn't make the next video that he makes about someone from one of the organizations being a little less than polite with him. But like, anyway, mine was polite, so it wouldn't make good content, and I wrote it politely intentionally for that reason. And then he claims this third one. I'm sitting here like, does that third one even fucking exist? Because like, yeah, that's a racist thing to say. That does sound like someone who's like not trying to be racist, but hasn't like fucking sorted all of their internal. That sounds like something that someone who means well from Ohio would fucking say, right? It does. Like, I'm not going to pretend like people from Ohio that mean well might not fucking say something stupid like that. Then that was a racist fucking thing to say if someone said it to him. But honestly, like, I wouldn't even call saying like, you're probably from the projects, like something someone from the deep south would say. Like, I'm going to throw it out there. Like, that doesn't make this the deep south. That doesn't. I will say he is correct in the sense that there are a lot of racists around there and that people do move differently. But he's getting ready to do the whole thing where he like blows his conspiracy nut load in the next video or 2. And his friends also start then making conspiracy videos. But like, again, he has gone from like, I just want to help to like, oh, they only want my help. Why won't they also like do these other things with me? And he goes back to, I actually don't know if I saved this one because he deleted it, or I don't know if I uploaded it to the YouTube because he deleted it. I know he sent it to the journalist. There's a journalist. So at this point, after the next video is when I messaged the community again, sent them all of the videos and was like, guys, someone has to say something about this. Like, can we get a journalist on this? Like, can you reach out to one of your journalist friends? So a friend of mine that covers white supremacist stuff knew someone in Ohio that is covering it. There should be a story coming out in the next day or two. Anyway, they emailed him or like sent him a message. I'm not sure on what app, but they sent him a message, and he also made a video about that, like calling her a fake journalist and like whatever. When she was like, "Hey, I'm investigating these claims. Can I talk to you?" He flipped out about it and made a video where he was like, I was just trying to help and they won't accept my help. I was just trying to drop off mutual aid. And that's after this video where he's mad that dropping off mutual aid wasn't all that people wanted to do. Like, I'm just pointing that out before we get there in case I forget. But yeah, let's move on to the next video.
News. This is just for clarification purposes because everybody is kind of, telling me, Trip, be careful, be safe. I have received about 3 messages from people who messaged me and then blocked me from burner accounts telling me that what is going on. And the messages all read relatively the same. That
This one. Is this the one? Hang on. Let me check.
I'm going to do it. I don't give a fuck. This is somebody who was contacting me via TikTok who was trying to work out a meeting. I want you guys to read this message, and after this, I'm going to announce them. Good morning, Triv. I was under the impression you wanted to meet with some of us this evening to better understand our mission, but upon checking TikTok, it appears you are more interested in pushing a story than obtaining and reporting the truth. You highlight perfectly at the end of your latest video why you cannot go out helping in the manner that you are because Springfield is very red, as you are discovering. There is a method to our madness, and we are willing to meet and discuss that with you, but you do not seem interested in earnestly helping. Honestly, it appears you are a DHS plant, trying to learn more about how to operate while simultaneously stirring up pandemonium on socials. However well-intentioned you are, you're actually dividing up the people of Springfield in doing this. You don't know what's happening on the ground on a day-to-day basis because you are not from here. You specifically liking and pushing negative and suspicious comments while ignoring my clarifying ones is very telling. At this time, we do not want to try to meet with you. Hey, I'm just gonna say this. I'm probably gonna not stay in Ohio. These niggas are weird. Good luck with everything. And to finish this statement all off, everybody should go ask G92 what they're asking Haitian immigrant parents to do by signing over guardian custody rights over to random people of the church, and also talk about these churches are starting to fund communal hubs for these children to stay at so they can go into fucking foster care in case the parents get taken, even though immigration lawyers say that this is a damaging thing to do. So if you really want to talk about it, since I'm a DHS, everybody, hello, I'm King Triv, and I'm a fucking DHS plant. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? These people are nuts. I'm leaving. I promise you. You know what? Figure that shit out yourselves. I don't even give a fuck.
Yeah, real journalisty of you, huh?
Yeah, that's great.
I don't even give a fuck.
I don't even give a fuck. By the way, that's not true. No churches are having people sign their children over to the churches, nor random members of the churches. What they are doing, before we keep going with these, what they are doing is giving families packets that have like information, like all sorts of information of like how to make a plan for your family and different things that you may want to consider. And here's some things that he never mentions. So unlike a lot of other like people on different like statuses and things, because of like the like history of Haitians coming over here and the statuses that they've had while they're here, a number of those children, like nearly 2,000 children in Springfield, so nearly 2,000 children in Springfield alone are U.S. citizens, even though their parents are not. And a couple weeks ago, we deported some people back to Haiti, and 4 women turned up decapitated. So think about it this way. If you are a parent who is terrified of going back to Haiti and is terrified of your child, who is a U.S. citizen, having to go back to Haiti, or getting separated from you, or getting taken by and trafficked by the U.S. state because they are a U.S. citizen and you are not, what do? He doesn't have any answers. All he has is a vague claim that immigration lawyers say that that's a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't cite any immigration lawyers. He doesn't talk to any immigration lawyers because he's a fucking journalist. No, he's not. He's not a journalist, right? And I'm not an immigration lawyer. And I'm not going to tell you that they are making the best legal decisions or whatever. What I will tell you is they do have immigration lawyers working with them. Right? Again, this is not a disconnected community who like doesn't have any fucking resources or connections. 2 years ago, they were nationally targeted and they developed connections as a result. And they already had connections before that because they were an immigrant community of size that helped sustain themselves and, you know, other people who were coming over. So like, that's not, I don't know. There's a lot of these, it's just ridiculous. Like the way that he's like trying to infantilize this community while also saying like, oh, do what's right for your community. But when they're doing what's right for themselves, like, or what they think is best for themselves, it's not what this guy wants. And it seems like he's only like sharing these claims, which are outrageous, because they wouldn't give him content. I would call this a grifter,
he's the
not
main
a
character.
journalist. Yeah, right? Like not a single thing has been actually like about the Haitians, if that makes sense. It's been about him worrying about the Haitians, you know?
Yeah, and how much he cares.
And how much he cares and how much they should just accept his help and show him where the mutual aid drop-offs are so he can videotape it and put it online. Like you don't have to be ICE to give ICE public OSINT information.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So even if he does mean well, even if we give him every benefit of the doubt, I still stand by this community for stonewalling this fucker, especially after he started to make weird videos. And then they were like, hey, we tried to clarify like what's going on in your comments and you deleted them and ignored us. He's getting his views this way now. This is getting him more views. And actually, if you go look at his TikTok, these are the video that we just watched is the most views he's ever gotten on any video on his channel.
I bet it is.
So there's that. And then he starts joking about it. This one's really short. It's just him like joking about being a DHS plant. And then I think the next ones I send you are someone else. But yeah, you can play the next one.
And I'm DHS. Fuck these people, dog. These people is weird as.
We're leaving.
Fuck them.
We're fucking leaving.
Fuck them.
Great.
Fuck them.
So at this point, I had messaged him, and I had like made a video on TikTok that a bunch of people from Ohio fucking messaged me. I'm not gonna pretend like it was 100. It was like 10. But like people from these organizations were like messaging me being like, oh my fucking God, thank you. And it was actually kind of funny because a couple of them were like, I think I know you. And I was like, message me on Signal if you do. And they did. And so like, anyway, at this point I had messaged him. I had made a video that was like, you should be ashamed of yourself if you're like pushing this conspiracy theory. Because like, this is ridiculous. And he was getting more and more upset about it. He made the DHS plant video and then he said he was leaving. And then like he said he wasn't leaving. I think he actually did leave. Like he hasn't been there in a few days. But he made, let me see 1 second. Okay, yeah, no, he made a couple other ones. Oh, I already sent that one. Okay, wait, no, I already sent the other ones he made. Okay, and then I'm gonna start sending the ones that, and then he had a couple of friends, and we're gonna watch theirs because they get like the one friend that he like mentioned in the first video that's in the back seat of the other video, like pretends to do quote unquote research, right? He's the one who, like, I don't know, I guess connected the non-existent dots. But yeah, let's play the next one.
Hey, what's going on? Who's King Trev? And I'm here with.
Oh, I forgot. Wait, pause it really quick.
And what organization
Sorry.
you guys-
This video actually, we don't actually need to watch this whole video. This was just what he did next. He went, he went and interviewed PSL.
Oh, good.
The video
That's
itself
great.
is not problematic. They just say like, "Oh, we're out here for our people, organizing and stuff in the community, whatever." The video itself is not problematic, but I did notice that when he left Springfield, he went to it was either Cincinnati or Columbus, I don't remember. He went to a different place in Ohio and immediately fucking interviewed PSL. And I don't know if he's with PSL. I don't know if they're just the only people who will fucking give him an interview. I don't know. But I did notice that. We don't actually have to watch that one. That's just a waste of 3 minutes.
Yes, it would be.
Fuck the news. I need to say this and clarify this before anything goes any further. I do not want to harm myself or others.
Oh my god.
Okay. Also,
I stopped taking people
I'm
seriously.
Epstein, guys. They're gonna kill me for what I know.
I know, right? I stopped taking most people seriously, like 99.9% of people seriously. Like, if one of Epstein's victims said that, like if Virginia Guffrey said that right before she died, like I know she said it months before she died, didn't really count. Like, yeah, I understand why people are a little concerned when she made a point of saying that. But when random fucking people on TikTok say that, I'm like, oh, you want attention, you know? Like,
Yeah. It does feel that way.
yeah. So what does he
I've
know
decided
that
that I will not be leaving Ohio quite yet. At least, not soon. And maybe in a couple days. Apparently, my video has shaken the bee's nest. And I just want to show you guys something.
You mean
And
the
I want
hornet's nest?
to show you what I have received. I'm not going to read this whole message. I'm going to read the important part. Hey, you did the right thing by leaving. One of the groups I've worked with like an hour or so outside of Springfield is from there, and so is my best friend. Some of the smaller group chats were trying to find you and call the cops on you. I want to clarify, for safety and protection of these people who live in this town and people who have DM'd me, I have blocked out their faces, pictures, and names. These are TikTok DMs. I cannot say anything publicly, nor any other.
No one called the cops on him.
Sounds like he just wants to be a victim.
Educators in Springfield. We have children who are now unaccompanied minors in the schools because their parents have been deported. We have large numbers of children missing from our schools because parents are afraid to be separated from their children. We have been seeing ICE, especially at dismissal. They are seeking our Hispanic, Somali, and Haitian families. We have families calling into the school to say that they are keeping their children home for the next 30 days until ICE leaves. Factories have had to eliminate shifts as immigrants are told they are not allowed to work. Topar is one. Did you know Springfield is where redlining was invented? Until recently, there were two high schools, North and South. South was predominantly black and North was predominantly white. It was also almost the capital of the U.S. until the last minute it was voted to be D.C. There's old money and old bigotry in Springfield. There is also a lot of pride and hope. My DMs right now are sitting at over 150 requests from different people in the surrounding areas and people from Springfield and people who live in Springfield. Apparently my video has done so much damage that now people are questioning them on Reddit, Facebook groups, and in their own Signal chats. Another thing that is currently going on is the absolutely disgusting disrespect that is being spoken about between me and Civil Black Theory. Some of it's racist. I've seen the screenshots, and I'm not going to put them on here. I'm not going to give them the fucking opportunity or any other piece of shit on here to enjoy the comments that I've seen.
Show me the comments.
At this point, see, this is the point where I was like, was any of the racism real though? Because I can't believe anything else that comes out of your mouth. Like, did you actually get racist messages? Like that first one that was like casually racist, like, okay, maybe, but like, are you actually getting racist messages? Because he also made a video calling me racist when I told him he should be ashamed of himself because of the fallout of all of this.
That seems like a problem.
Yeah. I don't know. Anyway.
Yesterday I said I wasn't going to continue this, not because I was scared. I wasn't going to continue it because I don't have I don't have the mental fortitude to deal with a bunch of white evangelist hicks in a small fucked up town telling me I'm just another black dude from the hood who is choosing this or doing this to make a profit and a quick buck. I've donated more money than your church can ever pull out their ass.
Okay.
Sounds like
And
something
I
a
hate to
grifter
say
would
this
say.
to you, I don't turn away homeless people because
Doesn't it?
there's a more important problem going on.
I don't turn away anyone. Get fucked. You
And
wouldn't
I
turn
haven't
away
been to
Ice
church in
Son?
years. I left the church. I was raised Catholic. I was an altar server. I've even shook fucking hands with Pope Francis when I was fucking 12.
Okay.
Ooh.
My story runs deep,
He's very self-important.
but also the way I choose to help people doesn't
He's
have a
the
limit
real
on
main
it.
character.
I don't give a fuck who or what you are.
He is.
I've paid, let me correct this. Me and a group of others, including Bradley and the team that I'm working with, have paid people's rent 10 over.
Where are you getting that money
Groceries.
from?
We've done everything we possibly can to help communities
Congratulations.
all across the
You want
United
a
States,
medal?
just not in Minneapolis or St. Paul.
Yes, he probably would love that, actually.
He probably
When
would.
I came here with the opportunity
Ceremony.
to be a journalist. I didn't even want to come to
He's not a
Ohio.
journalist.
I was asked. Me and the others were asked. I didn't want to come here.
Asked by who? You asked to...
But apparently,
who?
I'm not the only one who's now investigating this. So, with that being said, have a good day, and I'll keep you updated with more information as it comes out.
Good day, mate.
Not the only one investigating this. Let's see who else is investigating this. Those are the next few links.
Man, he's really
You know what I mean? But like this started off like, okay, all right, you're going to Springfield to help, and very quickly went
So,
to
if
like,
you don't know,
oh,
I
no.
am-
This dude totally said yes to an interview with us, and then like,
I'm sure he did. He likes views.
and then like, stopped responding like right after.
What were you going to interview him about? Now I'm curious.
Oh, just, you know, like making videos and stuff, and like how easy some of these claims are easy to debunk. That's
Yeah,
the
let's
type of
debunk
videos
some of
he's
his.
making.
Yeah, well, that's what's interesting, isn't it?
Oh wow, he was making debunking videos.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wow.
On Instagram,
oh no,
that's
because
what he
there's
does.
people who've been all sorts of conspiracy brained about these people since they showed up in Ohio to like start a conspiracy. And the
Yeah.
fact that you're telling me he started with debunking videos and is now spreading, like
Well, that's what I
starting
saw
and
from
spreading
him.
his own conspiracy theories, that's crazy.
Kind of interesting.
Because I'm always
That's crazy.
I'm always trying to reach
Oh
out
no,
to
I'm
people
gonna go get my
and make
tinfoil and make a
connections
hat.
and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. Okay. Maybe he just look, I will also say this, maybe he's just too steeped in the conspiracy theory shit.
Maybe.
I've like shared a few of his videos too.
Well, yeah. By the way, most of his videos are just him in a green screen, not even saying anything, just pointing at other people's
Yeah,
videos
that's
at
him
this
just-
point.
That's
him
I saw
grifting.
where he's actually like doing debunking stuff.
Again, I did not scroll back because they're all the same. It's literally the same video of him pointing at a green screen over and over and over because he found out that was easier than making his own content. It is, I guess.
It definitely is.
It's like invisible.
Posted a video that for millions of people suddenly made it feel real. Nick went to multiple daycare centers in the region which he claimed had taken millions in state funding to look after hundreds of children. But when he entered, they were deserted. No children were found. Now, not only did this post go instantly viral, they got 116 million views on X and 1.9 million views on YouTube. It was also seen and shared by huge political figures on the right, including Elon Musk and Vice President J.D. Vance. Even today, we're talking about Nokomi's daycare, a Somalian.
All this fraud being
A reminder that gender is a social.
We about to fact check this.
So the
Him reacting to
I'm a Venezuelan.
himself, reacting
America only wants Venezuela.
You know, it's not
Huh?
going to be him giving.
Wait, I
a
can't
take
hear
if
you
he's
over him.
pointing Up.
Huh?
I said, you know, it's not going to be him doing one of his takes if he's just pointing up, because
Yeah,
I haven't
it's
even
all
like
him-
seen anything like this.
Yeah, but he's
Stuff that I
also
saw was
sharing.
him actually
You just
talking.
also You also clicked on him like sharing right-wing
It's
conspiracy.
phobia for women to say we don't want men in our restrooms with
That
little
is
girls.
true.
It says more about you than it does us.
We about to fact check this shit. First, if you mess with me, make sure you hit that follow button. Let's get it. What the hell is she talking about? First of all, you know there's more trans men than trans women, right? Meaning you're more likely to encounter a trans man than a trans woman. Not to mention that a lot of trans people are also non-binary. They're more likely going to a gender-neutral bathroom or going to their assigned gender's bathroom. I mean, mathematically, men are more dangerous than trans women. There are roughly 600,000 trans women in America, and America has over 300 million people living here. We also know that there's over 168 million women living in America. That means 1 out of 500 people will have an interaction with a trans woman, and 1 out of 245 women will have an encounter with a trans woman as well. All reports say that 1 in 6 women experience assault, and 93% of people that commit assault are men. So again,
So like that's the videos
Yeah,
that I
this-
see.
this
They're like
explains-
that, not him like.
Wait, but his
pointing.
big point there was trans men are more dangerous than trans women. Like that's
I
what he was
don't.
getting to when you scrolled away was like, but we should be more afraid of trans men.
Maybe.
I don't know, man. You just showed me him sharing
Just
the fucking
something silly.
he was actively sharing the conspiracy theories about like the daycares. Like you clicked on
You
one.
have to stop me! America! We are here today because Donald Trump has disrespected us. Donald
It is a federal crime to forcibly intimidate or interfere with federal officers performing official duties. You guys really seem to think that the First Amendment means that you can do whatever you want. The First Amendment does not mean that you're protected when you go out here to intentionally harass, intimidate, and physically assault armed law enforcement officers.
we about to fact check this shit. First, I'm actually heading back to Minnesota, so if you mess with me, make sure you donate to the cause. Let's get it. What the hell is he talking about? First, what we need to understand is that Alex Pretty was never harassing ICE agents. I mean, one of the last things we see Alex Pretty doing was trying to give aid to a woman, and there is no evidence that Alex Pretty was objecting any ICE operations. In fact, the real argument is
So like, but like lately on his Instagram, now that I look
Click-
at it, it's all the Ohio stuff.
Yep, it is. Click the ones that I sent you.
I got it.
Springfield, Ohio.
I just
And
wanted to
I'm just
like
making
be
this
like, yeah, no, this definitely is the guy who totally said he'd fuck with us.
Is it
video
the
to
same
let
guy?
you guys know that there's
Yeah.
a serious video that's going to be dropping today, with some information that's heavily important because Springfield, Ohio, there's a lot that you got to explain.
So he's also hyping it up in this video. That was a short one, and then the next one is him getting even more conspiracy brained than the King Trip guy.
We're breaking
But
news.
he's the fact check this shit guy.
Upon arriving, and this is the video everybody was waiting for. Upon arriving in Ohio, we received messages from people stating that a statement was put out. I'm going to put that statement on the screen. Message from allies in Springfield, Ohio. Unless an established Springfield organization puts a call out asking for statewide reinforcements, please refrain from traveling to Springfield, Ohio. Allies in Springfield who have been organizing over the course of many months to coordinate filming and monitoring and federal enforcement actions are asking that anyone who has not been to one of their local trainings coordination meetings organized by G92 and Springfield Neighbors United.
We about to talk about this. First, a few creators and I are actually in Ohio. Now, the reason why we're in Springfield, Ohio is to not only document what the Haitians are going through, also help Springfield receive any mutual aid that's needed. If you support our work, make sure you hit that donation button. Let's get it. First, before we reach Springfield, Ohio, there was a post on behalf of G92 and other organizations. And in that post, it basically stated that they didn't want anyone to come to Springfield, Ohio, and they didn't want any mutual aid. Now, we've been told that the reason for this post is because there hasn't been any ICE operations happening in Springfield, Ohio, and that they rather ask for mutual aid when it's needed. But here's the problem. G92 is an organization that is based on multiple churches. And on their website, they clearly understand that Haitians are gonna lose their temporary protection status on February 3rd. Which is why Donald Trump wants to send ICE agents to Springfield, Ohio, because the Haitians no longer have legal status. So you would assume that Springfield, Ohio would be preparing for protests, rallies, or even accepting mutual aid. But none of that is happening. Now, there are protests and rallies happening in Ohio, but none of them happening in Springfield, Ohio. In fact, we've been on the ground and we've been told that there has been ICE agents spotted in Springfield, Ohio. Now, what we need to understand is that Ohio is a red state, and Springfield itself voted for Donald Trump. The problem is that Springfield, Ohio is trying to be quiet. So yes, Donald Trump expiring TPS for the Haitians has been blocked. But last year, the Supreme Court ruled that Donald Trump can terminate the Venezuelan's temporary status, which means that the Haitian temporary status can be overruled by the Supreme Court as well. So what I'm basically saying is that Springfield, Ohio is not being radical enough of what's happening. We've been told that someone has been detained in Springfield, Ohio. There's a lot more things that's playing into this, so we'll keep you updated, but this is something that we do have to talk about.
Watch the next one. He also is ramping up just like his friend.
That's dangerous happening in Springfield, Ohio. Obviously, the Haitian community is under threat and target from the federal government, but it's much worse than that. They're also under threat from the local community.
We about to fact check this first. Due to the fact that we are receiving threats, I do
Pause real quick. Okay, so the white boy that he started off saying, white boy is right, went to Ohio with them. I assume was in the backseat of the car that we couldn't see in that video, but I don't know. But he is in some of their other videos in the background. And he's also his account that he's posting from that this guy is bumping. It's King Triv's secondary account that he gave to his friend. He even mentioned that on his own channel a few times. So, and not only that, when he went out of his way to like call me racist for making a response video being like, hey, if you're spreading these conspiracy theories, you should be ashamed of yourselves. He was like, it's because you're racist. He was like, you went after me and this guy because we're black and you think that we're the weakest links in the chain. I went back and looked at literally I was like, no, it's because it was you, a white boy who was using your secondary channel, repeating your claims, and your friend who was also like starting this conspiracy theory with you. And I also went and looked at all their channels. This guy has the most like views and followers and likes and shit. King Triv has the second. Everyone else is like a fraction, like a tenth of the following and likes and shit that they have. And not even close to the views. So like their response to this is like, you're racist because you're coming after a black person for saying this when white people said it too. And I'm like, well, you guys started it and you guys have the biggest accounts. So I don't know, man. I guess I'm racist for like not ignoring the black people who started it and have the biggest accounts that are saying it. I don't know. I don't know. Sure. Anyway, this is when he goes off the rails about claiming that they're trafficking children with dark money from the liberals.
What? This is the fact check guy.
not want to harm myself, and I am healthy as a horse. Let's get it. What the hell is Springfield, Ohio doing? First, what the white boy said is pure facts. Now, if you don't know, 4 Haitian women that was deported because of the Trump administration, bodies were found in Haiti, which clearly shows that the Haitian community that are on temporary status need asylum. But what Springfield, Ohio is doing is the opposite. So recently, a church-based organization called G92 has been telling people not to come to Ohio, Springfield to help the Haitians. But when you actually look into G92, you actually worry what they're going to do to the Haitians. You see, last month, Mike DeWine says that in order to protect the Haitians, we have to activate the churches. Now, one of the faith leaders from the Nehemiah Foundation, remember that name, said that basically means we have to prepare to create short-term living conditions for the Haitian children. Same organization created an adoption agency in 2014. Now, there's another organization that's faith-based that is focused on protecting the Haitians called G92. G92 is a whole bunch of churches that came together last year. And if you actually...
By the way, notice he's complaining about one organization and then switches over to complaining about G92. Totally different organization. Like, go back 10 seconds. Totally different organization.
He's really jumping between...
It's for the Nehemiah Foundation, remember that name, said that basically means we have to prepare to create short-term living conditions for the Haitian children. Same organization created an adoption agency in 2014. Now, there's another organization that's faith-based that is focused on protecting the Haitians called G92. G92 is a whole bunch of churches that came together last year. And if you actually look at the website to see the preparations to help the Haitians, they mainly focus on helping the...
What'd you say?
G92 is not just churches. And it's actually not mainly churches, even technically, because while I guess the churches are larger and might have more members in them, there are more organizations that are not faith-based in that coalition than are. Though the name is a faith-based. Actually, we can go to G92's Instagram and watch their response to this after we watch all the crazy people finish talking.
Children after the parents are deported. One of the leaders of G92 is Carl Ruby. Now, Carl Ruby was actually a part of another organization that was about immigration, and their ideals are kind of crazy. And those were respect the rule of law, secure the border, and ensure fairness for the taxpayer, which in my opinion does not sound like abolishing ICE. And it sounds like we allow ICE to do their job without impeding. But we're protecting the children. No, that's weird. It gets weirder. Carl Ruby has a picture with someone who has connections with the Haitian Center, because there's a picture of the director of the Haitian Community Center and Carl Ruby. When you look into the Haitian Community Center and you look in their co-sponsors, Nehemiah Foundations is one of their co-sponsors. And if you look at Hopewell Fund's tax forms, Hopewell Fund is a liberal dark money organization. We can see that the Haitian Community Center actually got paid from Hopewell at one point. So I believe that Springfield, Ohio is trying to take these kids from these Haitians and allowing them to be deported without helping them.
What?
Okay.
Yeah, so full on conspiracy theory that the guy that you almost interviewed about debunking conspiracy theories literally started.
Well, that's the thing is I always reach out to people and like if they come on and talk, they get sorted out, you know?
And also, like, the way that he, like, quickly went through that was, like, supposed to make it sound like this web of entanglement. And he really just was like, oh, hey, 2 years ago, this community was very heavily targeted and people donated to their, like, Haitian community, like, their community center and the churches that were helping them at the time. That's not that weird. It's also, like, none of this is actually weird. When you look at it. And it's even weirder because, like, the whole thing where they're like, oh, they're trying to get children to, like, them to sign over children. Like, yes, it has been a, like, very serious and ongoing conversation in this community. What do we do if parents are grabbed and their children are left here? Who is legally responsible for them? How do we keep them out of the hands of the state? How do we make sure that they stay out of detainment? Because there are over 1,700, that was the last number they gave us about a month ago, families in detention with at least one child and one parent. And, like, how do we keep those children, like, even if their parents are detained, how do we keep them from ending up in detention with their parents? How do we keep them from ending up like citizens of no country? How do we keep them safe instead of, like, maybe the US will send the children back to Haiti too? Like, there are a lot of, like, what do we do with the fucking kids? Because there's only so much they can do about adults or people without status. So, like, not only are they focusing on children because that's what the community asks them to do, and not only are they offering, like, not telling people what to do, but offering people access to, like, immigration lawyers and, like, the paperwork that they need so that if you are snatched at work, there's already a packet that has power of attorney for your cousin down the street so that they can make legal decisions for your child. And it's a limited power of attorney form. It's not even, like, full power of attorney, right? So, like, the fact that, like, limited power of attorney forms got put in packets at a church that may not be the most fucking radical church ever, but they are a church who's helping immigrants. And not only that, like, expecting groups that help children that are being targeted to have extremely radical language is stupid. That's just fucking stupid. That could be the most radical church helping children in the world and you wouldn't fucking know. It's not. But you wouldn't fucking know if they didn't use radical language, right? If they say things like, we believe in legal immigration and we believe in a secure border, well, that makes people in that community more likely to help and listen to them and actually, like, you know, join them than it does, you know, if we're like, oh, abolish ICE. If you say abolish ICE in a red, like a red area like that, you're not going to get help. Like, these people are moving differently than this man likes, so he started a conspiracy theory about them. And by the way, the culmination of all of this was bomb threats the following day. Bomb
It's not the
threats
first time that's
and a
happened.
re-traumatized community that is now facing not only new conspiracy theories and new bomb threats and the potential like revocation of their like, you know, thing, but not only that, these people are making it so the few places that are helping them locally, like if people Google them, they're going to find conspiracy theories about them
Mm-hmm.
and might not fucking donate when they need it. And or maybe some people in the community that aren't yet connected to these groups will fear them when they need help.
Yes.
All this is doing is damaging. This is not helping anything but their fucking pocketbooks by lying for views.
Chat. Hello. Okay, where was I?
Hello.
Got that one.
Yes, we have been doing regular segments on Thursdays, Wednesdays for you guys.
Needs help. Springfield, Ohio needs help. Every eye in the fucking country should be on Springfield right now and asking what the fuck is going on. This Haitian community is being cut off from the rest of the country, while the local groups are being told to do nothing and pray in front of ICE. Also, the Community Haitian Center and the local G92 group and Carl Ruby are connected to super dark money PACs. These groups are also connected to the governor of Ohio, that evil piece of shit, Mike DeWine. So they're being told, don't do anything, don't interfere with ICE, just sit there and pray, while the Haitian community is being prepped to leave their children with these church groups, so much so that they're building common areas in the churches. Everyone on the ground we've talked to has said G92 is suspicious and a fucking op. That goes from socialist groups to other activist groups and people in the Haitian community themselves.
Yeah, literally the whole community is an op, I'm sure. You're not the weirdo that they were stonewalling because you're like starting conspiracy theories about them. Again. Like you have to understand this is a like I didn't have time to upload, like I don't know if you've got the TikToks from the last few days of like people being like, I got a call from school, I had to go pick up my child in the middle of the day because there were bomb threats, like this is terrifying, it's happening again. Like the entire, like this whole city is being re-traumatized by this. Like this isn't cute.
Also, I'm not sure if you knew this, but a majority of those bomb threats from before came from Russian numbers.
Yeah, they did.
So it would just be agents watching this network that know to fucking activate it again whenever they see.
Yeah, there were also 30.
They're not even going to look at
Columbus.
what route the activity's coming. They're just going to see activity and restart it.
Yep, exactly. They brought, again, this community was laying low for a reason. They're waiting on a very serious court decision about whether or not they get to stay in this country. They do not need local white supremacists like harming any of them or scaring any of them or showing up at their fucking places, right? ICE is bad enough. And they're trying to prepare for their children and they're being attacked for all of those things and trying to be quiet about it. That's insanity. Like, I don't fucking trust any of these fucking TikTok grifters for this reason. And this is why people need to be very, very insanely careful about what information they're sharing and from who, especially like now we're getting into like people who don't even fucking know. At least like I don't know if they know them. Like I didn't dig far enough to be like, oh, has this creator ever worked with them before? But like, it didn't seem like it when I looked at the top of his page. And same with like 10 other creators who made very similar videos to this one.
Sounds like you found a web.
Hey, quick update, guys. I've been hearing a lot of shenanigans have been happening in Springfield, Ohio. Been hearing about this G92 organization. Supposedly, they're trying to have these people in the city sign over the legal rights to their children to this organization right now. There's a few notable streamers that are down there, kind of trying to cover what's happening.
Notable streamers.
Where did they tell people to sign their children? Like, where was that documented?
Again, in one of the packets that G92 gives to them with like information on like, hey, you should have a plan for your family. Here are some important documents you might want to consider if they're right for you. There's a limited power of attorney form in there. And because there are literal children who are literal United States citizens who have two parents who are not United States citizens that might disappear at any given time. There are some things happening here that are not like the Haitian situation is also different than other immigrant situations. And also this community is a lot closer than some other immigrant communities. Like this is a very tight-knit Haitian community, right? And so like, yeah, they're signing over limited power of attorney to other people that they know and trust in the community. If something happens to them, what else would you fucking have them do? And none of them have an answer. But they are supposed to, quote unquote, receive help. But when they did receive help, when national organizations with fucking money in the last couple of years approached their community centers and churches and said, hey, we have money and things for you, they said, okay, we'll take that. And they did. They took that help, and now they're getting fucking lambasted for it because they won't take like a couple random items from those people. Here's the thing. I am convinced that if they had let these people in, they would have done more damage.
Very
I think
likely.
the community made the right choice in stonewalling these people and keeping them out.
But it seems pretty like towny weird shit happening over there. I don't have a lot of information on it. If you guys know, please
Then
leave it in the
why are you
comments.
talking?
I'm trying to get more information out. If you guys see anything
Trying
coming
to get
out of
more
Ohio,
information out, but I
please
don't
Hey,
have
white
share
guy
it
with
out.
dreadlocks.
Repost it. Tag people.
Hey, white guy
Get
with
that.
dreadlocks. I don't know if you're aware of what year it is.
Yeah.
It sounds like they're doing some weird stuff involving
What does
our
that
very
mean?
frozen friends. So stay up. Peace and love.
Yeah,
And
sure, the
let's
hip
keep.
daddy really
I
knows
fucking
what's
hate
going
TikTok.
on.
That
I
was a video
don't
that
have
just
a lot
didn't
of
need to be made.
information, but I'm trying to get more information out.
There's
What
a
the fuck does
conspiracy
that
theory
mean?
about Ohio. Have you guys seen this? Here's my video on it.
Yeah, that's no, and this is when it started to fucking freak me out because like it took off from there. There are now dozens of these. And I don't trust a single fucking person who made one.
Fair enough. None of them sound like they have any actual proof of anything. None of them have shown anything of value that provides evidence for what they're saying.
Or any assistance for this community.
Mm-hmm.
Like their screams are be more radical, demand that we abolish ICE instead of like using messaging that works in your community. Like, and they go back and forth between saying things like do what works for your community, but no, you're not radical enough. And like accept our help, but then dropping off our stuff isn't enough. No one even wants to hold a sign. Like nothing's good enough, right? And it feels like the more at first I was like, this is weird. And the more that I see of this shit, the more like this is fucking intentional and it feels like a fucking psyop.
Yeah. Did you vote for Trump? We are worrying about more important things right now.
We are worrying about far more important things than that right now. Did you vote for Trump? Christ Warrior 1996? I don't even know if you were born in 1996, I don't even know if you're old enough to vote. Fuck. Oh no, it would be 20 years. Fuck, I'm getting old.
Yeah.
It would be 30
Bye.
years. Oh no, I do math from 2000 and I do math wrong.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
But no, so yeah, the rest of my links for today, because I didn't quite get to put the like response links in there, are just more videos of people like this guy, Dreads guy, just repeating this shit. And they all sound a lot like this guy. I don't actually have any connection to this community, but these notable streamers are down there saying this, so you guys should be concerned too.
It's such an absurd line of logic, like. And the craziest part is that people just buy this shit. It's so pseudo-intellectual.
Mm-hmm.
That's the craziest part.
Yeah.
It's just like people just
go
blindly
back and
buy
watch-
into this shit.
Go back and watch the video where he's like trying to connect the dots again and actually try and map it out, and you will not end up with a map.
Well, that's why I was continually just going, huh?
Yeah, like what? Okay. Like, and this guy like knows the mayor. Of course he fucking does. Like, I don't know, dude. Like I don't know. It's just weird.
Fucking crazy.
And I feel like it's even weirder because I'm like, I feel like as soon as he started saying liberal dark money and shit like that, people really should have picked up on those dog whistles.
Just a little bit.
Yep.
Would have been great.
But yeah, if you can pull up Instagram and go to G92's thing, they did put out a thing today, and I believe that I have another statement from someone else, like a couple like they're starting to make statements carefully today because the bomb threats and shit started happening. Let me see if I can find.
Well, they want to hope so.
But yeah, I don't know if you have Instagram. If
What
you
is
can
it?
pull that up.
G92? I'm gonna Google
Yep,
it.
it's just G92.
Okay, definitely not the first one I clicked. It's definitely not this one.
I
found this.
1 minute. Let me check my messages because I'm pretty
back,
sure some
baby.
Ohio people send things. Let's see. You can also go to ohioimmigrant.org/blog, and they have a blog post about it that they posted today. Let's see.
Reddit, Ohio. Misinformation on social media.
Let's see. Okay, and also Ohio Immigrant Alliance put out their little statement today. They're the ones that I just gave you the website for, and their thing like leads to it. But there's this Springfield accusations against Springfield leaders are completely unfounded and deeply harmful to the security of Haitians and others in Springfield. We believe local people know how best to operate within their communities. During these challenging times, much of the work to protect immigrants is done in person at the grassroots level and is deliberately not visible online to keep everyone safe. And then there's a link to their article about it, which I think is
this
pretty good.
Springfield G92?
Yeah, the second video in with the guy holding the thing, I believe, was the one that was sent to me, but I can't remember if it was that. Maybe. Oh, is that not a video? Nope, that's a picture. I swear that guy was in the video that was sent to me, though.
Let me go to Reels.
A minute, I'm like going through my signals trying to find the chat for Ohio shit.
This is from August.
Let's see. There was also another post from locals that was like from like in the middle of it before, like this was like right around all the stuff happening. It was there have been 3 asshole influencers who have sowed chaos on their platforms in the last 72 hours, culminating in a bomb threat today. I don't know if they meant for things to get this out of hand, but first they targeted church groups on their platforms as nefarious cabals. Then they targeted the Haitian Support Center, a nonprofit made up by Haitians for Haitians, and a de facto Haitian representative of the city, Files Dorsorvallini, I don't know how to say his last name, doxing him and calling him an evil co-conspirator. This is the Haitian leadership and the literal Haitian voices of the city, and they're targeting them. This is wrong. I'm sure they're going to deny having played a part, and the city Nazis are gonna Nazi. So no, the influencers didn't do it. But people, including me, told them repeatedly to stop circulating conspiracy rumors because the last time this happened, the neo-Nazi blood tribe group stepped in to capitalize on the chaos and had the exact same bomb threats going that shut down the city in 2024. It went on for weeks. The city sued them because of the damage. And yes, it is likely that the call is coming from inside the house because Springfield is a politically divided city and has has literal neo-Nazis and 3%ers. And I agree. I don't think that these grifters are the ones who called in the bomb threats. Much like John said earlier, I'm fairly certain that these are not even from the country, and if they are, they're being routed from outside the country. Let's see, this statement finishes up by saying, so when the residents of the city say things like, quote, we have to be careful to vet people for direct volunteering, end quote, this is why. It's not a conspiracy that they are quiet and careful about people outside of the city. This is exactly why. Springfield isn't Minneapolis. It's a minefield of well-meaning people who are sometimes very, and I'm sorry, it's a minefield of well-meaning people with some very, very bad people involved. I believe that these influencers left the city after this, but now the city gets to deal with the consequences, and they don't. If you want to help Springfield, listen to the residents and Haitian leadership, which is what I'm here to say. Like, they didn't do that. And instead, they created an atmosphere that led to bomb threats and re-traumatization of a community that may well soon be targeted by ICE. So, yep, that's what I got for you today. Sorry, I went a little longer than an hour.
No, that's all good.
But I felt like that's the breaking story I had this week.
That works perfectly.
Oh, that and I guess the other one that I wanted to cover, we can actually go over it next week because maybe I'll actually have an update, was Juan Espinoza Martinez, the man who allegedly put a hit out on Greg Bovino but didn't, was acquitted, is being held in Indiana and was supposed to be released today. I couldn't find any updates, which is not good news. So maybe I'll have an update next week and we can go through that whole story, because it's actually pretty comical that they accused him of putting out a hit on Bovino when he didn't.
Yeah. I mean, how do they even justify a claim like that? Say, hey, look, they did it, and then say nothing else.
No. So it's you know what? Why don't we save that for next week? Because we'll go into the whole thing. He sent a Snapchat message that was misinterpreted and accidentally sent it to someone other than just his brother, who told ICE about it.
Oh, his brother told him. That's great.
No, it wasn't his brother. It was on Snapchat, and he accidentally sent the Snapchat to two people, and the other person who wasn't his brother. Yeah, not his brother. So he fat fingered it. But he also wasn't putting out a hit on Greg Bovino.
Yeah, it was hysteria.
Yeah, it was hysteria, and it was intentional hysteria. And they're currently using it to chip away at habeas corpus. But we can cover that in detail.
We
next
can
week.
talk about that. Yeah. All right. Well,
I guess before we go, I would like to hear, what are your thoughts about now that I know that you guys were going to interview him? What are your thoughts?
I just always
I
was reaching out, and that's the thing is like anytime I can make a connection, it's like I never am able to even get people to respond. So the fact that he even responded, I was like, cool. And then I gave him a rundown of what I wanted to talk to him about, and then there was no reply.
What was he debunking at the time?
Oh, it was just like
stuff.
No, I don't remember. But like, let me see when I last messaged him.
Ambush interview him.
Mm-hmm.
Show up where he is. Just show up in Springfield if he shows up in Springfield.
January 17th is when I messaged him.
Of this year?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Wild. You almost platformed a conspiracy theorist. Like, not even just a conspiracy theorist, but like one of the
starting one far worse than that. You know, like
we literally,
but
Drew Pavlou.
You were planning on interviewing him as someone who debunks things.
Yeah.
Oh
well,
no, you
almost
made this situation for Haitian immigrants in Springfield worse on accident.
Well, I don't think the interview, we wouldn't have.
I know.
We would have drilled him. Like, we would have drilled him if he said anything like that. We would have been like, okay, where's the proof?
Well,
we wouldn't have let up.
It seems like he made this shit up on the fly after they wouldn't give him access.
It's what it looks like, yeah.
I mean, like, and
it really
it's even
does feel
crazier.
like that.
The thing is what I wanted to talk to him about is how easy it is to debunk most of this shit. And that's the thing,
which is very ironic.
It is easy to debunk. That's why he was able to build his platform up.
Yeah. And also, it seems like he's watched enough grifters. He knows how to do it. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I can't tell you how intentional this is, but it feels, I can say a lot of people on the ground and myself, like, it's hard to feel like this isn't somehow intentional, you know?
It's like some
the level of intentionality. Yeah, the level of intentionality is the question. Were you literally just trying to get views and don't care, which is, you know, also sucks and fuck you. But like, or are you getting paid? Are you getting paid by dark money? Like, you know, like, I don't know. I don't fucking know. But I know that you're not welcome in Springfield. Don't fucking come back.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the question that needs to be asked at this point is, who are you working for?
Yeah. No,
Like,
well,
at
he'll
this
say
point,
himself.
that question needs to be asked.
Well, I
Are you
mean,
just
and that brings
making
it back
shit
to
up?
best case scenario. He made this shit up for views
Mm.
because they wouldn't give him that,
Best case, yeah.
which is gross, which disproves everything he says about himself.
Yeah.
Can't be trusted.
It is disgusting.
Anyway, I think that sorry, I
Oh
was just
my
curious.
God. Remember how I just called out Northern Provisions for posting the wrong identity of somebody?
Did it again?
That's fucking Hezbollah. This is the Beirut Lebanon clashes. Like I know for a fact. I know
You're like, I've seen this
footage.
video. I know
Yes,
this.
this was like the first footage I saw when this fucking clash broke out. This is not what you think it is.
Dude
Like,
just
dog,
standing
you
there
are
in the green,
terrible.
though.
You
Dude,
are
like,
terrible on like you just fucking constantly are fucking batting wrong.
Like you're not even using videos from 2 or 3 years ago in a different country. Come on, guys.
Like the Amal flag is right there in the video. Like you can see.
What are they claiming it is?
Hang on, I'll read it in a second. But you see the green flag?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Amal. That's one of the political parties, one of the Shia parties in Iran, which the clashes broke out between the parties. So it says fighters in like it just says fighters in El suburb Beirut, Lebanon engaged in a firefight. It doesn't say like when it's from, you know?
Mm. Interesting.
It's just a random fucking video from those clashes. No
weird.
context or anything.
Almost like he's trying to make it out like it's happening now.
Hmm.
It's very strange.
I don't think they care.
No.
Turning
That's what it
from
seems like.
anti-ICE protests to conservatives give me money. Oh no.
All right. Well, I think we're done.
Well, thanks for having me.
No worries. Thanks for
Next
coming
week we'll talk about chipping away at habeas corpus.
on. Yes. And Espinoza maybe.
Yeah, that's part of it. Yep, Espinoza is a part of that. He's an example of him and the other Venezuelans. Okay, we will talk later. Thank you for having me. Have a good night, everyone.
No worries. You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, Syria.
All right. Ending stream now.